Chapter 1401, Prelude to the War for Reality. 3. The pure appearance of the flames caused the surroundings to shake, as even the ender of reality, who had just achieved the stage of higher existence, felt a great sense of danger from 4 of the 6 flames. All of the 4 edicts you forged and completed turned out to be at the quasi-insuperable rank? Yes, after the first one, the rest are easy to come, Noah replied nonchalantly as the flames of 6 edicts spun around him, Hyperion's hardened expression not budging even at his ridiculous words as the ender of reality nearly sighed while calling out the flames of his 9 minor and greater edicts, BZZZT. The surrounding space of the cosmic Holy Land squeezed into itself and folded dangerously with the auras of so many flames of edicts. Noah not losing out on the grandeur even though he only held 6 while Hyperion held 9, and one could even see the flames surrounding Noah dominantly blazing while the rest were docile in their appearance. I'm not sure how hard or easy the connection of flames of edicts are normally, but my completed flames of the Sanguine Emperor deal with everything to do with bloodlines as with them. I can actually connect the bloodlines of my edicts, which in turn fully fuse their flames together. His words caused the light in Hyperion's eyes to flicker as one shocking thing continued to be exceeded by another every time that Noah spoke, and this ender of reality closed his ancient eyes to collect himself briefly before opening them and voicing out. Let's see how it goes. The surroundings stilled and quieted down. Hyperion's eyes focused as Noah's eyes became utterly serious, his vibrant origin calling upon the flames of the Sanguine Emperor while he utilized the ability of, as the Sanguine Emperor, he could control his bloodline edicts to fuse together as at this moment, he commanded the 2 greater bloodline edicts of Kismet and Commandant to fuse with each other. THRUM, a wave of radiant power that was contained within the cosmic Holy Land thrummed out, Hyperion feeling his figure pushed back ever so subtly just by the released wave from Noah's body. The ender focused on the figure of Noah as the convergence of a ridiculous amount of mana surged around him, mana that would have drained universal filament existences many times over as even for a cosmic realm being. It would have drained them by more than half, yet Noah did not even look bothered as his face only contained a trace of seriousness, Hyperion watching with rapt attention as in the next moment a blinding crimson wave of light spread out from Noah and pushed everything in the surroundings away from him. Boom! Everything, including space itself and even the figure of Hyperion as the ender of reality found himself smashed back by a buzzing and unique authority, BZZZT, his cosmic origin. Released waves of power as he stabilized himself with a stern expression, his eyes hiding his shock as he stopped his true blood from rising up and fighting back madly. He gazed towards the magisterial figure of Noah as from him waves of intense authority were constantly humming out as nothing could even come near him, and Hyperion was able to focus his eyes on something that had begun to materialize outside of the body of this being. It was bloody crimson in color as all the authority was emanating from it, and Hyperion's eyes could barely make out an exceedingly beautiful weaving of what seemed to be runes coming together to form what should have been a portion of a ring, a portion of a halo, just this portion alone pushed back a cosmic realm ender of reality as he had to fight just to not be pushed back by its authority. The sight was exceedingly beautiful to see as Hyperion could not stop gazing towards its direction. His hands reaching out unconsciously as within the humming portion of a halo. He saw possibilities of his freedom. That's too, surrounded by this authority. Noah's voice echoed out as it felt foreign, seemingly filled with a new authority and power that would cause the origins of others to shake at its mere sound waves. As Hyperion heard this voice while fighting for his footing and gazing at the blazing formation of a crimson ring, his heart calmed as his destiny seethed powerfully. At this moment he affirmed everything. He had taken the right path. The weaving of destiny remained as abstruse as ever, many pieces moving in place as a few cosmic hours passed since the primordial beasts began crossing the ruination sea towards the primordial empire. At this point in time, the legions of the Bastion of Reality had already formed as they stood in the path between the primordial beasts and the primordial empire, their eyes staunchly screaming that they would have to be destroyed in origin and soul before they let anything past them. Aegon and Havenbreaker floated at the very forefront of these legions as they seemed like an ancient emperor and empress overseeing the protection of the vast seas around them. Havenbreaker was adorned in a golden battle dress as she held a long staff within her hands that released waves of power as a cosmic treasure, while Aegon himself was adorned merely in white loose pants with his chest filled with runic dowlines laid bare. His gaze was piercing as it remained towards a single direction, but it faltered at this moment as he very soon gazed to his right. He wasn't the only one as seconds later, Havenbreaker and the countless figures within the legions behind them gazed towards a certain direction where the auras of a few million beings could be felt, and their appearance very quickly became clear as it caused a sneer to form on the lips of Havenbreaker. Leading a group of exactly 10 million, the figure of the Existence they knew as Osmont floated towards them calmly as around him, Springforge and Halcyon could be seen among many others. They crossed the Ruination Sea as they came to stop near the formed legions of the Bastion of Reality. Their gazes also then turning towards the directions where the terrifying drums of war of the primordial beasts could be heard from. Aegon gazed at their entrance impassively as only his eyes flashed with emotion, but he didn't spare them another glance as his thoughts considered them a few extras that had come forward to watch his glory. But the woman beside him would not sit still as an arrogant voice filled with distaste echoed out. You couldn't remain hidden in your holes and had to come back to watch the glory of Aegon prevailing over the ender of reality. With a sneer and a gaze of utter arrogance, Heavenbreaker's chin rose up while she gazed towards the incoming group of beings, especially her daughter and the verdant figure of Springforge. Chapter 1402 I dared, those that had left their bastion of reality to follow another being. They returned today with this very same being as Havenbreaker could not stand something she considered distasteful. If they left, they should remain gone. Even the existence she was connected to by blood, she had left it to fate whether she would be on the path of primordial beasts as they made their way here, as she would perish and be lost in the sands of time before anyone else. With her gaze held high, she continued, you left so proudly not too long ago, yet here you are wagging your tails just to seek protection over the coming storm of beasts. How pathetic, WAA. I had at least hoped being in the bastion of reality over the past years would have taught you all some form of honor and glory. But it seems following this creature has turned you all backwards, as you have not even an ounce of shame. Words filled with pride and poison echoed out from the beautiful Havenbreaker as she gazed towards Noah and those around him, sharp lights of battle intent flashing dangerously from the figures of Barbados and the Emperor Penguin as these beings nearly stepped out to barrage Havenbreaker with words before anyone else. But they unconsciously gazed at Noah as they still saw his calm eyes and smile as they held themselves back. They weren't holding back because of any sense of weakness. They just knew that what was going to happen today had to go perfectly, as they couldn't do anything to jeopardize it. At Havenbreaker's words, Springforge and Halcyon only gazed towards her coldly as if they were looking at the biggest fool, the tension in the surroundings being palpable as their unresponsive faces caused anger to arise within Havenbreaker. Seeing this scene, the quiet Aegon gazed towards his daughter and the man she stood beside, as seeing his calm look that seemed to have everything under control. The powerful voice of the champion began to echo out across the soon-to-be battlefield. I recall telling you all to scatter and not return. WAA. The very air changed and became oppressive under his words, the legions of protectors of reality behind him and the hundreds of millions turning their auras and gazes towards the target of the great conqueror as they all focused on Noah. Ready to move at any notice from their commander, the auras of hundreds of millions and the champion of reality himself landed on a single existence, as the sense of pressure one would experience was utterly immense. Yet Noah took it all in calmly as he gazed with impassive eyes towards the masses of millions, and he then locked his gaze with Aegon as such an action caused the eyes of the champion to squint with a sharp light. Aegon knew those types of eyes. Eyes of aristocrats or nobles he had come across when he was weak, who always looked at him as if he was lesser than them. Eyes of a being that actually saw themselves above him in stature and power, as they carried a sense of calmness, control, and derision when they landed on him. This mere existence that was still at the universal filament realm dared to look at him with such eyes. BZZZT. Even though the torrential drums of war could be heard nearing, Aegon's origin reverberated out with power as his will cascaded down to overwhelm everything. Did you mistake my words as hearsay? That you dare to appear before me now? That you dare to gaze at me like you were something of value? WAA. His voice boomed out like torrential waves as the power of an existence at the cosmic realm descended onto Noah's figure. The hundreds of millions watching this scene along with the figure of Havenbreaker raised their heads high as they saw the might of the great conqueror. Under his gaze, what could others do but bow down? What could Emir Osmont do but bend the knee to the protector of reality? Even the hidden existence far above them in the folds of space looked at this scene while actually sighing, thinking back to how she had expected somewhat decent things from this being that could slightly affect reality on his own, but it seems his life was bound to be difficult from here on out if he had offended the champion of reality. Destiny weaves the most around those that will influence the direction of reality. Why would you clash with the champion that destiny revolves around? The primordial Cecilia shook her head with disappointment as she gazed down towards the scenes playing out below, her eyes gazing far away where she could already make out the outline of the legions of primordial beasts. The droning hums of these legions neared as meanwhile, Havenbreaker and hundreds of millions waited to see Osmont falter under the pressure of the champion of reality, yet, his head remained raised high as a smile actually appeared on his face. On this day, he was adorned in loose obsidian pants and a light black shirt that hugged his upper body nicely, his devilishly handsome features magnified for all to see as under the oppressive pressure of the champion of reality, he actually smiled and acted as if it was nothing. Furthermore, his voice echoed out as it was akin to thunderclaps in the ears of all those waiting for his reply to Aegon's words. I dared to appear and I dare to gaze at you however I like. So what, Rumble, so what? Bodacious and fantastical words echoed from Noah as the entire ruination seas around them froze briefly. Heavenbreaker's eyes erupted with fury as her origin began to circulate powerfully, the golden staff cosmic treasure within her hands glowing as beside her. Aegon looked down to make sure he heard the correct words. The mouths of the hundreds of millions from the legions of the protectors of reality were agape as they heard such words, and an even more unique scene could be seen on those around Noah. The curvaceous figure of Barbados began to laugh loudly while clapping her hands, while the Emperor Penguin folded his flippers to give a thumbs up. They all acted and moved freely as if they weren't staring at the possible end of reality itself, the rage within the eyes of Havenbreaker rising ever higher as space began to shake around Aegon himself. Chapter 1403, The Glory of the Champion of Reality. Utter disrespect and disregard was shown towards the champion of reality. Respect. This was the one thing Aegon demanded, where he even told Noah before that he cared not what he did, just the fact that he disregarded his authority was the only reason that he was cast out, and yet here and now, before the eyes of hundreds of millions and as his intuition told him even Cecilia herself, this existence actually chose to disrespect him like so. Thrum. The ruination sea rolled and tumbled as the authority of a champion bellowed out. Aegon's eyes were filled with brightness as he stared at Noah as if he was a dead man, but the golden-haired woman beside him was filled with even more rage as if she was the one to receive the insult, the voice of Havenbreaker echoing out arrogantly, a little insect like you had actually grown so bold? Before the champion of reality, what do you think you are? Before her resonant words could echo out any longer, the curvaceous figure of Barbados turned entirely annoyed as essence gathered in her mouth as she spoke out to interrupt this golden-haired family head. Sheesh, just shut up. Soon to be dead bitches like you shouldn't talk so much. Rumble, taking up so much space like you're someone important. Dumb bitches really are all the same. WAA, like a clap of thunder, Barbados's words rained down as they caused a billowing storm to rage. Off to the side, Springforge shook her head wistfully as Valentina and a few other prominent beings around Noah sighed, smiles apparent on their faces as if what was happening now wasn't something terribly serious, but too. Havenbreaker. The champion of reality who was facing a titular moment in his life to accomplish the goal that he was working towards for the past millions of years. It was a terrible slap to the face as the aura around Aegon rose to its peak. Ready to strike down as his eyes honed in on Barbados, under the gaze of the champion of reality, this necromancer was actually undaunted as she stared back domineeringly as if this being was nothing in her eyes. After all, how could he even compare with the man that stood beside her? Bzzzt. The unruly gaze caused the flames of wrath within Aegon to bubble as he was about to raise his hands to strike when, boom. The dissonant humming of the primordial beast legions resounded in everyone's ears, the figures of gold and white beasts becoming apparent on the horizon. What was even more terrifying was the aura of the beast at the very forefront, Aegon not being able to help it but take his wrathful gaze away from Barbados and Noah to focus on this creature. A draconic elephantine primordial beast with his origin vibrantly releasing the light of the cosmic realm floated forward majestically, its eyes shimmering with regal authority as the ruination sea parted and made way as this creature thundered forward. Behind him, a lone stormdust could be seen floating along aimlessly as if the occurring events had nothing to do with him and he was only going forward. The body of the draconic elephantine primordial beast was adorned with a uniquely scaly battle armor, its two golden tusks piercing and tearing apart space itself as its trunk raised up at this moment and released a fearsome horn signaling coming destruction. BZZZZT. The blazing horn carried its powerful reverberations outwards as it grasped the attention of all beings, nearly everyone taking their gazes from Noah and the shocking events that just occurred to focus on the threat of the ender of reality. Even Aegon fully switched his attention amidst such a crisis as he focused on his biggest enemy, his eyes shining with an even greater luster of light as he felt the true blood within his body churn and begin to generate at an even faster rate. The realm of the ender of reality didn't change, nor did its edicts, as his invincible system didn't grant any more perks there, but Aegon could feel his true blood generating rapidly as it made the cosmic primordial beast had made great advancements in this field that had exceeded Aegon. A feeling of confusion echoed within Aegon's mind at such a finding, but at this moment he shook away any thoughts to focus on this final showdown that would determine the future of reality itself. But even though he looked away and focused on the ender of reality, a single person could not look away as her expression was still that of wrath and arrogance as she continued to stare towards Noah and Halcyon. especially towards the wistful Springforge in Barbados who had disrespected her. She knew Aegon's power and was not worried about how he would fare against the ender of reality. But these unruly and disrespectful things that didn't know their place. She would show them what power was first. The golden staff that was a cosmic treasure within her hands glowed brightly as Havenbreaker turned into a streak of light towards Noah's direction, her spiteful eyes locked onto Barbados as she wanted to watch this arrogant-looking demoness perish first before anything else, with her entire body bathed in gold and the cosmic treasure within her hands releasing waves of golden light. She looked like an ancient creature laying down judgment as this scene was etched in the mind of Halcyon. The golden-haired woman beside Noah stared at the wrathful face of her mother as she barreled towards Barbados with a righteous face of pure murder, her eyes never leaving this woman that gave birth to her as she wanted to take in all of this moment. She had seen it in her dreams, but she still would not look away even now. Halcyon felt the gaze of Noah land on her at this moment in time as her mind buzzed, releasing a soft sigh as in the next second she nodded her head, a mere head nod when Noah gazed towards her while her mother wrathfully thundered down to try and claim the life of Barbados. Aegon saw this scene in the corner of his eyes as he let it be, knowing that nothing would happen to Havenbreaker if she faced the likes of Springforge or Osmond still in the universal filament realm. His focus was on the ender of reality, so even he was entirely unprepared for what happened next. I will show you what power is, you foul-mouthed bitch. Bzzzt, as she was bathed in the golden light of her cosmic treasure, she looked like a spear of judgment that began to even pierce the surrounding space, the sharpest point aimed at Barbados's head. Her golden eyes filled with pride gazed down as she waited to see the look of fear and horror on Barbados, but all she saw was actually mockery. Her anger rose as her figure barreled down even faster, the tip of her cosmic treasure edging ever closer to its target as the essence of her nomological edict wrapped around it when in the next second, she saw the figure of a single being appear between her and Barbados, a being with utterly calm eyes that actually seemed to reflect the light of billions of universes as this being raised his hand and slapped down in her direction. A skill was silently cast as an obsidian essence hiddenly came to cover the palm of the descending slap, a slap that, smashed into the figure of Havenbreaker and the cosmic treasure she carried as in the next moment everything around her was evaporated out of existence. Chapter 1404, The Glory of the Champion of Reality. 2. Halcyon did not look away. She saw everything play out in slow motion as in one instance, the wrathful gaze of her mother could be seen as she released a fearsome attack through a cosmic treasure that was backed with the essence of her nomological edict, a deadly attack that anyone in the universal filament realm would be afraid of. Yet her mother had pitted herself against a being that she just did not understand, and when one faced an enemy they did not understand, more often than not, death waited for them at the end. However, it was too unexpected, and it was too fast. Like a valiant queen seeking justice, Havenbreaker had been descending down with fervor as she could already see the tip of her cosmic treasure piercing into the head of the despicable Barbados. Yet in the next moment, that existence appeared at a speed she couldn't comprehend as his eyes looked at her calmly, and in the next moment, the palm descended down. That palm, it came to cover all Havenbreaker's sight as from it, she sensed a billowing power of the end as right before it slapped her. Her origin quivered in terror, it was the instinctive feeling of fear of death, and Havenbreaker felt this a millisecond before it smashed into her as even in her final moments, she was doubtful and could not believe it. Why would this lowly thing give me the fear of death? Until her last moments, she still gazed down arrogantly and thought she was still high above everything, but an instant later, the single palm slapped down as everything around her was wiped out, her body and soul. Her cosmic treasure, even a cosmic treasure, was extinguished out of existence by the mere slap as its effects were far-reaching and immense. The target of the attack, Barbados, shook her head as her words came true. Out of all the beings here, nobody had faced death as the commander of the legions of the protectors of reality was actually the first to perish. One of the more powerful beings on the field was the first to fall as it was from a mere slap. After the slap, Halcyon closed her eyes as her body quivered lightly, and she only opened her eyes milliseconds later as her gaze became free of worries. She knew the nature of her mother would not change even after another few million years. She felt like a huge weight was lifted off her shoulders as she gazed towards the empty spot where a being used to be calmly, her eyes releasing a brilliant gold luster. By her side, Springforge's gaze had a hint of sadness as she had spent a significant amount of time with Havenbreaker since they were nobodies. But everyone's path and actions took them to different directions as her friends ended here. Bzzzt, space trembled and quaked as Noah pulled his hand back calmly, looking at his palm as if he had touched something dirty as he took out a cloth to calmly wipe it. Everything turned utterly silent at this scene as only the droning hums of the primordial beasts could be heard. The focused Aegon turning his head around to gaze towards Noah's direction as he momentarily forgot about the ender of reality. His awareness had watched the scene occur as he didn't even get to blink before it happened, and his eyes trembled as the woman he had obtained after so many years stopped, the only person to remain by his side this whole time. She was taken away in such an abrupt and unexpected manner. Multicolored light erupted from him as the area around his body turned apocalyptic, his eyes gazing at Noah with utter rage and emotion that he turned away from the ender of reality to rush towards him. Before his rage and disbelief could entirely spill out, though, a voice echoed out that caused him to come to a halt. "Do not mourn or cry for her, little champion." Rumble, the ancient voice of the ender of reality, shook Aegon out of his rage as he was reminded of the great enemy he faced. Even though his eyes burned and released genuine flames of wrath towards Noah, he was reminded that a terrifying ender of reality was before him as he couldn't take his eyes off of this being. His burning gaze turned back to the legions of primordial beasts where at the very forefront, Hyperion pushed out the figure of Stormdust that was gazing at the spot that Havenbreaker was just erased at. His eyes looked lost and forlorn as if he had lost everything. Hyperion poking his body forward as his ancient voice echoed out, "Do not mourn for a woman like her because she wasn't truly yours to begin with." BZZZT. The words thundered down madly as Hyperion did something to Stormdust's body that caused his figure to shake, his eyes releasing beams of light milliseconds later that coagulated to form hundreds of illusory screens that showed off unique scenes of Stormdust and Havenbreaker cradling each other in many different locations over the countless millions of years. Within Stormdust's cosmos. Within Havenbreaker's cosmos. Even not within the central cosmos that Aegon dwelled in as it could be considered his very own home, countless of such scenes played out across many illusory screens as the infidelity that spanned millions of years was seen by all. Why mourn for such an unfaithful creature? Should you not be thanking that man instead? Rumble, the archaic voice of the ender of reality echoed out once more as Aegon looked at the scenes playing out in utter shock, his bright eyes losing their luster little by little every time they moved from one illusory screen to another. The scenes playing within the illusory screens were like millions of sharp blades cutting through the heart and origin of the champion of reality as the raging aura he was displaying out dwindled. In the face of hundreds of millions, the authority of the champion of reality was utterly shredded into nothingness. Chapter 1405, A Single Step That Changes Destiny. The war for reality began on a shocking note as the Empress of the Primordial Empire fell, and then her respect was shredded in the open along with any respect that the champion of reality had. The illusory scenes that played out were shocking to many, but none more so than Aegon as his body trembled with too many emotions. The valiant aura he had dwindling down in a shocking fashion as his eyes seemed to lose their luster. The eyes of Hyperion flashed powerfully at such an instance as his body glimmered a bright gold, crossing the vast distance from where he stood leading the legions of primordial beasts as after causing the mind of the champion to falter through a single action, he actually appeared in front of him in a terrifying fashion as his elephantine limb thundered down. RUUMBLE, a chance was actually created from the death of Havenbreaker to her shameful actions being displayed to all. The shaken Aegon losing a few precious seconds as it was during this time that the ender of reality made a move. The color drained from the faces of the hundreds of millions that made up the legions of the protectors of reality, their eyes barely being able to follow what was happening as the truly powerful ones only saw the figure of the ender of reality warping before the champion of reality who still had an absent-minded gaze. This was a dreadful action as if Aegon fell. The implications for them and reality itself was disastrous, hidden in the folds of space far above everything. The gaze of the primordial Cecilia turned sharp as surprise was evident on her face, the scene playing out not at all being something she expected. This is not how destiny is supposed to weave. It wasn't the scene that many were expecting. Would the champion of reality truly fall the same as his shamed empress? Before the battle even fully started, such a shocking thought seemed to be playing out to become a reality as from the elephantine limb thundering forward, unique golden flames of edicts bloomed in a circular fashion as they threatened to cover and overwhelm everything. Just when the protectors of reality were despairing at this sequence of events, the dim eyes of Aegon began to regain their glow as they reflected the golden light of the flames that threatened to envelop him. Time moved in a sequence of less than milliseconds based on the actions of these beings as the brightening flames within Aegon were those of utter and boundless rage, pure rage and madness, even though his heart was shaken by the death of the one closest to him and then shaken even more from finding out about her betrayal. That he was still Aegon, he was still the champion of reality, an existence at the cosmic realm, the possessor of 9 nomological edicts, and a system of profound power. How could he be silenced so easily? Bzzzt. The boundless rage in his eyes overflowed as towards the golden flames trying to envelop him. His mouth opened as he released a primal bellow of wrath, a bellow that shot out with it a breath of white flames of edicts. The ruination sea quaked as space itself shattered. The bellow held bright white flames as they shockingly also released sparse waves of the essence of reality, threatening to contend against the golden flames of the ender of reality. As those watching with bated breaths finally released sighs of relief, this was their champion of reality. He would not be taken down by a mere ender of reality. The shaken hearts of many beings settled as even the primordial hidden in the folds of space nodded while staring at Aegon's bellowing figure. Watching calmly as his white flames shot out to contend with the golden flames of the cosmic beast, the clash was bound to be fantastical, as one would see just whose edict and willpower was stronger, the impact of it being something that would cause the battle to fully ensue between the two sides. That's how it should have happened. But unlike many beings believed, the two existences throwing out their attacks were not on the same level. One side had a lower existence as the champion of reality, while the other side had the ender of reality at the stage of a higher existence. A natural sense of suppression existed between these two stages as the daos and edicts of lower existences were heavily debuffed if not rendered ineffective. So the scene of a glorious clash that many were expecting to see between the ender of reality and the champion of reality, WAP, was entirely non-existent as the released golden flames of Hyperion barely paused when they came in contact with Aegon's white flames, steamrollering through them with immense might and fervor as in the next millisecond, they encircled the champion of reality entirely in a bubble of raging golden flames. Rumble, shock, silence, the hearts of the hundreds of millions clustered in powerful legions nearly stopped. The laid-back figure of the primordial hidden in the folds of space rose up as her eyes flashed with immeasurable lights, her veil shining with lights as she gazed questioningly towards the ender of reality. Destiny raged and weaved in a fantastical fashion, unseen by many and followed by even fewer, while quite literally every single gaze was focused on the shocking result of a clash between an ender of reality and the champion of reality. They all missed a single figure that was not even staring in the direction of this battle. A single figure that had been standing in front of a small army of 10 million, a figure that had just slapped a family head to death not too long ago. The eyes of this existence shone with immeasurable lights as while every single focus was on the terrifying scene of a champion being entirely overpowered, his body released an imperceptible light of power as he took a single step. A single step towards a direction in space no others were looking at, a single step that arrived near the hidden folds of space where a certain primordial was hiddenly watching the events below her, a single step that would change the course of events not just for a single reality, but the vast infinite realities. Chapter 1406, A Single Step That Changes Destiny. 2. A single step. This step represented a major hurdle that even the myriad of races of higher existences did not dare to take too lightly, a step that one took to not only reject the authority of the influential race across the infinite realities, but one that cared not about its consequences. A step that all other existences could not even follow or react to except the ender of reality who had secretly achieved the stage of a higher existence. Noah Osmond took such a step when his target should have been placing her full focus on the shocking situation unfolding below. It was a step that if there was a historian etching down the story of this single anomaly, they would say that it was the springboard for the tumultuous destiny that was about to rage across the infinite realities. With a gaze filled with seriousness and at speeds even the champion of reality would not be able to match, Noah took this step as his body released the maddeningly offensive essence of the quasi-insuperable nomological edict of apocalypse and the nomological edict of the sanguine emperor, his hand thrusting forward as it was filled with a desolate sensation of death and horror, filled with the type of essence that could wipe out everything across space and time, apocalypse and sanguine emperor. In conjunction, apocalypse was the offensive essence, while the essence of the sanguine emperor further increased its lethality as under the effect of Noah's strongest attacks were those layered by blood as he gained 1 billion true annihilatory soul and physical damage. Crack, at the same time, the hidden folds of space shattered as a domain of apocalypse descended, an obsidian wave bloomed from him as the light of its influence stretched out for countless light years, the boundary of this domain coming out to cover a distance far vaster than even a cosmos, as even the armies below, including the legions of the protectors and reality and the legions of primordial beasts, were inadvertently included, as the domain of apocalypse spread and began to manifest itself. Noah's hand still went forward towards its target as he was far faster than light, his strike raising everything it touched to nothingness as it was tinged black and red. The hidden folds of space were ripped apart and torn as the regality hidden within was revealed. her gaze barely looking away from the shocking scene of the ender of reality overwhelming the Aegon as the golden flames of an edict encompassed the champion of reality that she had raised. An existence adorned in a white dress was revealed, a white gold veil shimmering with the essence of edicts covering her pristine beauty as there was nobody to see her face. Against such a pristine and untainted existence, someone actually dared to make a move against her as in an unexpected show of power. An existence was undaunted when he threw out his attack. From the veil, exceeding cold and bright eyes stared into Noah's calm eyes filled with a light of cruelty. The two beings stared at each other as both sides had seen and met each other before. And neither side had ever imagined this scene that was happening now to ever be occurring. As the folds of space shattered and the figure of Cecilia was revealed, Noah's palm filled with the dreadful essence of apocalypse approached the spotless white dress adorned by the primordial. Just when his hands were about to come in contact, space came to a halt. No. This was inaccurate as it wasn't just space but reality itself came to a halt around the figure of the veiled primordial as terrifically an essence of boundless dominance bloomed around the primordial as from its waves of power. One could undoubtedly tell it wasn't from a minor or even greater nomological edict. Noah's eyes were filled with exceeding calmness as he watched his figure actually be stopped from advancement, unique flames that he cleanly identified to be none other than those of a quasi-insuperable nomological edict blooming from the primordial Cecilia. A level of an edict that wasn't shown when Noah utilized author's jurisdiction. And something that Noah realized since the formation of the nomological edict of apocalypse. The realization that higher stages of edicts could have concepts of absolute that utterly negated lower level edicts. If Noah could hide himself, so could others. The flames of the nomological edict of Kismet were not at a high enough level to bypass whatever protection the primordial had set as at this moment. Noah affirmed what he knew as he saw an ecstatic quasi-insuperable nomological edict bloom around the figure of Cecilia, yet he still retained his calmness as for him, he had already established his goal of a domain vaster than a cosmos covering the primordial before his eyes. An inescapable domain that unless he perished or an existence that could entirely nullify the nomological edict of apocalypse appeared, nobody would be leaving today. Noah still retained his calmness as even though he felt the surge of the essence of reality itself flowing within whatever flames of edict the being before him releases as they literally pushed away reality itself and in extension his attack was still not over. From above, an iridescent mass of an existence thundered down as one could see the cluster of 100 billion splendiferous universes, a genuine cosmos descending down as a true sanguine clone born from the nomological edict of the sanguine emperor appeared with haste. The flames of apocalypse also surrounding every single universe of this cosmos as they thundered down onto the pristine body of the primordial. From the left, yet another terrific aura instantly appeared as it was a vibrantly gold slime, another true sanguine clone taking the form of a universal emperor slime as tentacles extended from it madly with the aura of devouring. From the right, yet another true sanguine clone appeared as a cosmos of blood blossomed spectacularly behind him. A deadly allure and power lying behind it as the aura of higher existences leaked from each of these three beings. The untouchable primordial was besieged in all directions by horrendously powerful existences that each actually carried with them four separate domains of apocalypse. Chapter 1407, A Frog at the Bottom of a Well. His true body and his three true sanguine clones each moved as they all released the seamless use of the essence of the sanguine emperor in apocalypse, two of him taking the forms of a cosmos and the other a universal emperor slime as behind them. The manifestations of four horrific towers were coming to fruition, four domains of apocalypse. Four heralds of Ragnarok. For towers of Ragnarok, each of Noah's four bodies that could release the aura of higher existences had released their domains as they entirely surrounded the lone figure of the primordial. The blooming barrier of flames that had erupted from the primordial that stopped the first attack fluctuated at this time, their oppressive push on reality itself being affected as the power within the four bodies around her were bubbling up and rising ever higher, each of them backed by a domain of apocalypse. As the illusory form of a tower of Ragnarok manifested faster and faster behind them, the attacks squeezed towards the primordial as the barrier of the flames of edicts ruptured at this moment. Noah's eyes flashing sharply as he continued forward. The fluttering of the white dress adorned on the primordial nearly landing on his grasp, but before any of Noah's bodies could grasp onto this untouchable being, a brilliant and overpowering light erupted from her that pushed everything away, a light that seemed to expand endlessly and yet rotate around the primordial closely. A light of utter dictatorial might as it only caused the light gold veil adorning this being to flutter. With glory as this light pushed apart everything, Noah's four figures smashed the space behind them as they came to a halt, heads already raised, staring at the being clad in a resplendent white light that had erupted to push everything away as he saw. A pristinely glorious sight, a sight of an illuminating ring of white light surrounding and rotating around the body of the primordial mysteriously, a sight of an ascendancy halo that at the moment of its appearance, everything seemed to fade in color and value beside it, only the existence surrounded by the ascendancy halo was bright, everything else lost color. A frog, rumble. A sonorous voice filled with majesty and awe began to echo out as the existences below finally noticed what happened above, gazing up in utter shock. Who was that hidden in the folds of space? And why had Osmont erupted with such power and awe to attack them? Many questions buzzed in the minds of many as they could not very quickly receive answers. A frog in a well knows nothing of the endless seas or skies. And you dare to gaze up at the endlessness thinking you hold even a candle to me. Rumble. Emotion could now be heard in the voice echoing out as the veil of the primordial fluttered heavily while a luminescent halo rotated around her, this halo seemingly grinding down reality itself. Its makeup was wondrously unique as it wasn't just a simple white ring, but it seemed to be forged by complex intersecting runic lines at a level very few could comprehend, and these intersecting lines all came together to form the vibrant ascendancy halo, something made from the connection of 15 different nomological edicts. It utterly bounced off the attacks of Noah as the primordial in question gazed at Noah in a domineering fashion while she began to release the splendor of a higher existence. Only a creature that knows not the weight of his actions would have done what you just did. Dripping with power and awe, she was the only thing in the spotlight as her words continued to resound out. Little frog, do you know what you just did? Can you even comprehend it? The calm wrath in her words could be felt from afar as the hundreds of millions watching below felt their origin shudder, the mere pressure they felt screaming to them that they could be destroyed with but a thought from this being. Yet the existence who faced the boundless pressure of the primordial and the authority of a pristine ascendancy halo continued to gaze towards this untouchable figure with bright eyes as when others gazed at his back. They found it to be too vast, his demeanor to be too illustrious. Around this illustrious figure, the four domains of apocalypse fully materialized. They interlaced on top of each other as behind each of Noah's four figures, terrific towers that stretched for millions of light years were established, essence erupting from these towers as they released the ancient essence of the outer eldritch corruption. At the boundary of the four domains of apocalypse, crimson muscular walls seethed. As they were ready to release cardinal sins endlessly, the aura of apocalypse being particularly pervasive at the tips of the towers of Ragnarok as their point one could see obsidian thrones shimmering with grandeur. Since they were thrones, they naturally required one to sit on, as the dominating figure of a primordial asked Noah if he knew the weight of his actions and called him the frog in a well. Noah didn't continue his attacks as he instead sat down on the thrones at the very peak of the towers of Ragnarok, Boundless mana leaked from him as when the architect of the nomological edict of apocalypse took a seat at the highest point of the Tower of Ragnarok, they could take on the form of the race that destroyed more realities than even primordial beasts, the identity and form of a telos, bzzzt, magisterial waves of essence undulated from the materialized domains of apocalypse as an ancient air surged into Noah's four bodies. Grand changes beginning to occur as behind the prideful veil of the primordial, a frown appeared as she fully gazed at the four prisons the size of cosmos around her and the pervasive essence of a quasi-insuperable nomological edict, a frog at the bottom of a well. This was what she had called Noah, an existence that had an extremely narrow viewpoint as they thought the world around them was all there was. Even if they gazed into the skies, they could only ever observe a limited portion when truthfully, the skies were endlessly vast. The primordial Cecilia questioned Noah as she compared herself to the endless and untouchable sky, but Noah's eyes continued to remain exceedingly calm as his bodies began to change and erupt out with an ancient aura of power. For him, all he had to do was establish the domains of apocalypse. The unbreachable domains that nobody could escape from unless he perished. Thereafter, he would show this existence who was truly the frog in a well, who was the one that actually had a narrow mindset thinking they were as vast as the endless skies when in fact they were barely gazing out of their walls of pride and arrogance. The ancient aura of the race of devourers of reality exploded as with a primordial buzzing with the grandeur of an ascendancy halo, for terrific forms of Tellus bloomed on the thrones of the towers of Ragnarok. Chapter 1408, A Frog. At the bottom of a well. 2. As an existence dared to do the unspeakable within a certain reality. There were other powerful beings outside of this same reality that were waiting for an opportunity that should have been created by them, in the unique space that rarely any lower existences would come across the boundary between realities. This was the unique space where two Titanus beings were currently lying in wait as they were a tremendous distance away from the reality that was their target. Must we stay so far away, Pixis? An ancient voice echoed out as it was filled with boundless power that was filled with age and pride. Yes. Here. We can cover an extremely large ground to see where the injured primordial will leave from. The path towards one of the prime realities where she could find support from other primordials is also in this direction, as her running into us is all but guaranteed. Another archaic voice answered the first, this one stemming from a terrifying primordial beast that was actually the size of a cosmos, this being taking a form most reminiscent of a winged tiger, 10 pairs of wings unfurled gloriously on its back as they shone with auroras of blue and purple, the entire body of the winged tiger shimmering with the same color of lustrous fur as this existence shimmered in a stellar fashion, his terrifying head filled with sharp teeth that could devour entire universes. This was an ender of reality of some history and renown and existence that was known at the tyrant beast Pixis. His reply was to his helper that had joined him for the benefits of a primordial. This existence also being extremely daring, as when one looked at them they would see a vast cloud of darkness where obsidian scales could occasionally be seen slithering through, hiding within a humongous body of a unique serpent larger than most cosmos. This other being was so powerful that his bloodline released a venomous black cloud passively that could melt apart any common cosmic realm existences and even poison weak cosmic filament rank existences, as their bloodline rivaled that of primordials in some aspects, and only some aspects. 6 crimson eyes the size of universes glowed from the obsidian clouds covering the enormous serpent as the terrifying jaw could barely be seen. Its ancient voice echoing out, the blood of a primordial without any consequences. It had been a long time. The eyes of these beings shone with immense bloodlust as the waves of power they gave off were terrific, each of them vibrantly in the cosmic filament realm, as the terror they could unleash was unimaginable. Unbeknownst to them, on another side of the endlessly vast boundary between realities, there was another existence also waiting silently while staring towards the same reality. This existence was uniquely different from them, as he looked like any human, his dark hair flowing calmly while his blue eyes shone with immense power and luster. He currently floated silently in the unique space as he threw a slightly damaged golden sword up and down, his eyes not being able to hide their excitement every time he gazed towards the boundary of the reality before him, as he was seemingly only waiting for a message. The ruination sea seethed chaotically as 4 domains of apocalypse were established, howling and terrifying sounds bloomed as a pervasive essence of ancient realms leaked out within the domains. The essence of the outer eldritch corruption spreading out wildly as the towers of Ragnarok pointed their sharp thrones towards the existence bathed in a white halo of light who looked down imposingly. The essence of apocalypse was running rampant throughout as it threatened to devour everything within the domains, but even though it was focused on the primordial that seemed untouchable, it could not get near the immense and boundless authority of an ascendancy halo. This was an accumulation of 15 flames of edicts. Its concept alone was frightening, as the power one could wield with it was enough to heavily elevate their ascendancy value, yet a being still dared to bare his teeth towards such an existence, as after a swirl of apocalyptic essence, his 4 bodies finished changing forms atop the highest peaks of the towers of Ragnarok. Dictatorial bellows were released as the power undulating off of the forms of Telos were terrifying, the bestial form being utterly terrifying, as one could see an enormous chthonic starfish-like body entirely black, a pair of wings that seemed to be made of swirling black holes and quasars erupting from its back, as the wings were uniquely twice as large as the entire body. There were no limbs on the star-shaped body of the Telos, as one could horrifically see endless crimson eyes blinking with fervor all over its body, these countless eyes releasing dreadful lights that could devour everything. As above this grotesque creature, an illusory broken obsidian crown rotated silently, constantly washing down a black essence that caused the surrounding space to break down. Terrifyingly star-shaped with wings twice its size, as countless crimson eyes all over its body. This was the initial form of a young Telos, as it was unlike anything Noah had come across before, the power being released from each of his 4 bodies being archaic and wild as he roared out madly while the towers of Ragnarok around him shone. From the walls of the domains, cardinal sins the size of universes were constantly budding, as one could see greed, wrath, lust. All the sins in different variation beginning to fill the domains of apocalypse endlessly as droves of manna freely left Noah, the scene within the domains turning utterly apocalyptic as eldritch horrors also began to materialize and raise their hands towards a primordial. A primordial that still gazed at all of this coldly, as with her ascendancy halo rotating around Her voice echoed out even while genuine apocalypse was rushing towards her. This is the extent of your attack? Just the comprehension of a few quasi-insuperable nomological edicts gave you the courage to make a move against an esteemed primordial? Her words carried with them immense power and disdain as an instant later, she released a burst of light that burning the oncoming eldritch horrors and endless waves of cardinal sins, her body releasing the glorious splendor of illusory cosmos rotating madly within her. Illusory cosmos, it was a manifestation of a cosmic filament as the primordial was a full realm above Noah. How was such power to be opposed? A frog in a well cannot even conceive of the vast skies. Let me show you just how vast the skies you dared to aim your gaze to are. Rumble, the veil of the primordial waved madly as apocalyptic power began to emanate from her while she gazed at the winged starforms of Fortellus. Chapter 1409, The Descent of a Bloody Halo. Let me show you how vast the skies are, words that a lesser being was told to expand their mind on just what was out there. With her cosmic filaments circling madly, the primordial's ascendancy halo began to release a blinding light that burned the very essence of apocalypse, permeating all around. It was a complete suppression not just from the ascendancy halo, but also a suppression of realm. The power a single cosmos could release was vastly different compared to the power that multiple cosmos could release. The gulf between the cosmic and the cosmic filament realm could not be breached so easily. Yet the terrific forms of the Fortellus blinked as their bodies continued to release boundless waves of apocalypse to contend against the light that burned everything from the primordial. If nothing changed in the next few milliseconds, the domains of apocalypse might just be burnt under the terrifying authority of this primordial. But it was at this point that out of nowhere, an archaic resonant ringing could be heard. It was the ringing of a bell, since Noah's stellar actions of tearing down the folds of space and revealing the primordial in his initial attacks. The battlefield below had come to a halt as the legions of the primordial beasts didn't move, and the legions of the protectors of reality were shocked by the successive events of Havenbreaker falling and Aegon being wrapped up by golden flames of an edict. The shock of events caused many beings to not see when it occurred. But the figure of Hyperion and the ball of golden flames that he utilized to contain Aegon had disappeared at some point. Things were occurring within the time span of milliseconds as the masses of beings could barely follow, and only now did they notice Hyperion's figure once more. The Ender of Reality had his three eyes vibrantly open as he could be seen within the bounds of the domains of apocalypse, and yet the essence didn't harm him at all as within his hands one could see an ancient bell. It was the ionic bell of the unguarded that had begun to resound out, its sound waves causing the hearts of all those that heard it to shudder even though they weren't the target. The moment the bell resounded out and the chosen target heard it, its effects took place. This was the terror of quasi-primordial relics or true primordial relics. Their effects were instantaneous and horrendous, with the effect of the ionic bell of the unguarded being very limited, with its major function being to bring down the realm of an existence from the cosmic filament realm and into the cosmic realm briefly. Others didn't feel much, but the target in question felt a buzzing in her very origin as the expression of the veiled primordial turned sour for an instant, her gaze going up towards the Ender of Reality that looked at her coldly and with eyes full of bloodlust as one could see her manifested cosmic filament become wrapped in chains over and over again. Every time the illusory chains wrapped around her, the cosmos reduced until shortly only a single cosmos could be seen. A reduction of a whole realm had occurred as the absurd might being released from the primordial faltered ever so briefly, and a certain existence did not let this chance slip as from the countless eyes on the four bodies of Tellus, obsidian rays of light filled with the essence of apocalypse thundered out as each of them carried the capability to erase space and time itself. The capabilities of apocalyptic erasure were carried with millions of rays of light that thundered down from all directions, Noah using the unique chance when the primordial experienced a terrifying reduction of a realm to blast her in a terrifying manner. Boom! The void of space seethed and trembled. The ruination sea itself had long since escaped and parted ways fearfully around the domains of apocalypse, this supreme cosmic essence staying away from the shocking events currently taking place. The countless rays of apocalypse did not just shoot and stop, but they continued to release from Noah's countless eyes across four bodies that each took the form of Tellus, the droves of mana he was burning every millisecond being something that even average cosmic realm existences could not handle. The barrage of obsidian lights continued to thunder down as they threatened to devour the illuminant light of the ascendancy halo and the being it protected. The scene shocking every being below as just a single ray of this light could extinguish their origins and souls multiple times over. How about the being that faced countless of these rays? BZZZT, as if to answer their questions, the blinding white light that seemed to be soon dying down pulsed in succession 3 times as on the 4th time. WAA. The ascendancy halo brightened and expanded to instantaneously cover every portion of the domains of apocalypse, rumble. The scene was cataclysmic and breathtaking as the halo of white light dripped with immense power, expanding so fast as they burned everything until the sides of the halo reached and smashed onto the four telos. Boom! The sound of muscle and bone rupturing echoed out as the scene became clear only for the three beings involved within the domains of apocalypse. Hyperion gazing down calmly as he saw the four bodies of Noah each suffering scorched gashes from one side to another as obsidian gold blood flowed freely, yet even though it looked like a fearsome injury, the countless ruptured eyes of Tellus bubbled as with the immense regeneration of the Sanguine Emperor and amelioration, they all recovered. From the heavy strike in less than a millisecond, as if they were never injured, they stared calmly towards the primordial that had retracted her halo, her entire figure and stature changing as one could see. Her veil was torn, white gold layers of clothes fluttered and fell from her as a stupendously beautiful face filled with coldness and vicissitude was revealed, hair as gold as her eyes flashing gloriously as she gazed at Noah and Hyperion with the intent to utterly destroy. My eyes have been greatly opened, O primordial, as his millions of eyes gazed at the torn veil and the exceedingly beautiful figure being revealed within. Noah's voice echoed out across the stabilizing domains of apocalypse, his countless eyes blinked with fervor as within their calmness, one could see a sense of palpable excitement within them. At the center of the domains of apocalypse, one could now see a thrumming ascendancy halo rotating around the peerless figure of a woman bathed in gold. Her eyes gazing at everything below her with a light of pride and arrogance as at this moment an existence that had barely lived a few decades managed to tear apart her veil. Chapter 14:10, The Descent of a Bloody Halo. 2. The Champion of Reality. At the highest point of his glory at the junction where he should have stood in front of the masses and showed them a stellar battle against the ender of reality, he was actually overpowered in a single move instead, his empress killed, and then he found out of her infidelity, and then the flames of his nomological edict were entirely denied as a higher existence made a move that enveloped him in golden flames, making him disappear soon after. As a terrific battle was now blooming between other shocking identities, just where was the champion of reality? In the cosmic Holy Land where time moved at a ratio of 5,000 to 1, near the golden throne at the peak of the endlessly rising steps of this unique location, one could see the radiant burning golden flames shrouding a figure whose expression was maddened with disbelief and wrath. The flames of a golden edict were shackled around his body like chains, going even further to shackle. Even his origin as the radiant champion of reality was actually incapacitated, the glorious champion of reality, locked down by others to the point where he could not move. His eyes glared murderously towards the figure of a silver white-haired robust human form of Hyperion as beside this ender of reality. Aegon could see the form Osmont, he was able to let these words out as he stared around with utter rage, focusing on Noah for what he did to Havenbreaker as Noah merely clicked his head with a smile when gazing at him. The essence of a quasi-insuperable nomological edict erupting from him. It was not Apocalypse or Sanguine Emperor, but it was actually the essence of the Dictum Emperor that rose out on waves of flames and also went towards wrapping around the origin of this being. As he did this, Hyperion neared Aegon as he looked deep into this being's eyes while his ancient voice began to echo out, "You know, me and you were destined to have a grand final showdown to decide the fate of this reality. A battle that would have lasted for days as blood ran rampant across the ruination seas before finally, one of us won. But there are those that can greatly affect the weaving of destiny." As he spoke, Hyperion gave a sideways glance towards Noah, who had actually closed his eyes while his quasi-insuperable nomological edict delved into the origin of the champion of reality, his eyes closed as if he was sensing something. In the new weaving of destiny, you could not withstand the suppression of a higher existence as you were actually bound after a single exchange, and here you are now to be dissected and explored. Your closest secrets falling into the hands of others. GAAH. A painful cry rang from Aegon as he felt the pervasive flames of an edict that utterly stopped everything reach deep into his origin and soul, shattering the barriers of protection as they accessed the deepest parts that held nothing other than his primordial epitaph, found it. To the side, the sanguine clone of Noah brightened up as he spoke with shining eyes. Seeing this, Aegon grit his teeth as the majesty of Emperor retained on his face, his runic dowlines trying to wriggle unsuccessfully on his skin as he spoke out, "My system? You wish to take my system for yourselves? Foolish beyond measure, THRUM, you do not even know what areas you are dabbling in as you are desecrating the authority of a primordial. You all will undoubtedly be perishing before you even know what is happening." With a strong voice filled with power, Aegon spoke out with utmost belief in the mere idea of the primordial he spoke of. "Be at ease, little champion. We are merely here to gain an even closer understanding of the primordial epitaph before forging something of our own that is nowhere near as defective as your system. You will perish into oblivion thereafter. Rumble, the ancient voice carried extreme terror as it buzzed in Aegon's mind, this champion gazing towards Hyperion and Noah with a derisive look as if they were fools, his authoritative voice ringing out once more, truly frogs in a well that you cannot even comprehend the weight of your actions. No matter how much you study an epitaph or learn about systems, you will never be able to forge one. With the demeanor of an emperor even while bound, Aegon gazed down towards Hyperion and Noah, becoming exceedingly disappointed that he was actually bound by such beings. When the primordial appeared before me for the first time, she etched the system into my soul with a boundless ring of holy light. With an ascendancy halo. Do you fools even know what that is? Noah's hands had begun to shine with a golden luster as they reached into Aegon's origin, his eyes finally locking onto the champion that continued to gaze at them with confidence and pride as he spoke towards this being with a light smile. It's just an ascendancy halo. It wasn't that hard to forge. Rumble, the arrogant eyes of the champion of reality faltered at such words and what they implied as Noah's hand reached into his origin and soul, his hands going towards the primordial epitaph that granted the invincible system. The goal had never changed. Ultimately, it was to gain access to the primordial epitaph the champion of reality held as finally. The memories and means of the primordial that forged the system, but Noah's words were extremely daring and wild as while he worked on. The bound champion of reality in the cosmic Holy Land, his main body the true sanguine clone stared at the very ascendancy halo mentioned by Aegon, an ascendancy halo burning with a bright while light as currently. It surrounded an enraged primordial that was gazing towards him and Hyperion with eyes that seemed to already see them as dead. Bzzzt, her body burned with tremendous power even as the ionic bell of the unguarded continued to ring in low hums to restrict her realm to cosmic. Cecilia overseeing everything as her voice echoed out, who put you insects up to this? With her golden hair and eyes flowing freely, she gazed towards them as if they were lesser than nothing as she asked. Chapter 14:11, The Descent of a Bloody Halo. 3. Who put them up to it? A grand question that looked down on anything Noah and Hyperion had achieved as if it wasn't their own. For you to have achieved the stage of a higher existence and even be capable of forging quasi-insuperable nomological edict. Yet you go ahead and ruin your destiny by raising your hand against someone you shouldn't. Bzzzt. The brilliant white ascendancy halo swirled around her faster and faster as she spoke, her golden eyes releasing arcs of profound light as she took her gaze from Noah and onto Hyperion, who was holding the ionic bell of the unguarded that restricted her realm. For you to scheme with a primordial beast who only seeks to destroy reality, you further destroy your destiny as with the infinite realities as my witness. I vow to eradicate this depraved communion by extinguishing you all entirely. Rumble, a vow. A primordial had taken a vow upon the infinite realities as the moment she did so, the surrounding reality shuddered chaotically as something imperceptible to many beings surged around Cecilia. Once a vow was taken under the infinite realities, it had to be fulfilled. It was the utmost form of conviction and dedication one could have, as they could not turn back until it was accomplished, their minds only being capable of focusing on their singular conviction. Noah and Hyperion's faces retained their calmness even amidst all of this. The four tell us staring with their countless eyes towards the daunting primordial whose aura was rising ever higher every time her ascendancy halo rotated around her. Her eyes released a chilling light as after making this vow while gazing at Noah and Hyperion, she then gazed at the 10 million army that Noah brought with him along with the legions of primordial beasts that all floated silently in the ruination sea while gazing up towards them. The primordial beasts were under Hyperion as he gave them the command to not attack any beings on this day. Noah's forces were given their own commands under Noah, as to them this was a unique war that wasn't about defending or destroying reality. The legions of the protectors of the bastion of reality were the only ones flustered and unsure of what would happen, but Cecilia's gaze only saw how they were all situated in harmony with the primordial beasts as the wrath within her rose ever further, her voice continuing to echo out. For associating with primordial beasts that seek to destroy realities itself. The lower existences of this reality have sinned as they shall all face damnation along with you. If Aegon were here now, he would recall Cecilia's words to him how recently there had been many movements across different realities where primordial beasts were allying or working with other races within their own realities as champions were unexpectedly falling at higher rates. He might be the only one who could fully understand her rage as she saw the calm scene of legions of primordial beasts and other races all gazing up as she was attacked. Her cold words reverberated all around as wondrously, the ascendancy halo around her spun around at an increased rate, a milky while aura beginning to surge around her as she continued to speak out while gazing around her, tainted by the collusion of primordial beasts and other races. This entire emerging reality shall be purged to stop any such future possibilities from arising. Filled with utmost power and awe, her gaze returned to Noah as she spoke coldly. These are the results of your actions, the extermination of this reality to cut off everything at its root. This is the result of colluding with primordial beasts and daring to breach the authority of a primordial rumble. The extermination of reality. The moment she uttered these words, the ruination seas seethed angrily as their waves became chaotic, not just in this area, but the vast ruination sea across reality until it reached the ends where pandemonium surged. Even the white primordial sea that Hyperion stemmed from, they also seethed with immense anger at this moment. The anger was from a broken promise, from the ascendancy halo of Cecilia. A golden light shot out that was distinctly different from everything else, this light releasing a wave of authority that spread out across countless light years as it seemingly melded and fused back into the vast ruination seas. Cecilia looked at such a scene as she snorted. So what if you take back the authority? You think the regeneration of my essence of reality will be heavily affected by a single emerging reality? Dominatingly, Cecilia spoke out as Noah and Hyperion watched this scene with shining eyes. The authority that the primordial was able to obtain from reality itself as she had the passive generation of the essence of reality was now broken after this being went back on her one promise, now proclaiming that she would exterminate and purge this entire reality itself. This created a unique situation. It created a reality that was not under the jurisdiction of the ascendancy halo of any being, but it also created a reality that, under the words of the primordial, was about to face an apocalypse. Good rumble, Noah's vibrant voice echoed out at this time as he could now finally make a move. The pieces had fallen into place, the weaving of destiny had reached a crescendo. BZZT, under the awe-inducing aura of the primordial, Hyperion flashed as his figure came to appear beside Noah's true body. The expression in Noah in Tellus form was extremely terrifying as his countless eyes on the Thonian star-like body seemed to be smiling. Meanwhile, the expression on Hyperion seemed to be complex as within his eyes, one could see a trace of unwillingness as this ancient being sighed. Time seemed to come to a standstill as after proclaiming the exterminating of this reality, Cecilia actually felt a unique feeling of a buzzing threat that had not appeared any time before all of this. This feeling was an intuition of a primordial as she focused her gaze on the two beings still gazing up at her fearlessly. Why would insects such as these cause her to have any such feeling? Her pride and honor as a primordial unfurled wildly at this moment, the ascendancy halo spinning around her primed and ready for a tremendous attack as her voice echoed out once more, the purging shall start with the main perpetrators, rumble. With such words, her hands waved down as the clear white ascendancy halo began to descend down. It shattered space and reality itself as it threatened to devour everything. Its targets gazing up towards it with bright eyes as Hyperion was the one to speak lightly, a sense of dejection in his voice. Just do it, THRUM. The moment his words finished, the surroundings that had been bathed with the white light of the ascendancy halo above began to be tinged red, bloody and crimson red as around Noah and Hyperion's bodies, the outline of an archaic and ancient ring began to form. Chapter 14:12, The Descent of a Bloody Halo. 4. A promise was broken and rescinded. Under it, a unique possibility arose as Noah's destiny surged steadily, Hyperion standing right next to the terrifying Tellus form of his main body as when he gazed at the boundlessly powerful white halo descending down. Noah calmly called upon the most recent authority he had gained access to, BZZZT, with Hyperion by his side. They stared down a blazing white halo smashing towards them while around them a crimson ring of light pulsing with unique power began to form, a crimson ring of light that seemed to be dripping with its blood as its outline was eerily similar to an ascendancy halo. A unique authority only forged by the connection of 15 flames of nomological edicts. It was something out of mere fantasy with many conditions required to be met, which begged one to question exactly how a halo was currently rising around Noah and Hyperion and why it was so starkly different from Cecilia's halo that was the color white. How exactly did they manage to form an ascendancy halo across two different beings? How did they consolidate Hyperion's edicts and Noah's edicts into a singular thing for them to utilize? The answer was simple as if there were two beings. They just had to become a single one, WAA. Two beings just had to fuse together and bring their flames of edicts as the answer to this. Actually came in the form of a lesser Tao, the lesser Tao of summoning. Within this unique Tao, there was a feature that allowed one to merge with the existences considered their summons under this edict. As this was the solution that Noah had proposed. A solution that nearly caused a rift to form between the two beings at first. Hyperion had his own unrelenting will and pride that when it came to be bound by another being, it wasn't even a possibility under his eyes. He was unruly and unwilling to be put down on the feet of another, as Noah could only think of another solution, and he went ahead and simply devised and forged a new cosmic Tao that took the concepts of the lesser Tao of summoning and cosmic Tao of fusion to produce something that allowed two existences to form a temporary fusion of origin and soul, one side not being more in control than the other. Even with this solution that Hyperion accepted, he was still unhappy with it, as this was why his expression was cloudy as he stood beside Noah. A resonance of origin and soul, a fusion of two separate existences into one. This dot was made possible by the newly forged cosmic Tao of unification. There were many perks within this Tao, just like many others, but the biggest one under use at this moment in time was a singular skill contained within after one achieved complete assimilation in this Tao, unity, rumble. Noah called out lightly as while the bloody ring of light around them was only hazy, it began to materialize more and more into fruition, as in the next instant his body and Hyperion shimmering with light as they mixed and fused into each other. Unity, an ability that utilizes the essence of the cosmic Tao of unification to allow for two or more beings to merge two bodies into a single paramount being. The effects of increase of power through the fusion are dependent on those merging together, with there being possibilities of the strength of the product ranging from 10 to 100 times more powerful. Unity allows for the fusion of origin and soul momentarily, and it is recommended to only utilize it with those who have earned your trust, as it is common for memories of the merging beings to overlap, an utterly unique ability that took the concepts of merging from the lesser Tao of summoning, with the augmentation of strength for the fused being ranging depending on many factors, but for Noah, it was the factor that the ability allowed for the unity of origin and soul temporarily, as this met the conditions to call forth an ascendancy halo from the edicts of two different beings. BZZZT, the void shook from the descent of a pristine white halo, but the hazy bloody halo that formed around the figures of Noah and Hyperion solidified rapidly, brightening up at a fantastical rate as in no time, ring. It buzzed with utmost power and awe as one could see a shimmering coagulation of ancient weaving of runic lines that connected together to form a glorious crimson ascendancy halo. A halo that seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of blood as it roared out with pride and power, rushing up to meet the descending white halo as it seemed like two discs capable of destroying reality itself went to clash with each other. Boom! The void that even the ruination sea ran away from was raised and shattered as wondrously, tears and breakage occurred in reality itself. Two blazing rings of light smashed into each other as one carried the stench of blood and power, while the other carried prideful arrogance that roared against destiny itself. If a powerful enough being were to watch the impact, they would notice that after the appearance of the crimson ascendancy halo, the color red began to occupy more than half of the surrounding space as the white ascendancy halo actually lost out in this exchange. BZZT, the two ascendancy halos pulled apart from each other as the white halo returned to spin around Cecilia, the eyes of this primordial currently releasing rays of sharpness as within them. One could actually see surprise and shock, and how could she not be shocked to see the glimmering crimson halo before her? What is? Her sharp eye focused intently as she uttered out with utmost confusion, this confusion stemming from the fact that the mere appearance of a red ascendancy halo was something that entirely defied all her knowledge. This was because she had never before seen or heard about a red ascendancy halo. Among their tiers commonly known by higher existences, red was not one of them. So what exactly was this? Chapter 14:13, I will shoulder the burden. BZZT, Cecilia's confusion was never cleared as just like how her white halo returned to spin around her. The crimson halo also returned to its holder as the merged form of Hyperion and Noah could now be seen, with the grandeur of the crimson ascendancy halo spinning around him. His entire body was lit up gloriously as one could see a majestic figure, with a body light years in size as he was larger than multiple universes. One could see a titanic humanoid figure that was entirely too radiant with waves of different colored flames circling all over his body. Two golden horns reminiscent of the tusks of an elephant rose from his head as they put the deadly horns of dragons to shame, his hair waving wildly as one could see it perfectly split in half, with white side being pristinely white and the other glimmering entirely black with a stellar light. On his back, two wings could be seen as they released terrific light and power, these wings being a coalescence of flames of edicts as they were the source of the roiling tendrils of flames that constantly snaked across the body. The upper body was laid bare as ancient runic tattoos covered it all around, and one could see the white skin painted with the light of billions of universes. The lower body was adorned with obsidian pants that were entirely covered by burning golden flames, the very surroundings of this body shaking fearfully as the aura released was supremely terrifying. on his head where the two golden horns sprouted, 6 eyes could be seen as they all represented eyes of power, the iris within each of the eyes shining with their own unique light that threatened to burn anything they gazed at. With such a form bubbling with power and a crimson ascendancy halo surrounding him, the figure raised his head and bellowed out grandly, the waves of power causing the eyes of Cecilia to turn even sharper. Oh! The surrounding quaked chaotically as an emperor announced his arrival. With a devilish smile appearing and his 6 eyes blinking with power, he proclaimed his title to the whole reality as his voice echoed out for countless light years. I.M. Nyan, Rumble, Nyan, 1. Could look at it as the combination between Noah and Hyperion, or they could look at the word itself as Nyan also had the meaning of lofty, with a blazing spirit and baleful cylindrical flames of edicts snaking across his body. This being bellowed out as Cecilia's gaze towards him was now dark. What is this? Her vibrant demeanor was as powerful as always, even now with her realm suppressed, gazing questioningly towards Nyan even though her verdict of him and everything else within this reality was unchanged. The newly unified being that proclaimed him as Nyan ignored Cecilia as he gazed at the crimson ascendancy halo swirling around him slowly, his origin feeling a unique and wondrous sensation with this halo as he raised his hands and willed, causing it to spin around him faster and faster as a bloody glow surrounded his titanic figure. Those gazing up were in utter awe as Kazuhiko, Barbados, Halcyon, the Emperor Penguin. Many of those around him had their eyes shining with lights of pride and longing when they saw how far Noah had reached. The glow around him intensified as after a certain period of time, his boisterous laughter could be heard across the vast seas of ruination as the swirling ascendancy halo came to a complete halt a moment later. It was then that Nyan spoke out with a voice filled with ancientness and power. The primordial has neglected her duty and promise as she wishes to bring apocalypse to this reality. The duty of protection that she has neglected, I will shoulder it. The overseeing of a reality, this was a tremendous duty that one could undertake with emerging realities. And the prerequisite was for the one to undertake the duty to have an ascendancy halo to be capable of obtaining the authority. Even then, it was extremely hard to gain the recognition of a reality that wanted to passively protect itself, where primordials were among the many higher existences who had high chances of being granted the unique authority that would go on to grant them passive generation of the essence of reality, with primordials using unique means of champions and systems to systematically protect multiple realities. The authority came with unique perks but also restrictions, the main one being how much influence one could have over the masses of existences within the very reality. For the will of a reality to recognize others, it was extremely hard if they didn't have the uniqueness of primordials. But at this moment, Nyan spoke out grandly. He said he would shoulder the responsibility of protecting this reality from annihilation. As the moment his words finished, a piercing cry rang out, a cry of defiance and power as moments later, immense shining lights of authority moved across the vast primordial and ruination seas. Golden waves of light that just left the white primordial halo of Cecilia not too long ago, now moving and surging towards the crimson halo swirling around Nyan, as the blood ascendancy halo swirled around his devilish figure wreathed in coiling flames of edicts. Golden lights of immense authority surged towards him as Nyan looked like an ancient existence from forgotten realities that all others would follow with reverence. The crimson ascendancy halo became bathed in gold as before Nyan's eyes. Multiple prompt messages rose up in a fantastical fashion, rumble, stellar and exquisite messages filled with wonder. The ascendancy halo was a stellar and dictatorial achievement. The capability to allow one to obtain a unique authority to obtain passive generation of the essence of reality was just one of the perks. Just what other domineering uses did it have? For the combination of the two names, it was a battle between Nyan, Norian, or Norion, but Nyan won at the end. Chapter 14:14, Indomitable. The prompts before Nyan's eyes ended with the last line of gold words as his body continued to release a glorious splendor. Reality Overseer, something that only primordials and other higher existences held, and yet now Noah was also among those who had achieved this stage, and all of it was made possible through the ascendancy halo. There were many questions to unfold when it came to the unique ascendancy halo conjured around the combination of Noah and Hyperion, or as he called himself, Nyan. The most crucial thing was that at this moment, as he received a unique authority from reality itself, who did this authority truly belong to? Even before coming to the conclusion of this, one must look at the tremendous significance at the mere fact that the authority to ensure the protection of reality was being granted to an existence that was actually an ender of reality, a primordial beast born to cause the destruction of reality itself. How ironic! How wild! Among the infinite realities, who could say they came across an emerging reality that granted the authority to guarantee its protection to an existence born to end it. It was an extremely unique scenario as it was crucial to understanding the division of the authority of the overseer of reality when it came to Noah and Hyperion. A very simple question to determine this is to ask oneself, who was the architect of the cosmic Tao that made the act of unity possible? Who contributed the most to the glimmering ascendancy halo that now contained this authority? Was it a matter of quality or quantity? The answer to all of these questions lean towards Noah, as much of the authority of the reality overseer was clustered around his soul and origin. It was clustered much more densely and heavily around the portion of the ascendancy halo made from his nomological edicts and much less on Hyperion's. This was because even though Hyperion contributed 9 edicts, they were all minor and greater edicts, while Noah contributed 4 quasi-insuperable and 2 greater nomological edicts. The strength and quality of the ascendancy halo was dictated by him to a large degree, as much of its power and authority was clustered around him. When they first forged the ascendancy halo, there was a unique phenomenon where after their separation, each of them could still call upon an illusory form of a half halo that actually seemed to be broken, its power and authority being much lower until they fused again to complete it. With the inclusion of the authority as the reality overseer, Noah had to now see what would occur if they separated again. These questions and more made Noah look forward to competing 9 other remaining edicts by himself and utilize them to forge his very own genuine ascendancy halo. But for now, the current halo would be more than sufficient to achieve its intended purpose. Barely 1/100th of a millisecond passed as he thought of this, his gaze going towards the changes within his origin after gaining the title of reality overseer. And he began by looking at this title itself. Emerging realities are prone to destruction, as in order to survive, the passive wills of these realities exchange an authority unique to them towards an overseer. The smoothest and easiest method to be capable of accepting this authority is through an ascendancy halo. During the tenure as an overseer, one gains the passive generation of 1 unit of the essence of reality daily. The job of an overseer restricts the influence one can exert over the inhabitants within the reality, with very limited exceptions, through the method in which the overseer chooses to overcome the threat of primordial beasts. Against external threats, the overseer can move freely. The title of reality overseer is evolvable, as the amount of essence of reality generated daily can change depending on how many additional realities grant this same title. A title capable of evolving the more realities that one gained the recognition of and was granted the same authority. Currently, Nyan would be receiving a single unit of essence of reality, as he had to measure exactly how much this was when compared to the reserves of this unique resource that he currently had. Within his origin, there was a specific area at the very center that acted like a pocket space for the reserves of the essence of reality. It was unlike any other resource, as it could only be contained in this limited space. With its generation being unique, as it wasn't affected by any resource generation statuses that are being held, what was most crucial though, was this limited space where this essence could be held. Most average higher existences were limited by the amount of essence of reality they held with the size of this space, with it being expanded in unique means or by elevating oneself to higher realms. The more powerful one was, the larger their capacity to hold more essence of reality. The more power and might they could display. Nyan didn't know exactly how the size of his space compared to others, but he could already see trickles of the essence of reality slowly swirling to form after he gained the authority as the overseer of reality. He had actually elevated himself and finally arrived at the point in time where he could generate essence of reality, and he actually came to a point where he was staring impassively towards a primordial who at this moment turned much more careful as her valiant voice echoed out, "What abomination have you conjured up? Such a false ascendancy halo is non-existent across the infinite realities." Her sharp eyes swirled with immense light as an eye of power bloomed within them, gazing at Nyan's figure up and down with no answers as this titanic existence, whose body continued to be surrounded by snaking flames of edicts, laughed boisterously while motioning with his fingers to cause the crimson ascendancy halo to spin faster and faster. A false ascendancy halo? You dare to gaze at something you cannot even achieve as false? A rumble. His body trembled with ecstatic power as the spinning halo bathed him with utter majesty and power, its edge sharp enough as they could slice apart reality itself. Let me show you whether this halo is true or false. For the first time since Unity, Nyan's body exploded out with fervor and power as with an ascendancy halo in tow. He instantly disappeared and rematerialized before the eyes of the primordial at speeds that fractured reality itself. Chapter 14-15, Indomitable. 2. The antiquities could not follow the speed. Downlords could not follow the speed of the battle. even the family heads who had comprehended edicts. None of them could actually follow when Noah made a move within the domains of apocalypse as he instantly materialized before Cecilia's eyes. Boo! In a show of utter calmness and power, Nyan had a devilish smile as he spoke out the moment he appeared, the primordial's eyes squinting while her ascendancy halo instantly brightened up with immense power. Not a single move was made as the crimson halo merely spun and smashed into the white ascendancy halo. Yet, reality itself was torn as the impact was akin to a spark of billions of nuclear bombs that smashed the figure of the primordial from where she stood. Like a star made of pristine white light, Cecilia's figure was smashed back at such speed and fervor that horrifically her body smashed onto the walls of cardinal sins of one of the domains of apocalypse as she felt a sense of boundless and unshaking pressure envelope her. Her hazy eyes brightened up as she gazed at the point she just received the impact that was countless light years away, but she didn't find the primal and archaic-looking figure of the existences wreathed in snaking flames of edicts there as she very quickly sensed something to her side. "I am right here, O primordial," rumble, shockingly. The crimson ascendancy halo materialized along with the figure of Nyan once more at a speed that even this debuffed primordial that had her realm brought down a level could not catch up to. The crimson halo weaving in a majestic manner as it smashed onto her like a cosmic hammer. Boom! Barely capable of reacting, Cecilia could only bring her own halo to rise up and meet the terrifying ascendancy halo that she had called false. As an instant later, her figure was smashed back again as she smashed across one end of the meaty wall where cardinal sins were budding off of to another end. One must know, each of the domains of apocalypse were vaster than a cosmos. In one attack, she was thrown countless light years from the ends of one cosmos to another as her figure was only stopped when she smashed onto another section of the terrific walls of the domain. Tentacles of cardinal sins erupted around the wall of cardinal sins around her as they passively tried to drown her. But her ascendancy halo brightened up to burn them all as after getting smashed twice, Cecilia's eyes flashed with immense anger as a blinding light echoed from her. Her figure became utterly bathed in white as nothing could get near her, her ascendancy halo spinning so much around her that even her figure could not be seen. Yet even against this blinding light that burned everything, her senses rang out madly as she was barely able to turn around to find the figure of Nyan calmly withstanding the burning light from the pulsing on the crimson halo around him. His devilish smile etched onto her wrathful eyes as he spoke out calmly once more, the golden horns that looked like tusks above his head shining with a murderous light at the same time. "Tell me more about how my halo was false, O primordial." An unshakable impact as for the third time, the primordial was knocked away. Domination, absolute domination. Nyan was absolutely indomitable as after the fusion of Noah and Hyperion, the power displayed was utterly mind-numbing, the combination of two cosmic realm existences who were at the peak of power within their own reality. Apart from this, there was the advent of the ascendancy halo that when he utilized with this new body, he achieved power and speed that even the primordial could barely follow. It showed the difference in the quality of the ascendancy halos. It showed what a glorious future was coming as the forging of this halo would have consequences echoing out across realities. Unranked, temporary, the culmination of 15 flames of an edict forged into a tool of immense power. The tiers of ascendancy halos are set as this particular one is currently unranked due to the process of its formation. Due to the process of the bloodlines of the edicts being fused to achieve the ascendancy halo, a new possibility has been unlocked as the limit of 15 edicts to forge a single halo is broken. Up to 15 additional bloodlines of edicts can now be fused into this ascendancy halo as the power it can attain is unimaginable and unsurpassed when compared to other halos. A natural and unbreakable suppression exists when this ascendancy halo comes across others that are not on par with it, with the ranking of this halo only being accurately determined when its architect comes across an existence with a halo of similar power. With an ascendancy halo, one is capable of accepting the recognition of a reality and obtaining the title of reality overseer. The halo itself is extremely unique as with the harmonious connection of 15 nomological edicts, it constantly stimulates the refinement of the true blood within one's body as the number of passively formed splendiferous universes increases over time. In addition to the passive generation of 100 million splendiferous universes daily, this unranked ascendancy halo now grants the passive generation of 1 billion splendiferous universes daily, with this number increasing over time as one's true blood is refined even more. Those still in the cosmic realm with a unique halo like this established will be capable of refining their cosmic origin faster as within a short period of time, they can naturally step into the cosmic filament realm. Apart from its many auxiliary uses, the ascendancy halo is the strongest attacking tool as the flames of edicts that make it have their effects elevated to the extremes. If high-quality edicts are contained within the halo, one can even become capable of withstanding high-tier edicts past the level of greater or quasi-insuperable with the protection of the ascendancy halo. There are currently many unquantifiable boosts and perks of this ascendancy halo, with the only quantifiable perk so far being the increase of 100,000,000,000% to all parameters. Other perks and boosts are currently in the process of being analyzed. Ultimately, one can fuse with their ascendancy halo to take on their true form, where even the destruction of realities is a possibility with the power one obtains through this. A boundlessly powerful tool was obtained, as among the many details it held, there were still more that were still being analyzed and waiting to be discovered. Chapter 14:16 The Unruly Celestial Vine Blooms. The ascendancy halo of catastrophe. This was the wondrous bloody halo that currently rotated around Nyan, with its full uses still unknown as it was being analyzed even now, but at its base was a ridiculous 100 billion% increase in all parameters. This explained the shocking speed and power that even the primordial Cecilia was having a hard time keeping up with in her restricted state. But something even more unique was the fact that this ascendancy halo did not end at just 15 flames of edicts. And one must be extremely clear about the reason for this. It was solely due to the quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the Sanguine Emperor. It was the fact that this high-tier edict, focusing on the concept of blood, allowed for Noah to fuse the bloodlines of edicts and grant him this unique type of halo that could actually break through the restrictions of 15 edicts to forge a halo, as Noah could continue to add 15 more. How could others compare? How could higher existences match him when he began to delve across the vast infinite realities? Any higher existence he met across the vast realities would even naturally be suppressed by his ascendancy halo of catastrophe, unless they had a tier of a halo that matched his, and this would be when Noah would finally learn about the actual rank of his ascendancy halo, of course. You then had the ridiculous passive generation of 1 billion splendiferous universes every single day brought about by this halo. The reality that in a short period of time, one would have their cosmos naturally refined as they would step into the cosmic filament realm. What exactly is a short period of time, though? Such a thought crossed Noah's mind as he yearned for even more power. The ascendancy halo came with many things, as Noah and Hyperion had yet to fully understand it even now, but it was enough to combat a primordial at this moment, as Cecilia's brilliant figure smashed from one end of the domain of apocalypse to another, Noah's other bodies moving like mere glimmer of lights along with the fused body of Nyan to try and break apart the defenses of this primordial. But this is currently an impossibility. Even as Noah enjoyed the feeling of battle and the upper hand, he knew that it was not enough to break past the protection of Cecilia's ascendancy halo in this short period of time, and that the power of this primordial was far from being displayed to the fullest. Days ago, he had utilized author's jurisdiction and gotten false information on this being, as just like him she was also capable of hiding who she was along with her abilities, as she gave others a false sense of security. The status sheet he pulled from her barely had the required number of completed edicts for an ascendancy halo, and there were many falsehoods written within that Noah had not been able to bypass because this being had passively protected herself with a quasi-insuperable nomological edict, the greater nomological edict of Kismet, trying to break past the barriers of a quasi-insuperable nomological edict. How could it do such a thing? But as Noah smashed into Cecilia the past few times with the oppressive outburst of his ascendancy halo, he was able to utilize an edict of the same level to finally pierce apart the falsehoods and arrive at true results. Author's viewpoint, as the figure of Cecilia smashed into a wall of cardinal sin. The nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor shone with splendor as its flames that were fused into the ascendancy halo of catastrophe shone, after coming in contact with this being closely multiple times. The essence of the Dictum Emperor, along with the essence of reality churned from Nyan's origin, as all of space and time came to a halt briefly, for barely a fraction of a millisecond. Noah saw the space around him come to a complete halt as everything turned gray, his eyes catching the appearance of white pages unfurling above Cecilia, as an instant later, they became filled with golden words, BZZT. Time then resumed once more as if nothing happened, but the golden pages never disappeared as they came to rest before Noah's eyes. Within the pages were details of the terrifying existence that was Cecilia, as no falsehoods were retained this time around, the essence of the Dictum Emperor being capable of piercing through the veils of deception. With it, Noah utilized author's viewpoint as he truly viewed Cecilia as if she was a mere character in an epic, a higher existence that has stepped on the path of consolidating her flames of edicts and has already obtained the lowest tier ascendancy halo. Female, cosmic filament rank, currently restricted to cosmic, 287 million years old. Cecilia is an above-average higher existence tasked with overseeing a few emerging realities. Her uniqueness comes from her unique ultra-rare bloodline of a celestial vine, a unique plant-type existence that is birthed from seeds of cosmos within prime realities. She has forged the invincible system within her origin and soul as when faced with great enemies and pressure. She blooms to even more powerful stages. She possesses immense vitality and understanding as with a white tier ascendancy halo forged, her second forging of an ascendancy halo is not too far off. Cecilia uniquely holds the bloodlines of Celestial Vine, Golden Emperor, Unbridled Emperor, Savannah, Vestige, Primordial, Rosary, Deceiver, Refulgence, Samsara, Erosion, Insurgent, Songbird, Phlogiston, Avant-Garde, Velocity, Sagacious, Manipulator, Charlatan, Gazer, Protuberant. She burns with the ambition to rise through the ranks of power as becoming an Elder Primordial is something she only sees as a stepping stone, skills, laws, authorities, Taos, nomological edicts. Quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the Golden Emperor 100%. Quasi-insuperable nomological edict of Savannah 100%, quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the Golden Emperor 100%, quasi-insuperable nomological edict of Vestige 100%, greater nomological edict of the Primordial 100%, greater nomological edict of Rosary 100%, greater nomological edict of Deceiver 100%, greater nomological edict of Refulgence 100%, greater nomological edict of Samsara 100%, minor nomological edict of Erosion 100%, minor nomological edict of Insurgent -100%, minor nomological edict of Songbird -100%, minor nomological edict of Phlogiston 100%, minor nomological edict of Avant-Garde -100%, current point in time, past points in time, the true status sheet of the primordial that was Cecilia was revealed. She was not 121 million years old. Nor was she of the human race. Nor did she only have just greater and minor edicts. But worst of all, she was close to a second ascendancy halo, chapter 14:17, the unruly celestial vine blooms. 2. Cecilia was hidden too deeply as she had quasi-insuperable nomological edicts hiding the core of her strength, with others like Noah only utilizing a greater nomological edict to garner information, only putting themselves at risk as if they attacked with such information. They would come to find themselves perishing without even understanding why, an existence from the celestial vine race. Owning the same system she designed for her champions. The number of edict he held were over 30 as shockingly. There was a possibility for her to form a second ascendancy halo. It was a fantastical existence that deserved the awe and power carried across a few realities. BZZZT, under the glow of a crimson and white halo, the domains of apocalypse burned with the essence of outer eldritch terrors as existences reminiscent of the most terrifying and dreadful Thonians materialized to attack the target of the master of apocalypse. The forms of Tellus under Noah and his fused body of Nyan encircled the primordial as she continued to be on the losing side when in the next instant, enough, WAA, a voice full of rage and valor echoed out from the blindingly white surroundings of Cecilia. The ascendancy halo spinning around her this whole time, shrinking rapidly as it came to even touch the skin on her body, and it then sunk into her body as a radiant white light that burned everything around her was released. A mere abomination of a primordial beast in human actually dares to be so bold. The rage in her wrath was palpable as after the ascendancy halo fused into her body, the blinding white light was accompanied by a verdant gold light as it began to expand rapidly. To dare disparage the honor of a primordial? To dare and even think about truly standing up to me? You are not worthy of a rumble. With her words, her body began to expand rapidly as it encompassed millions of light years in an instant as it continued. The glow of green and gold pervasively spreading out amidst the surroundings as they screamed of overabundance and life force. Nyan gazed at such a scene with sharp eyes that glimmered with excitement as he knew the boss was taking its final form. To him, it meant the weaving of destiny was nearing a climax as after this their plans would be tested on whether they would come to fruition. After a fantastical show of light, the surroundings became clear. Where Cecilia used to be, an oppressive and mystical-looking golden-green structure rose from the bottom of the domain all the way to the top. Let me show you what it means to provoke an esteemed celestial vine. From the verdant gold structure. An ancient voice echoed out as after the fusion of the ascendancy halo into her body, Cecilia had taken her true form as she became an existence only found across special prime realities. An existence from the race of celestial vine made her appearance at this moment as it was a fantastical sight for all to admire, a glorious vine stretching out endlessly as it glimmered green and gold, a huge trunk vaster than any universe's as countless dangling branches extended out. It was something that even Noah's past Yggdrasil form could not compare to, this existence seeming like an ancient primal life force that could look down over everything else. There were two central branches that danced mysteriously from the wondrous celestial vine. Shining entirely in gold, wrapped around them were purple circlets rotating with fervent power, these circlets releasing a glow of a treasure that surpassed anything that a cosmic treasure could release, as they were at the level of quasi-primordial relics. In a matter of moments, Cecilia revealed her ultimate form and brought out two quasi-primordial relics. Yet when Nyan looked at such a scene, his face showed an even brighter devilish smile as his 6 eyes released horrific lights of power. Cecilia's transformation revealed a little bit more about the race of primordials, where these beings held their own unique bloodline similar to how Noah was a human being, and yet he also had the bloodline of the universal race. The Destiny Goblin. And many more. If Cecilia began her life as a celestial vine, then it meant that she was inducted into the bloodline of a primordial and became one soon after. It meant that in the vast infinite realities, there was a possibility for others to obtain the primordial bloodline and join the ranks of primordials. The thought buzzed and danced wildly within Noah's mind as after seeing the final transformation of this being, essence fluctuated from him as it rose up silently towards the vast void above. This essence carried a message and a signal. Past the ruination sea and going towards the very boundary of reality, this signal went forth. His 6 eyes then blinked with power and might as even with the ultimate form of this existence revealed. The ascendancy halo of catastrophe only shone brighter as Nyan surged forward. His figure wreathed in flames of edicts only lost a little in luster to the celestial vine that gazed towards him with utmost wrath and disdain. Yet other thoughts also crossed the mind of this celestial vine. Truth be told, the celestial vine, where Cecilia was currently in a very unique situation. She had many tools under her belt, but none of them could be used to the fullest. Her origin was restricted to the cosmic realm. Her invincible system was not activating against the beings before her as they were stages below her, but even with that, she saw that the conditions for her system to be triggered between beings was actually not met. It meant that these existences of lower tiers fighting her actually did not consider her their enemy. Such a thing filled her with utter rage at the mere idea of it as she bellowed out angrily, they dared to disdain her like so? They dared to not even gaze at her as an enemy while they fought with their lives on the line. If she wasn't an enemy for them, then they would have no enemies in their lifetimes. Since you carry such disdain, let me show you what it truly means to be matchless in power. I was saving my accumulation of essence of reality, but for you all, it shall be used to complete my last edict and call forth another pristine halo. Rumble. Chapter 14:18. You are already dead. Cthulhu's crimson eyes the size of stars watched the ecstatic scene in the domains of apocalypse as immense emotion burned within him. It was the scene of a single existence wreathed in snaking flames of edicts standing against a golden-green celestial vine that was vaster than a cosmos. His clones in the forms of terrifying Tellus moved in the surroundings as the domains were held up by 4 glimmering towers of Ragnarok. Towers that released arcs of origin destroying essence of apocalypse in the forms of unstable universes constantly. Towers that released the repulsive essence of pandemonium that seemed to want to devour everything around it, within the domains that these towers of Ragnarok were centered around. Cthulhu could see the unique essence of eldritch terrors that made his bloodline burn with excitement as if this essence was the final direction he should be heading towards. As he gazed at everything, the feeling of wanting to grasp such a power within his own hands was extremely pervasive as he wasn't the only one. Barbados had the same gaze, Halcyon had the same gaze. The Oath Keeper. The Emperor Penguin. Many beings had fervent gazes of wanting to experience such a stellar battle, but they were too weak to do so. And yet at this moment, each of them felt a calling from the domains of apocalypse, as one of the features of the Towers of Ragnarok was to call upon the vassals of the Seeker of Apocalypse and grant them the identity of Heralds of Apocalypse. Their lives being tied to the Seeker of Apocalypse, as if Noah does not perish, the Herald of Apocalypse will not. They could die over and over again within the domains of Apocalypse, as while they were reinforced by the essence of Apocalypse and the support of the now fully materializing eldritch terrors. The battle power they could display was rather remarkable. One by one, they began to answer the call as their figures disappeared in a flash of light. When they opened their eyes again, they felt their bodies budding off from a pristine black tower, surrounded by the essence of a quasi-insuperable nomological edict as boundless power coursed through them. When their eyes gazed at everything at this close range, they sucked in shocked breaths as they saw a terrifying outer eldritch at the cosmic realm wading through the domain of apocalypse on an illusory old ship the size of a universe, this eldritch shrouding his humanoid form with a cloak of darkness as one could see feelers and tentacles blooming horrifically from its face. In another direction, another unique outer eldritch also materialized as he released scorching waves of heat akin to a sun, but the light released was entirely obsidian in color as it caused increasing darkness. This was the battle they were given access to help in and experience. A total of 4 outer eldritchs at the cosmic realm were fully materialized as they supported the back of a single being who had a crimson halo surrounding him, a halo that was currently trying to suppress an untouchable figure of the celestial vine race. Ooh, such an apocalyptic scene in battle caused all of those that had answered the call to be heralds of apocalypse to move out fervently as they acted like small universes containing the essence of apocalypse to smash towards the vibrant celestial vine. Death was of no consequence to them, so they might as well say they battled against a cosmic filament rank primordial with the help of their emperor, BZZZT. The uncountable number of vines sprouting around the celestial vine went to smash towards the Tellus, outer eldritchs, heralds of apocalypse, and the countless unstable universes filled with apocalypse sent forth by the towers of Ragnarok. The 2 central vines of the primordial that were armed with 2 sharp quasi-primordial relics. These weaved towards Noah with utter malice and fervor as they actually ruptured apart reality itself where they crossed. Nyan gazed at such a scene with clarity as under his collective 6 eyes, it was coming in at a very slow motion. He watched the 2 quasi-primordial relics with a fiery gaze. These were quasi-primordial relics. Just the Ionic bell of the unguarded allowed Hyperion to bring down the realm of a primordial. These circlets that Cecilia was using, Nyan knew he could not take on their offensive damage, or it was more correct to say that he couldn't take them on, yet. Big guy, it's time for you to go to sleep, as a terrific primordial returned to her true form and threw a space-time rupturing attack towards him. Noah uttered such a sentence to the existence that shared his origin and soul currently. The primordial had merged with her ascendancy halo to return to her most powerful state, reverting to an elevated version of her celestial vine race as the power she wielded could erase existences at the level of time and space as she wielded her quasi-primordial relic circlets. Now Nyan had to also fuse with the ascendancy halo of catastrophe and revert to an elevated version of his own true form, but due to a myriad of factors that made Noah the main contributor of the ascendancy halo, fusing with it to grant the true form only allowed a single consciousness to remain active in order for one to truly obtain the true form. For this, Hyperion's consciousness had to sleep. Within Nyan's 6 eyes, a trace of Hyperion could be seen as his voice rang out in the collective consciousness. I will wake up free of the shackles of this reality, a grandiose question that Noah's consciousness answered simply. You will wake up free. With these words, one of the consciousnesses of the 2 fused beings dimmed. The Ionic bell of the unguarded remained powered up and attached to Nyan's body as its effects continued on its target. Rumble. The bloody ascendancy halo released a burst of excited light as while watching in slow motion the coming of a terrific attack of 2 quasi-primordial relic circlets that were cutting apart reality itself. The crimson halo instantly receded and fused into the body of its master. Chapter 14:19 You are already dead. 2. The attainment of one's true form. Cecilia had reverted back to the existence she was born as, the terrific figure of an elevated celestial vine being born. But what about Noah? As the consciousness of an ender of reality dimmed and Noah took the full reins, a blinding crimson light emanated from him in a shocking fashion as the ascendancy halo of catastrophe fused with him instantly. Barely a fraction of a millisecond, and it was enough for the glorious transformation to occur. Before this, the form of Nyan had 6 eyes, tendrils of flames of edicts swirling around his body, and wings made from flames of edicts on his back as it was a truly oppressive form. But now, BZZZZT, fair white hands reached out from the cacophony of crimson light as they sought to take hold of the quasi-primordial relic circlets that were cutting apart reality itself, mere hands trying to halt the progression of offensive quasi-primordial relics. Arrogant, the celestial vine bellowed out in fervor as the 2 central golden vines brightened up even more, the flames of edicts coursing through them giving the sharp circlets a multicolored glow. Yet, a tremendous impact occurred as something was brought to a halt. BZZZT, the quasi-primordial relics capable of cutting apart reality itself, could be seen held in place by 2 fair hands as they buzzed and threatened to break out. but they were clamped down domineeringly as they couldn't move forward or back. Impossible, WAA. On the expressionless celestial vine, shock coursed through it as to its utter stupor. The golden vines that were its strongest could not pull back the quasi-primordial relic stopped by an existence's own hands. How was it possible? These were genuine quasi-primordial relics. Not cosmic treasures. Not any mere weapons. Backed by the might of a primordial in the form of a celestial vine who had fused with an ascendancy halo. Just how could they be stopped, those fair white hands? Just what were they attached to? The vibrating reality cleared as the stellar scene of the being that had actually stopped the progression of attack capable of cutting reality with his bare hands was seen. His form. Was entirely that of a titanous human being as he was the size of a cosmos. He was adorned in a loose-fitting flaming crimson robe that left most of his chest bare. A flaming crimson illusory crown rotating gloriously above his head as it released waves of authoritative light. His head was exactly that of Noah. His dark hair rising up with crackles of power as an exceedingly handsome face that was enough to topple entire realities could be seen. His two eyes shimmered with an unknown stellar light that when the celestial vine gazed towards them, her consciousness had to turn away as it felt a dangerous sense of sharpness from these eyes that seemed to release a light of power and benevolence, eyes that looked at everything with utter calmness as if they had everything under control. On the bare chest of this being that could partly be seen from the adornment of the crimson flaming robes were faint runic Tao lines that at this moment in time. They actually acted as a blueprint. A terrific blueprint as in real time, colorful flames of edicts began to fill up the lines of ancient tattoos as Noah's entire body was becoming lit up even more brightly, his figure beginning to look more and more fantastical and otherworldly. The traces of runic Tao lines were actually used as blueprints that flames of edicts followed. What did this even mean? Rumble. There was no answer as boundless might erupted from the hands grasping onto the quasi-primordial relics, Noah not letting go as he instead reached out to twirl the two golden vines around his hands tightly. Let me expand what you know, O primordial. Rumble. Shock reverberated across the celestial vine as it found an unstoppable force being released from these hands of a mere human, a force that she couldn't break away from as his voice continued. Let me show you how vast the oceans are, O Rumble. Noah's fair hands began to shine with an ecstatic light as after wrapping around the tough golden vines, he began to pull down as if he were tearing apart mere weeds. Let me show you how boundless the skies can be. Ryup. Shockingly, a ripping sound began to echo out as from the base of the cosmic-sized celestial vine. Its two most central vines began to be ripped out as golden-green blood spilled. The blood of a primordial was spilled. Cecilia's mind was blank at such a scene as she didn't even feel pain, just pure unadulterated shock at the force and power being released from this existence that should not in any way be possible. She was fused with her ascendancy halo as she achieved unshaken power and might. This being God had also just fused with his halo as what he achieved. Was it not just a bit much, for him to be doing what he was doing right now? Was it truly not too much? Let me expand the horizons of a frog like you from your pristinely erected golden walls as I show you the vastness that lies around you. Ryup. With a forceful tug, the golden celestial vine trunks were ripped apart from their base as golden green blood overflowed. The entire domains of apocalypse turned silent. The four outer eldritch terrors moving forward and battling with the countless other smaller branches of the celestial vine gazed up in shock, Halcyon, and others who were surrounded by the essence of apocalypse and fighting the smaller branches of the celestial vine also gazed up in utter stupor. None of them could fully wrap their minds around the scene above them. But Halcyon's eyes were bathed gold as she could see the illusion of a boundlessly powerful crimson halo float domineeringly above a white halo, utterly dominating it as what she had seen before came to fruition. A crimson and white ring fighting for supremacy. At this moment in time, the crimson right of light was unmatched as it seemed everything was set in stone, but amidst the shock and stupor of everyone, a screech of utter malevolence and denial echoed out as the vast celestial vine shook and crackled with power. Impossible. Impossible. Rumble. Piercing bellows echoed from it as its anger was palpable, its voice coming out once more with maddening sharpness. I am a primordial, and my authority cannot be denied. The moment these words ended, the domains of apocalypse shook as a terrible power unfurled out. The eyes of Halcyon glazed gold as the essence of Kairos churned, shock and grimness appearing on her face as she saw that while the crimson ring of light was about to completely suppress the white ring of light around Cecilia, yet another resplendence ring was blooming out and trying to form. Its color. Was not white. Chapter 14:20. You are already dead. 3. Cecilia's origin vibrated powerfully as it answered her call and churned out all of the essence of reality within her reserves. Even though a unique power restricted her from utilizing her cosmic filaments and allowed the might of a single cosmos to be used, she still had her cosmic filaments. Her pure and shocking power was still there, as hidden within were the reserves of essence of reality from multiple emerging realities, her strong will sacrificing all of them to go towards completing her second ascendancy halo, bend to my thoughts and change the workings of reality. Let me obtain the might to put this insect in his place, her soul screamed powerfully as the multicolored essence of reality weaved to complete her last greater nomological edict. The burning flames that were already rotating within her gained a 15th one, the essence of reality bathing them and pulling them all together forcefully. Large amounts of this unique essence were sacrificed, as it would never be done even by elder primordials in this manner. But Cecilia knew she didn't have a choice. The abomination before her could never reach the level of a primordial's feat, but he did possess power to threaten her. So she would do all she needed in order to put him in his place. Oh, an illusory blinding ring of light erupted out around her glorious figure of a celestial vine as it roared out with majesty and power. It was not white at all as in the surroundings. A regal light of blue began to spread out wildly, a blue tier ascendancy halo, BZZZT. It spun madly around the figure of the golden-green celestial vine as her golden blood stopped flowing, the faceless celestial vine gazing towards Noah. With malice as her voice echoed out when watching this being actually waved his hands to put away her ripped-out central golden trunks along with her two quasi-primordial relics. Now that you shall perish without a doubt along with your abominable reality, Cecilia wanted to now put on a dominating show as she moved, her non-fused and newly forged blue ascendancy halo releasing powerful waves of light as it expanded to attack Noah. As the blue light filled everyone's gazes, Noah looked at it calmly as his recently freed hand went forward, once more using his palms to actually dare to grasp onto a coming ascendancy halo, BZZZT, a scraping sound as if metal was grinding upon metal echoed out, Cecilia's consciousness lighting up as she saw even though the hands of the being before her weren't ripped apart that he was rebuffed for the first time since his dominating pace of battle began. A cerulean blue light flashed dangerously as Noah's body was pushed back a little, but his eyes remained calm. This was because even as he gazed into the details of his fused ascendancy halo of catastrophe, he didn't see any changes to its rank as he could confidently say he could suppress the blue tier halo before him. The rank of his ascendancy halo would only be decided if he met another halo that it couldn't suppress. This new blue tier halo below him, he could suppress. This was why he could counteract it with his bare hands as wondrously, even though the primordial had now displayed two ascendancy halos. His power was enough to stand against it. His body surged with power as he felt the fused flames of edicts coursing through him through the lines created by the runic Tao lines, as if these inscriptions were always there for this purpose, as the power he could display was increased by multiple levels over. He had to take the time to understand the mysteries of this and what this true form could fully display with the authority of his ascendancy halo. Everything he was doing now felt natural as it brought out immense might and power. The flames of apocalypse among many more were layered on his body as his hands alone released all of his fused flames of edicts while he withstood the authority of the blue tier ascendancy halo, and his body stopped being pushed back as he now tried to pierce through its authority and erase Cecilia once and for all. His true sanguine clones thundered down with their own attacks towards the endlessly spreading branches and vines of the enemy before them. The four cosmic rank outer eldritch terrors and heralds of apocalypse that answered his call, fighting against the smaller vines of Cecilia as the attention of this existence was spread out in order to keep away from the baleful essence of apocalypse and pandemonium. The effects of your quasi-primordial relic will be dispelled in the next few seconds. When that occurs, I will truly show you which of us is the sky and just what little thing is the frog. Rumble. At such a time, Cecilia's piercing voice filled with pride echoed out as the reality was stated simply for the pace of the battle. Noah was dominating it, yes. He was withstanding two ascendancy halos. He was even pushing his way within the authority of these halos. But all of this was under the pretense that this enemy remained in the same realm as him. The words of Cecilia of what would happen when she regained her full realm weren't false, and Noah knew this very well. The ionic bell of the unguarded was powerful, but it was only that. A powerful quasi-primordial relic that after affecting a cosmic filament realm existence this whole time. Its effects were actually about to be dispelled. In this short period of time, Noah had to bypass the might of two ascendancy halos as in such a limited time slot. It was impossible, even though his ascendancy halo of catastrophe could actually suppress Cecilia's white and blue tier halos, it still required him to spend some time before he could break through their authority. Yet the time wasn't there, as if Noah did not bypass them in the next few seconds. All would be lost, and yet his eyes were still calm. This was because he had planned for a great deal of things, and he had spent quite a significant amount of time with the abilities from Kismet and the Dictum Emperor, the abilities of Reader's Viewpoint and Premium Reader. He had seen this story, he knew how it would end. Chapter 1421, You Are Already Dead. 4. For the battle today, the usage of the nomological edict of the dictum emperor was very little during the battle apart from the use of, but its usage before the battle was tremendous. Noah had looked at a myriad of paths he could take, and he had even destroyed certain destinies to expand his reserves of fortune. Ultimately, he had designed everything in a way that by the end of it all, the primordial before his eyes would be no more. Currently, the essence of antediluvian was wrapped around his body tightly through its flames, which coursed on the lines made from runic Tao lines, this essence not even coming into the picture as he had yet to be seriously injured from this battle. This quasi-insuperable nomological edict in more of his pieces would come into play when he faced the enemies scheming all of this outside of this reality. Cecilia was an enemy, but she was only one of them. There were still two cosmic filament rank existences for him to account for. There was the reality of becoming a marked one if he truly was capable of finishing a primordial. All of this stuff had to be accounted for. So he simply and thoroughly made plans. He had made many plans, and one of his plans involved communicating with another abnormal existence similar to him when it came to besieging a primordial, this plan falling into place at this moment in time, an existence with even the same name as him. From Noah had read through a passage of the future that stated of an extremely tough possible reality. His crimson halo had the power to suppress both a white and blue tier ascendancy halo, but it didn't have enough time, as at this moment Cecilia managed to dispel the effects of the ionic bell of the unguarded as the aura of a cosmic filament rank existence is fully unfurled out. That was a possible future. A future where Cecilia actually regained her full power as this battle would be extended and become increasingly deadly, with it needing to even be taken outside of the reality, as eventually an arduous future lay ahead. To prevent this, Noah had to create an opportunity to bypass the defenses of Cecilia before 2 seconds were up. The two quasi-primordial relics he had just obtained could not do that, these treasures already having the future use of upgrading ruination. Nothing on Noah could break through the defenses of this existence within a second, but there was another being that could. As Cecilia saw victory nearing her grasp with the shackles on her origin about to come undone, her blue halo buzzed even more actively as she continued to rebuff Noah with fervor. The might of a primordial is undeniable. Plea and pride could be felt in her voice as she knew it was coming. She could almost feel the unfolding of her origin. She didn't notice that silently, a slightly dull golden sword was piercing through the void, cutting everything apart without restriction. Attached to this dull and chipped golden sword, an existence with blindingly blue eyes held on tightly, blue eyes filled with ancientness and vicissitude, and yet a wild sense of excitement is appearing silently and with the golden sword outstretched. This existence managed to cut across the blinding authority of the blue tier ascendancy halo as he actually came close to the vibrant golden green layers of the celestial vine. When Cecilia noticed it, it was too late, as shockingly, the dull golden sword rumbled with an aura of old as it actually bypassed the authority of the fused white halo as well, sinking into the celestial vine. An iridescent golden light flashed, a voice of a new combatant echoed out. I can only immobilize her origin and soul for 10 milliseconds. Rumble, a foreign combatant appeared, his eyes as blue as the seas as he utilized unique means to actually pierce a golden sword into the celestial vine. How was this possible? This thought reverberated within Cecilia's mind as she was utterly shocked, the identity of the dull golden sword that had pierced her rising in her mind in an unbelievable manner, a primordial relic, This was the only thing that could surpass the defenses of low-tier halos as if they were nothing. The only thing that could immobilize an existence of her stature, even if briefly. Why was such a thing here? No answers came, none of the shock mattered. 10 milliseconds of complete immobilization. Was enough for too many things to occur. BZZZT, Noah's figure shone with incandescent majesty as the runic Tao lines filled with the flames of edicts snaked across his majestic figure, the illusory crimson crown above his head spinning madly as it flashed with immense power. He turned into a streak of light that shot towards the immobilized celestial vine that at this moment was screaming in her heart and soul to stop the effects imposed on her by an unbelievable weapon that should in no way be here. A crucial moment arrived as the two sides battled for supremacy, the 10 milliseconds passing in the blink of an eye as all one could see was a flash of crimson light that was Noah. And after that, a burst of domineering gold light erupted out to push everything away. An impact enough to cause the shattering of cosmos erupted out as when the scene cleared, one could see the figure of the blue-eyed being that had immobilized Cecilia have half of his body torn, his hands holding onto his dull golden sword calmly as the muscles and bones on the other half of his body tried to heal. Noah's cosmic-sized figure could now be seen behind the cosmic-sized figure of the Celestial Vine, having seemingly gone through this being as his back was turned towards her. It's over for you flies. My origin shall be unbound in a few milliseconds as by then. The voice of Cecilia echoed out madly as she sighed in relief internally. Her blue tear ascendancy halo shining brightly around her as towards her words, Noah didn't even turn around as he spoke out domineeringly, foolish primordial. You are already dead. Rumble, what? A voice of disbelief echoed out as Cecilia used her consciousness to finally notice that at the center of her green-gold celestial vine body, more than half of it was missing, as the missing area was also the area that held her cosmic filament. Her shaken consciousness gazed towards the figure of Noah that slowly turned around, the shocking sight of him holding on to a genuine cosmic filament origin being seen as golden blood dripped over it gloriously, his hands burning with the essence of apocalypse as he was already smashing his hands together to destroy the origin. It was a moment in time when everything seemingly flowed slowly in time. People of many races watched what occurred above, as many didn't even know what was happening, and even few knew of the apocalyptic essence bathing Noah's hands as he went to destroy the origin of a cosmic filament rank existence. But nobody, not even the Blue Eyes existence that had brought Noah the 10 milliseconds he needed to do this, nobody noticed that a mesmerizing golden light was layered on top of the essence of apocalypse, a golden essence that was reminiscent to that of the cosmic Tao of Lut, but it wasn't the cosmic Tao of Lut. It was something much higher than that, as for the death and possible loot of higher existences. Noah had gone ahead and designed an edict specifically for the reality-altering effects of increased loot quantity and rarity. It was a new edict forged in the past days while Noah prepared for everything in the cosmic Holy Land. It was the first appearance of the nomological edict of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor, Chapter 1422, The Might of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor. Just how did Noah manage to cut out nearly 1/3 of the whole body of the celestial vine along with its origin? This was the body of a primordial that was protected not just by a single ascendancy halo, but two. The flames of quasi-insuperable edicts protected it, and the unique bloodline of a celestial vine protected it. Even though she was immobilized, Noah had still quite literally ran through her after the authority of her origin and soul were cut off from the strike done by none other than the great usurper Noah Eckert. When Noah had reached out to this being, he had confidently said if the enemy truly was in the cosmic realm, he was confident in immobilizing them for a few milliseconds. Eckert had delivered on his confidence, as even in the corner of his eyes, Noah stared at the dull golden sword he utilized to do what he did, as his senses were tingling madly. Under his eyes, the dull golden sword actually shone with an immense luster of light that was more resplendent than even the quasi-primordial relics that he had apprehended from Cecilia. It meant that this dull sword that looked barely repaired was a level above that. A primordial relic. It was a wonder how this being was able to have such a treasure, as the reason Noah could see an outrageous golden light shining from it was actually the same reason as to why he was capable of cutting apart an entire cosmic filament origin from a celestial vine. He had utilized the essence of an edict that he had kept hidden this whole time, an edict that wasn't truly offensive geared to say the least, but its essence was still unique solely because of its tier. It was the same edict that covered his hands and surrounded the essence of apocalypse as he smashed onto the cosmic filament origin of a primordial, the essence of the nomological edict of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor. It was the essence of this edict that made him throw out the possibility of devouring the origin of a cosmic filament rank existence by utilizing the ability of the Universal Emperor Slime. And it was because uniquely, even the concept of was just one of the many things that were included in the design of this wondrous nomological edict. A nomological edict that had finally broken the shackles of greater or quasi-insuperable ranking is after the inclusion of truly too many grand concepts, its tier spilled over to a rank that even average primordials didn't dream of. Insuperable. A nomological edict is a form of undeniable truth and authority that is birthed from the combination of laws and daos. And it cannot be circumvented or stopped by anything, with the only possibility of deniability lying with another edict. The nomological edict of Resplendent Treasure Emperor is further elevated by the inclusion of the concepts within the ultra-rare bloodline of the Destiny Goblin among many other concepts, as it has been elevated to the insuperable level, touching on an ancient and undeniable authority privy to select beings. The edict is birthed from the combination of the daos of primordial, ruination, loot, destiny, runes, blueprint, longevity, devouring, fusion, chronos, gold, and immensity, along with laws of karma, fate, life, death, and chaos. The edict is further influenced by the concepts drawn from Kismet and the Dictum Emperor. The concepts of universal devouring from the Universal Emperor Slime race, and the concepts from true Asurient devouring unique to primordial beasts. The user is granted the title of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor as the bloodline of the Destiny Goblin is elevated even further, this bloodline now becoming that of the Destiny Goblin King that rarely arises from the masses of the Destiny Goblins, and great undercurrents unfold when such an existence that is capable of lording over the forgotten treasure realities arises. At the level of insuperable, the nomological edict of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor grants its architect 100 billion% to all parameters, nullification to all laws and daos. Nullification to the essence of all minor and greater nomological edicts, a natural suppression of quasi-insuperable edicts as everything below the insuperable level is only 20% effective against it, and stupendously elevated levels of loot quantity and rarity among other capabilities through the abilities of, and. When one achieves completion of this edict, they will be granted the flames of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor that among its many uses, it will allow even genuine realities to be looked at as entities capable of being destroyed and granting glorious loot. Along with this, any nomological edict grants its user a smoother pathway towards reality, granting them an increase in the speed of their realm progression by 100,000,000%, an increase of 100 million% to all parameters, and increases the chances of fusions of other laws and daos by 100% for the production of other nomological edicts. Current fusion of the laws and daos for the nomological edict of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor, 1%, an insuperable nomological edict, one that was so wondrous and had reached such a high level that it granted nullification to all laws and daos, nullification to the essence of all minor and greater nomological edicts. Anyone holding these concepts wouldn't even be able to touch Noah, as the reason he could grasp onto Cecilia's ascendancy halo with his bare hands was because a large portion of it didn't even hurt him. This was the stage of those at the insuperable level, to the point that if their enemies didn't have at least quasi-insuperable, they were mere children in one's eyes. Against it, even quasi-insuperable nomological edicts only had 20% effectiveness, as when Noah layered it within his hands on top of Apocalypse, it ignored 80% of the defenses Cecilia had around her as a section of her body was cut clean off, and one must know this wasn't an offensive type edict. Chapter 14:23, The Might of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor. 2. The nomological edict of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor was an edict that at its base granted 100 billion% to all parameters, something that was only seen in the Crimson Ascendancy halo of catastrophe that was still unranked. This was why Noah's power was so oppressive. This was why events had undertaken the route they had. Noah drew in the concepts of an ultra-rare bloodline along with the capabilities unique to primordial beasts and the universal emperor race, this being the key that when coupled to many daos and laws granted him an insuperable tier edict. It also elevated his bloodline of Destiny Goblin further as he became the Destiny Goblin King, a development that truly made it set in stone that he had to scour the forgotten treasure realities, but none of this would explain his choice to smash a cosmic filament core in his hands instead of devouring it. After all, a single universal devouring of such an origin would grant him said origin itself. Yet he was about to destroy it because what he could gain from its destruction was far more than what its devouring could grant. For this, one had to turn to the new abilities stemming from the nomological edict of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor and, passive, due to the unique essence of the Resplendent Treasure Emperor, all defeated existences are devoured of a large aspect that makes them as the Resplendent Treasure Emperor gains their memories, laws, daos, bloodlines, abilities, fortune, and destiny. The user can inevitably devour cosmos to gain the essence of reality, as achieving full completion in the Edict of Resplendent Treasure Emperor will even allow them to devour realities in exchange for the essence of reality and obtain bloodlines of edicts from fallen enemies. Existential Devourer. This ability alone was oppressive enough from this insuperable edict, as with it, Noah could snatch the fortune and destiny of his enemies as even more than that. Their bloodlines, so Cecilia's celestial vine bloodline would be granted to Noah if he killed this existence. Furthermore, the primordial bloodline this being carried it would also be taken out by Noah just through this ability, the bloodline of a primordial. Something supposedly sacred that others could not touch. Existential Devourer would grant it, and if Noah achieved full completion of this edict, even obtaining the bloodlines of edicts his fallen enemies had was possible. This was uniquely a second method Noah could utilize to obtain the edicts of others, where he also had a similar option with the nomological edict of Apocalypse, as it could break down ascendancy halos to grant unique rewards. But the lower tier Apocalypse would only grant edicts, while the Resplendent Treasure Emperor granted the bloodlines of edicts, which meant Noah would obtain the completed edicts and their flames, all he had to do was complete this edict, which might prove to be hard as even now, it still lay at 1% as Noah didn't have any residual essence of reality left to play with. But all these were rewards from a single skill stemming from this edict, then you had, which actually had a fairly simple description, passive. The resplendent treasure emperor is unwilling to receive the bare minimum of loot as his essence passively multiples the rewards from defeated enemies, granting him 500,000% increased loot quantity and 50,000% increased loot rarity, 500,000% increased loot quantity and 50,000% increased loot rarity. In comparison, the empowered cosmic Dao of loot with its base stats boosted through being turned to runic Dao lines only granted 50,000% increased loot quantity and 5,000% increased loot rarity. A factor of more than 10 times, as the results that could come from this were utterly fantastical. The single skill of loot multiplier alone granted such rich rewards that it could have been a system for others. This was why at this moment, Noah's hands were grasping onto a cosmic filament core as he crushed down. The essence of apocalypse and the resplendent treasure emperor flashing out as the closing of his hands was akin to the opening of a Pandora's box. Under the gaze of all the important existences within this reality, a myriad of cosmos in a filament were crushed as a blinding light was released. The moment the origin was crushed, a fearsome cry echoed out from a portion of it as it stemmed from a unique golden bloodline, one of extreme ancientness and oppressiveness as it disdained everything around it. Such a bloodline was wrathful and unbridled that a being that contained it actually had its core destroyed. It cried out with power as it located and lashed onto the culprit right away, its golden blood splashing onto Noah's hands as uniquely it bypassed the many layers of defenses even from the insuperable nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor. It didn't cause any damage. But the moment after this blood landed on Noah, the area above his head began to distort as an illusory golden skull began to form, an illusory golden skull that continued to change forms from human to a dragon, to a tortoise and then to a phoenix. It constantly shifted into the skulls of many races that weren't even known or seen before, as all of them were staring down with immense wrath towards Noah. The constantly changing golden illusory skull staring down angrily towards Noah signified nothing else but an existence becoming a marked one, someone that could be located uniquely by primordials and hunted down without end until they perished, whether cosmic filament rank primordials had to be mobilized, whether reality rank elder primordials had to be mobilized. Anything and everything would be done as those that touched the bloodline of a primordial would have nothing else to do but perish. You fool! Amidst her unwillingness and shock, the croaking voice of a dying consciousness of Cecilia echoed out as she gazed towards Noah's cosmic-sized figure. The blood of primordials is not to be taken lightly. Bzzzt, her golden green figure of a celestial vine could no longer support itself as she fell back, Noah waving his hands to stop the horrendous essence of apocalypse spread out across the domains from beginning to devour this vast body that was in itself a treasure. Even as her consciousness faded, she still left behind shocking words to not dare take lightly the bloodline of a primordial. Even now you cannot escape death. Asa marked 1. Her fading voice was filled with mockery as if she got the last laugh, and yet Noah saw the shattered origin dripping out stellar objects within his hands as he gazed up towards the wrathful skull above him, his voice echoing out calmly, "It is merely the title of a marked one, nothing much under my eyes." Rumble, the surrounding void quaked as an illustrious golden light shone. Under Noah's domineering words, even the lone figure of Eckhard holding his dull golden sword paled in comparison. He wasn't worried about becoming a marked one because naturally he had a solution for it, a solution that of course stemmed from the insuperable nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor. Chapter 1424, Conquered Halos and Glorious Loot. In the domains of apocalypse, the domineering words of a single being echoed out as the fading consciousness of a celestial vine could no longer support its body as it floated listlessly in the destructive domains. There would be no reincarnation for it. There would be no movement across space and time for its soul to survive. The celestial vine knew this more than anyone else, as under the deadly essence of the quasi-insuperable nomological edict of apocalypse that had the quality of apocalyptic erasure. Her origin and soul were destroyed at the level of the spacetime continuum. Samsara would not help with this, nor would anything else. As this primordial that had lived for over 200 million years perished, she found her last thoughts being those of doubt as she wondered of the truthfulness of Noah's domineering words. Bzzzt, with a glimmer of light, the consciousness of a cosmic filament rank existence dispersed. From then on, multiple things occurred simultaneously. One was an illustrious golden light as the effects of the resplendent treasure emperor were carried out, robust memories of Cecilia's entire life. flowed into Noah's mind, along with her laws, das, and many bloodlines. At this moment, a particular bloodline bloomed, as this was the reason why Noah wasn't worried about becoming a marked one. The wrathful golden skull above his head that changed races constantly felt like nothing is in a matter of moments, it was about to be entirely erased. This was because the title of a marked one was granted to existences that dared to disdain the authority of primordials and actually raised their hands to kill them. But what if it was a primordial killing another primordial, THRUM, within Noah's origin? A unique bloodline among many erupted out, as this one was filled with ancientness and antiquity, holding its own mysteries, as this was truly a bloodline with too much history. After all, it was the progenitors of this bloodline that split apart the main reality. It was primordials who induced the shocking events countless eons ago that gave birth to the infinite realities, wonders full of possibility. This was what primordials made way for. One might be forced into sheer terror the moment they even imagined what sort of power or authority they gained as the ones to cause such an event. One would be terrified to even comprehend the extent of their power and authority across the current infinite realities, and how it even compared to eons ago when everything was still in a single vast reality. This was the bloodline that was waking up within Noah's body. It doesn't feel like a full bloodline though. Noah raised his brows as he sensed the changes within him, sensing how ancient the bloodline of a primordial was, and yet it didn't feel full, similar to the many other bloodlines of races that he held. It was a mystery to be looked at closely later, as for now, the moment that this bloodline unfurled behind him, the wrathful interchanging skull above his head suddenly became confused and trembled. The answer was delivered. No other races could look down upon primordials, as they would become marked ones if they ever moved to kill one, but a primordial killing another primordial did not cause the blooming of the title of a marked one. Now that the bloodline of a primordial bloomed within Noah's body, the wrathful skull turned confused and shaken as ultimately it dissipated into nothingness. Silence reigned on the stellar battlefield as one could see the grand figure of Echard shaking his head, twirling the golden sword within his hands as his voice echoed out, "Merely the title of a marked one indeed. You are something else, Osmont." Echard's words were drowned out by a buzzing, droning sound as at this moment, the second event occurred. The other simultaneously occurring event was the body of the celestial vine giving off two dim ascendancy halos. These wondrous tools forcefully ripped apart from the body before any unique phenomenon occurred with them as they were pulled towards a tower of Ragnarok each. The towers of Ragnarok brimmed with power as uniquely. The white and blue ascendancy halos were locked in space above them, flames of apocalypse erupting out and lashing onto these halos while covering them completely. As if an ancient ritual was being carried out, the towers released resonant hums while the ascendancy halos began to burn, while they began to be refined by the authority of the flames of apocalypse. During this process of refinement, Noah felt the strong connection he had to the domains of apocalypse be strengthened even further, boundless authority emanating from the towers as all of this authority rushed towards his origin, crack, above two towers of Ragnarok. The two burning ascendancy halos shockingly cracked into 15 separate portions, becoming even dimmer as the light from these broken portions of the halo were what rushed towards Noah's origin and soul, his mind being flooded with information as wondrous prompts appeared before his eyes. The ownership of 4 brand new quasi-insuperable nomological edicts. After defeating his enemy, Noah actually stole such concepts from others as they were made into his, with him becoming the architect of these edicts, as he truly stole everything from his enemies. This was all from the flames of apocalypse. And if he were to complete the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor, he would also gain similar means that were even more terrifying, as the edicts he gained from his enemies through this insuperable edict would be complete and nothing like the 1% he was currently seeing next to the newly gained quasi-insuperable edicts. This was the gap between two levels, as vastly different results could be obtained with a genuine insuperable level edict. Chapter 1425, Conquered Halos and Glorious Loot. 2. But even with the distinction of Apocalypse and the resplendent treasure emperor clear, Noah was still gaining edicts freely at this time, as after 4. The other edicts cultivated in the ascendancy halos continued to descend and bathe his origin and soul gloriously. Edict after edict, the burning ascendancy halos became dimmer and dimmer as fantastically 30 edicts were refined from them, and all granted to Noah in the most perfect terms, as he was made the architect of all of them. What a wondrous tower of Ragnarok! What a wondrous edict of apocalypse, BZZT. After the edicts were refined out, the 15 shattered pieces of each of the halos became lackluster as they weaved out like broken pieces of metal, coming to float around Noah's body and rotating around him before one by one they began to sink onto his body, into the ascendancy halo of catastrophe fused to him. The essence of apocalypse did not just refine and grant one the ownership of the edicts of their defeated enemies, it also enhanced and elevated the strength of their own halos even more as no ingredients were left unused. This was the might of apocalypse. This was the might of an evolvable nomological edict. As this process unfolded, there was also another one that occurred around the same time. Of course, it was the rewards of the glorious loot that came from the effects of the newly forged insuperable nomological edict that had things as terrifying as 500,000% increased loot quantity and 50,000% increased loot rarity, on top of the existential devourer ability that at this moment was expanding Noah's status sheet greatly. The portion where his DAOs were shown was undergoing a ridiculous expansion as the lesser, grand, and cosmic DAOs forged by a primordial for over 200 million years all appeared along with the abilities of this being and more. As for Noah, his focus lay in her memories. The memories of a primordial that had traversed an untold number of realities and held insight to the lives of primordials and the workings of their society and what the vast infinite realities truly were. With memories of tens of millions of years flooding into him, Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he seamlessly absorbed them with his overly strong origin and soul, his calm heart shaking at some instances and turning grim in others as at the end of it all a smile bloomed on his face that showed immense excitement. I see. A semblance of what lay out there had appeared in Noah's mind, yet even this semblance appeared to be entirely too small as even within the over 200 million years under her belt. Even Cecilia had only gone through just a few dozen realities, but her memories were robust as very quickly. Noah's eyes shine as he found the core information he was looking for. In his mind, he saw clear memories of Cecilia forging her first white-tier ascendancy halo. He saw this woman use means privy to the higher existences as she utilized her own halo to inscribe a primordial epitaph in her soul, an epitaph that when powered up by large reserves of essence of reality was capable of establishing a unique reality-altering authority known as a system. Afterwards, this primordial then sought to increase her strength as she left the vast and endless prime reality she was in, where terrifying primordials roamed and lived in. Being granted permission and authority to go out and undertake the duties of many primordials, the overseeing of emerging realities, there was a complex and fantastical structure to the world of primordials that was just unfolding within Noah's mind at this moment, with him being able to see the memory of Cecilia paying her respects to elder primordials among other terrifying figures. When he gazed at these memories, he felt infinitely small compared to the vastness and power he was seeing. Where even now as he defeated this singular primordial with all of his power he had already seen from the memories, this being as she bowed her head to too many others, an existence that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Existences that had lived for billions of years. Existences that she only gazed at from afar. Existences that had tremendous power in the vast rank of the cosmic filament realm, and even legends of existences that had long since surpassed the cosmic filament realm. Noah felt the beat of his heart as he delved into such memories, looking forward to the fantastical future where he would meet these very same beings. As she focused on the memories of Cecilia, as she came upon emerging realities, as she found special existences that had similar names to renowned elder primordials and then proceeded to etch a version of her system under their origins and souls, Noah saw such scenes multiple times as the issue of forging systems became extremely clear to him at this moment. Systems. There was an immense variety in their strength as they could greatly help one against others of the same level, or in certain instances do nothing at all. Cecilia's invincible system was with her during this battle, but its design in Noah's eyes was extremely inefficient and disappointing, where none of its effects truly activated as he didn't even consider this woman his enemy. But there were other systems Cecilia knew about from powerful elder primordials that could shake realities themselves. All of it depended on what concepts one could put together. And Noah now found out that the strength of a reality-altering system depended on the might of the ascendancy halo that forged it. Even now, Noah's vibrant origin and soul were studying and unlocking more of the uses of his ascendancy halo, where the etching of systems wasn't mentioned in its description before. As after this point in time, Noah's clarity on this issue would be able to be displayed fully in this aspect. With the knowledge he currently had, he was confident in achieving his own stellar system as long as he collected enough reserves of the essence of reality. Anyways, his infinite system would be something that would make Cecilia's invincible system look like dung on the side of the road. I will forge a system with reality-altering effects comparable to even elder primordials. Rumble. His domineering thoughts caused destiny to churn madly as he took in memories and immense gains from what would be just one of today's battles. All of these gains came from the memories of a single primordial. Noah could use these memories to his benefit in a shocking fashion, as apart from everything else there was also her identity as a primordial, as he quite literally obtained everything she had. Well, he had not obtained her cosmic filament rank since he didn't devour her, but this was where the loot from the resplendent treasure emperor came in. In the past, 50,000% increased loot quantity and 5,000 increased loot rarity had given him shards of a cosmic core and shards of a cosmic primordial heart when he defeated universal filament realm enemies. Now, he had crossed his realm and actually smashed an existence at the cosmic filament realm. So how boundless were the rewards with the over 10 times increased percentages of increased loot quantity and rarity through the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor? The answer was mind-numbing, to say the least. Chapter 1426, A Shard of a Seed of Reality. Before Noah's eyes, golden prompts flowed down like water as they showed the wonders of ridiculously elevated levels of increased loot quantity and rarity. 90 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 9 shards of a seed of reality are obtained. 150 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 15 existential pearls are obtained. 2,000 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 200 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained. 3 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 3,000 cosmic resource points obtained. Shards of a seed of reality. Existential pearls. Evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy, loot that Noah had never seen before appeared before his eyes, and it shone with an intense glimmer of power and awe as all of it was placed within his expansive space. Even though he was looking at the prompts fading from his eyes and taking a look at the loot right now, not even a millisecond had passed in the outside space, as the mere speed of his thoughts could stretch a single millisecond as if it was an entire day. So even though Noah was in his own thoughts as he discerned the fruits of his labor, the battlefield was still in the same state just a few milliseconds after the defeat of Cecilia. With such knowledge in mind, Noah freely delved into the details of the new loot as he focused on the shards of a seed of reality first. In his expansive space, he saw this terrific loot as a multicolored gem the size of a universe, this gem releasing a terrifying light of power and might as it reflected an illusory image of an endless river of that was actually contained in this small universe-sized gem, its endlessness cut off to be contained in this object that was known as a shard of a seed of reality, a mere shard. It caused Noah to be reminiscent of the infinite empire, his unique treasure that had begun from a mere spiritual land. Its upgrade conditions were to have all the cosmos within multiple realities fused into it before it could be elevated to become a seed of reality. This was a stupendous concept that seemed far off in the future, and yet Noah had gotten his hands on something as fantastical as a shard of a seed of reality from defeating a cosmic filament realm existence. It was surrounded by a beam of a golden loot light as it was one of the highest ranked loot Noah had come across. Let's see. His mind buzzed powerfully as he gazed at its details, a shard of an ultimate treasure that is capable of causing true blood to be spilled across realities. The concept of reality is something all higher existences seek, but very few ever manage to get their hands on it. For anyone lucky enough to actually absorb a shard of a seed of reality, their fates and destinies will be changed as they are granted the realm of cosmic filament. With the unique essence of the shard of a seed of reality granting 1 million cosmos. The shard of a seed of reality is a unique type of treasure as it can only be absorbed by those at the cosmic realm due to the robust and terrifying essence contained within, and it cannot be withstood by an origin lesser than a cosmos. Current shards of a seed of reality 9, shards of immense might were reflected within Noah's eyes. What was most terrifying about them was that once an existence at the cosmic realm absorbed one, they would achieve the cosmic filament realm right away, as it wouldn't just grant them a few more cosmos but 1 million cosmos. 1 million, at this point in time. One must recall that Noah had just stepped in the cosmic realm a few days ago, and he would now have the chance to not only enter the cosmic filament realm, but also multiply the number of cosmos he had from a single 1 to a million. This was how domineering the loot multiplier affects the insuperable nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor were. With such a treasure in the picture, Noah forcefully moved his eyes away to then gaze at the next one, the existential pearl. Originally, he received the true blood pearls before they were changed to existential pearls, and his eyes located the glimmering gold and red crystals the size of galaxies that seemed to be swimming with swirling true blood. They each gave off a pristine aura as they contained waves of true blood surging within, their details rising before Noah's eyes soon after. Existential pearl, a pearl that contains vigorous true blood that allows a lower existence who absorbs it to convert 100% of their blood into true blood. If a higher existence absorbs it, their true blood will be refined further, as every absorbed existential pearl will be capable of increasing the number of passively forged splendiferous universes daily by 1 billion. A ridiculous treasure was displayed before him as Noah's stellar eyes nearly released bursts of powerful light. An existential pearl that had an effect akin to an ascendancy halo as the passive generation of splendiferous universes was 1 billion just from consuming a single one. Even the effect of the ascendancy halo of catastrophe itself was currently elevated as well due to it absorbing the shattered white and blue tear halos from Cecilia, with Noah needing to confirm it by gazing at its details. But as the halo would also constantly refine true blood and increase the number of his passive generation of splendiferous universes, he felt that its old number should have been more than doubled by the absorption of the broken halos, but the mere concept of a single existential pearl alone granting a permanent passive generation of 1 billion was enough to cause any average higher existence to look towards this loot with greed. Chapter 1427, The Firmaments of Ascendancy. Loot so fantastical to turn average higher existences green with envy. This was what the 1 billion passive generation of splendiferous universes from a single existential pearl represented. One must recall, higher existences merely had the passive generation of 100 million universes normally. So what Noah was accomplishing now was ridiculous. This loot brought out by the resplendent treasure emperor was utterly domineering, as if Noah collected just 100 of them and absorbed them, he would be able to form an entire cosmos every single day. These were the means and pathways of power that existences who could tap into insuperable level edicts could enjoy, apart from the shards of a seed of reality and existential pearls. There was lastly the evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy. Runic Tao lines lay down the foundation and inscribe onto one's body a method to more closely unite with the concepts of reality. The evolutionary runic Tao lines of ascendancy permanently elevate previously inscribed Tao lines into runic lines of ascendancy that allow for the flames of edicts to passively surge through them, increasing the power one can wield by multiple factors. Noah recalled his current form that had burning flames of edicts snaking across the tattoos established by runic Tao lines. This process actively requiring immense surges of mana, as it was brought about first by the fusion of him and Hyperion, and then now as he was still fused to his ascendancy halo. But the evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy would allow for him to etch his flames of edicts passively onto the blueprint laid down by the Tao lines, and he had to put in some time to quantify exactly how much of his power would be boosted by this new loot. The three new types of loot allowed Noah to see just how vast the variations of power there were between higher existences, but nothing classified the levels of powers more than the memories of Cecilia. From the memories of Cecilia, Noah was intricately able to understand the huge gulf in power that existed between those and the cosmic filament realm. Cosmic realm was enough for one to lord over a single reality. But cosmic filament realm was where the powerhouses that moved across the infinite realities dwelled in. The vast majority of truly powerful existences only had this realm achieved, with 99% of them eventually perishing to the ravages of time, as very few would actually manage to reach what many beings sought after, reality. So within the cosmic filament realm that many beings spent their lifetimes on, the gulf of power could be huge depending on how young or old an existence was. There were many factors in play to measure one's strength, with the number of forged cosmos being one, their bloodlines being another, along with their edicts, ascendancy halos, and more. All of these were clustered together into what Noah had come across before an ascendancy value, a measure of one's power. As with it, different titles were granted depending on how high this number was. Many people correlated how high one's ascendancy value was closely to their age. As the older one lived, the more edicts, bloodlines, ascendancy halos, and cosmos they could forge within their bodies. In the realm of cosmic filament, different tiers were set up depending on the ascendancy value and existence had, with these tiers also serving as titles, as they were known as the 9 firmaments of ascendancy. The 9 firmaments of ascendancy. From the memories of Cecilia, Noah could see ancient words that she saw floating in the domains of primordials in one of their countless prime realities. These words would cause one to shake and tremble in fervor when they read them, and they referred to the 9 firmaments of ascendancy. Rumble. These were blinding words forever etched by a terrifying being within an endless prime reality, words that were vaster than dozens of cosmos, as even Cecilia with her status could only view these words from a shockingly far distance away. Cecilia was 287 million years old, as she was considered on the young side of an existence at the cosmic filament realm, with her ascendancy value placing her in the first firmament of ascendancy. With her memories and even from what he found when he battled her, Cecilia's ascendancy value was 34, when the yonic bell of the unguarded took her from the cosmic filament and into the cosmic realm. This value was reduced by over half, as she had only held an ascendancy value of 14. Meanwhile, Noah's form that contained 2 fused beings, after also fusing with his ascendancy halo of catastrophe, and accounting for his edicts, what is my current ascendancy value? WAA, the essence of commandment moved as the vault of commandment was questioned. 27. From his small ascendancy value of 1 just days ago, Noah had elevated himself to such a rank as with it, he managed to take down an existence that was leagues above him in power due to a myriad of factors. The ascendancy value of 27 was also raised even higher from just seconds ago as Noah had just gained 30 brand new nomological edicts from the death of Cecilia. With his ascendancy value being lower by over 10 just moments ago, when he soon breaks into the cosmic filament realm, it would change even further as it would surpass Cecilia's value of 34, and rightfully so, as he would have many more edicts than her along with a terrific ascendancy halo. He was currently in the first firmament of ascendancy. As to reach the next one, he just had to have an ascendancy value above 100, those in the second firmament of ascendancy had a value above 100, and to reach the third firmament of ascendancy, one had to cross a huge gulf and achieve an ascendancy value over 1000. With such difference in values, one could imagine how powerful existences that had lived for billions of years seeking reality were. Where those in the later stages of the firmaments of ascendancy were the monsters that even Cecilia only knew about from legends, this was the path and future that lay before Noah, and when he thought of it, thump, the beat of his heart became even more fervent as if an ancient will was waking up to conquer and explore. His origin not daunted in the least bit of the powerful beings out there, as he already imagined himself above them with entire realities under his feet. Chapter 14:28. Freedom. The tides of destiny churned in a chaotic manner as infinite pathways of possibilities bloomed. Noah's vibrant eyes could seemingly see many of them as after he thought about the 9 firmaments of ascendancy. He calmed himself down from his grand ideals and stared at the battlefield around him. Even though things were done here, there was still much to do, as apart from Cecilia, there were 2 higher existences wanting to reap the benefits while doing little work in the boundary between realities. When he came to this, Noah's eyes refocused as he looked at the calmly floating figure of Eckhart, who was currently looking at the enormous body of the celestial vine while he played with his dull golden sword. Noah thought of how he had called this being over as while still in his cosmic-sized form, he waved his hands to cause a single shard of a seed of reality to appear within his hands. A shard the size of a universe, as it instantly released a terrifying air of power outside. Many eyes turning towards it as Noah freely threw the shard towards Eckhart while voicing out, "A deal is a deal. Your help at the crucial juncture allowed all my plans to fall into place, as in exchange, a treasure that will allow you to enter the cosmic filament realm is now yours." WAA. Noah gave away one of the shards freely, as one might notice that these were not duplicated. The reason for this was that, as always, Ruination had made a move to duplicate all coming treasures as usual, but the cosmic treasure did not succeed in this endeavor this time around, as the shards of a seed of reality and existential pearls were at too high of a tier for the capabilities of a cosmic treasure. It meant that in the near future, Noah had to work to elevate the level of Ruination into a quasi-primordial relic or even a relic itself. And the plans for this were already in the works, as Noah did not want to lose the capabilities of duplication among many others. Eckhart's form expanded rapidly to be larger than a universe as he caught the shard of a seed of reality, his eyes flashing with arcs of blue light as his surprise could be seen by all. "I half believed you when you said a treasure like this would drop from this battle. But I didn't expect it to be so ridiculous." The disbelief was palpable even in the voice of this other anomaly with the same name, the effects of the resplendent treasure emperor simply being too domineering, as it was hard to grasp how the shard of a seed of reality came to be. Eckhart looked at it closely as he shook his head while speaking questioningly towards Noah. "This came with the aid of your system?" The eyes of the great usurper flashed with light as he wondered, Noah smiling lightly as he waved his hands to cause the disappearance of the domains of apocalypse and true sanguine clones while he replied, "No. My system is yet to be forged. This is all just from an edict." WAA. His infinite system was yet to be forged, as he was already at such a level of power now. What will happen when the dream of this came to fruition? Crazy. What the hell will you be doing when you do forge one? Eckhart gazed towards Noah in defeat as he sighed, the shard of a seed of reality disappearing from his hands and being put away, as he then gazed upwards with a sharp gaze. "You don't need help with the 2 ugly-looking guys hiding far from the bounds of this reality?" Eckhart mentioned the horrendously powerful higher existences behind the current scheme. Noah shaking his head towards such a question, as he had his own plans for this. He was honest as his stellar eyes shone brightly while he replied, "The primordial Cecilia was the only tough stepping stone. After stepping over her, everything else becomes much easier, as the hiding higher existences, I have my own plans for them." His words reverberated out as Eckhart nodded. a smile appearing on his face as he focused on Noah while his body began to shine with a spatial light, confident as always. "If I ever hit a wall, I'll be sure to call on you next. With the loot from today, I can step into the cosmic filament realm and deal with a certain pesky primordial of my own." Arcs of blue light could be seen emanating from Eckert as he spoke freely, Noah nodding towards this being as he measured their destiny and fortune. The agreement between him and Eckert had only extended to helping with the battle against Cecilia, as Noah had his own plans for the beings hiding in the dark, being extremely confident as he knew the two beings should be in the first firmament of ascendancy just like him, as this was something he could handle. "Reach out whenever you can." He nodded towards the blue-eyed anomaly that smiled devilishly before he disappeared. The only thing left in the surroundings being the legions of the protectors of reality that stood dumbfounded, along with Noah's own people who had returned to their positions after experiencing being heralds of apocalypse. Cecilia was a single ordeal that was past, but there were still many things to do as in the next moments. Noah had to assimilate the strength he received while devouring a shard of a seed of reality to step into the cosmic filament realm. Bzzzt, his body began to release waves of light as instantly, the crimson ascendancy halo reappeared as he lost his true form, the consciousness of Hyperion returning and waking up as he became Nyan again. Another instant later, the form of Nyan fluctuated with multicolored light as it divided in two, Noah's figure being seen floating calmly as the draconic elephantine figure of Hyperion appeared and gazed around with desolate eyes. Around Noah's body, the ascendancy halo had become slightly dim as it seemed some portions were empty, with Hyperion showing the same scene as his halo was barely halfway formed compared to Noah's. The authority of the reality overseer was clustered mainly around Noah's portion of the halo, as this was just one of the many intricacies when it came to the issue of the shared ascendancy halo between Noah and Hyperion, an issue that would cease to exist in a matter of moments as Noah has just gained 30 brand new edicts and could form multiple halos if he wished. "It is done?" The archaic voice of the Ender of Reality reverberated out. Hyperion had no recollection of the events after his consciousness had gone asleep, Noah nodding towards the Ender of Reality, whom he still had a working relationship with, as towards this helper. Noah also waved his hands and threw over a shard of a seed of reality. "As promised, you have your freedom. We shouldn't need to fuse again in the future, and all that is left now is to take care of a few pests before designing both our systems. And then you can roam the infinite realities as you wish." Hyperion caught the shard of a seed of reality as his eyes squinted with shock, Noah's voice continuing to echo out as his main body faded away while letting his clones take care of the remnants of the battle. "Break into the cosmic filament realm first. And then we shall go see the schemer that gave you the Ionic Bell of the Unguarded." Chapter 1429, Forging Cosmos is easy. Noah's main body freely disappeared from the area of the terrific battlefield, but not before he had spread out his essence to cover the enormous body of Cecilia and place it in his expansive space. The body of a celestial vine was extremely unique, as it would act like a stupendous material to form cosmic treasures, or even more likely, the forging of quasi-primordial relics. Noah returned to the cosmic Holy Land as Hyperion's true body also appeared soon after, the two of them gazing at their clones that were currently still dissecting the primordial epitaph of an unconscious Aegon who had no idea of what had just occurred. Noah had obtained the memories of Cecilia as he knew the designing of the primordial epitaph for the invincible system like the back of his hand. The experiment with Aegon soon coming to a stop, as when it came to this champion of reality, Noah also still had plans for him, but at this moment, they returned to the cosmic Holy Land to enjoy the boon of 5,000 to 1 time ratio, as here, Noah could elevate himself to the cosmic filament realm and even reforge his ascendancy halo with barely any time passing in the outside reality. The two higher existences lying in wait, it would be like barely any time passed for them, as during that same period of time, Noah would undergo grand changes. A single second passing in the outside reality was equivalent to more than 80 minutes in the cosmic Holy Land, wherein it would seem like there was no gap in the battle that Cecilia should have been having with Hyperion under the schemes of the tyrant beast Pixis. In the mere second or two passing outside, I will reforge my ascendancy halo and achieve an entirely new realm. Noah's thoughts were domineering, as he had the right to be so, with his hands holding too many stupendous treasures, as he didn't forget the 3,000 cosmic resource points. These were enough for him to complete nearly all of the newly obtained edicts. And the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor. But before he did that, he waved his hands to take out the third shard of a seed of reality out of the 9 he obtained from Cecilia. One had gone to Eckert as the other went to Hyperion, with Noah having 7 of these unique loot materials, as it represented a full 7 million cosmos if absorbed them all. I can't let others achieve the cosmic filament realm faster than me now, can I? His vibrant eyes gazed at Hyperion, who had already sat in a meditative position while trying to connect to the shard of a seed of reality, Noah's will and consciousness echoing out to latch on to his own shard as he also sought to achieve the cosmic filament realm, the realm that most higher existence died in, the realm that most beings who traversed the infinite realities held. The realm that he would achieve. Mere days after he entered the cosmic realm. The shard of a seed of reality was grasped by his hands as his with his currently titanic size. He held this stellar treasure that was the size of a universe as in the next second, his eyes released a frightening light as the entire shard of a seed of reality disappeared. Noah didn't do it the common way where one simply and slowly absorbed the essence little by little, but he devoured the shard of a seed of reality right away as the immense essence within it that was capable of forging 1,000,000 cosmos. All of this essence surged and nearly exploded his origin as the cosmic Holy Land trembled. Raging golden wisps of liquid essence instantly bloomed from Noah as he closed his eyes. Sensing the grand changes of his origin that had been constantly getting refined by his true blood for him to naturally enter the cosmic realm in a matter of months. This process of refining was completed in the next second as his origin entirely became bathed by a golden glow of authority. When this authority was breached, only a millisecond passed before he broke some form of shackles, his consciousness watching in real time as the boundaries of a second illusory cosmos began to bud off from his first two glimmering clusters of light appearing thereafter as a fantastical scene played out. Noah watched in wonder as in the second illusory cosmos, tens of billions of universal singularities bloomed. Universal singularities that formed tens of billions of splendiferous universes, this number very quickly reaching 100 billion as in mere milliseconds. The second cosmos was completed. Cosmic filament, liquid gold essence surged from the newly forged cosmos as it went to bathe every one of Noah's cells, his body gleefully taking in the expanded feeling of power and strength as before he could even relish it. Another illusory cosmos could be felt budding off, 100 billion. Universal singularities bloomed as the required splendiferous universes were forged right away, a third cosmos being completed at an even faster rate than the second one. Thereafter, another illusory cosmos bloomed. And another. The process became faster and faster as before Noah even knew it. The raging essence of the shard of a seed of reality exploded out in full within his body as cosmos after cosmos began to be forged within him. Countless universal singularities bloomed as at this moment, Noah's body released terrifying sounds that began to emulate out from the cosmic Holy Land, even the figure of Hyperion who was slowly absorbing his shard of a seed of reality being affected as the show Noah put on was simply too grand, yet Noah himself only watched on with a shining gaze as cosmos after cosmos bloomed within him, his vast consciousness letting this process occur as he also imposed his will to carry out another task. That task was the completion of his newly obtained nomological edicts from none other than Cecilia, this existence having been nice enough to give Noah 3,000 cosmic resource points among many other things. The completion of those edicts. And the resplendent treasure emperor that Noah had already checked the requirements of to complete, greater nomological edicts required 100 cosmic resource points, with quasi-insuperable edicts needing 200. Insuperable level edicts. Required 1,000 cosmic resource points as the rewards one gained from completing them were simply too fantastical. Noah's vast consciousness focused on the nomological edict of the resplendent treasure emperor as he voiced out commandingly. Complete my first insuperable edict. Rumble, then complete the quasi-insuperable edicts of the Golden Emperor, Unbridled Emperor, Savannah, and Vestige. One command after another rolled out as 1,800 cosmic resource points instantly surged to different portions of Noah's soul. The domineering action of completing 4 quasi-insuperable level edicts and 1 insuperable level edict playing out in a small reality, chapter 1430, domineering advancement, a phenomenon of utter fantasy played out as while forging cosmos within his origin, unique resources moved to complete his nomological edicts as 5 raging flames bloomed at once, in the cosmic Holy Land. Even Hyperion had to stop his advancement to gaze towards Noah's location. Seeing the body of this existence bursting with thunder and multicolored light as it seemed like an ancient being reforging every part of himself after waking up from eons of slumber, every time a cosmos was formed in his expanding cosmic filament, a burst of unique essence was released from it to bathe his body as those perceptive could see the muscles and bones being reforged and strengthened in real time. Thereafter, countless universal singularities would bloom as even more cosmos would be born, and this process would go on to repeat for a shocking number of 1,000,000 times as this was the number of cosmos that would be forged from a single shard of a seed of reality, from the cosmic realm to the cosmic filament realm. From a single cosmos to hundreds in a matter of milliseconds as the number continued to increase even faster, racing towards 1 million with intense fervor. At the same time, 5 glorious flames bloomed as a single one outshined the rest and oppressed them to bow towards it with fear, this being a natural suppression of tears as the vastly gold glimmering flames of the resplendent treasure emperor came to bathe over the center of Noah's origin, while the other 4 flames stayed in the periphery. These 4 flames all stemmed from Cecilia, all her work becoming Noah's as he obtained the flames of the Golden Emperor, Unbridled Emperor, Savannah, and Vestige. The flames of the Golden Emperor stemmed from Cecilia's concept of a being with robust luck, fortune, and destiny, giving herself this title as it now became Noah's. With it, his destiny and fortune were further elevated to greater levels with ridiculous boosts like 500 million% increased reserves of destiny and fortune, and the same number for the increased rate of resource regeneration. Of course, the resource regeneration didn't apply to something as pristine as the essence of reality, as this resource continued to remain distinguished by itself. The flames came with abilities that also took the essence of reality to activate, but as Noah read through their details, he was frankly disappointed as they didn't match the domineering effects of abilities that stemmed from flames of edicts he designed himself. Living for so many years and not even being able to creatively make overpowered edicts. Disdain was thrown to a defeated existence as Noah only breezed over the details of the flames of the Golden Emperor, his gaze going towards the other 3 quasi-insuperable nomological edicts stemming from Cecilia, as even though they were of this tier, they were lackluster when compared to his own edicts of the same tier. The flames of the Unbridled Emperor focused on the aspect of one being wild and unrestrained, granting abilities that allowed one to enter a berserk state in exchange for essence of reality. In this berserk state, they would gain a semblance of invincibility, as it was something similar to plot armor. With the only thing capable of breaking the boons of the flames of the Unbridled Emperor being the flames of another quasi-insuperable edict, Cecilia didn't even get to use this as she focused all her reserves of the essence of reality rotating complete her remaining edicts and forge her second halo. But even if she had, Noah would have been able to bypass the state of invincibility with the undeniable essence of his insuperable edict. The flames of Savannah were unique as they stemmed from concepts of Cecilia's bloodline of celestial vine, granting one increased life force and defenses, as this was her defensive edict, similar to how Noah had the nomological edict of antediluvian. But of course, Noah's antediluvian was much more oppressive in its effect, as the addition of Savannah only made him even more unkillable against beings with authorities of only quasi-insuperable nomological edicts. Then lastly, there were the flames of Vestige that had the concepts of remnants or remains, this being another life-saving edict Cecilia tried to establish, where even if her origin and soul were shattered, she could always come back so long as even a cell of her remnants were left behind. Of course, Noah nullified the effects of this edict when he struck her origin with the effects of apocalyptic erasure that eradicated her across spacetime, while backed with the authority of the insuperable edict of the resplendent treasure emperor. Even though her body the size of a cosmos remained, she would never return, as her vestige would only be used for Noah to elevate ruination. These were the 4 quasi-insuperable nomological edicts just completed into flames, as lastly, there came Noah's very own design. The flames of the resplendent treasure emperor bloom in your origin as they usher in the bloodline of the resplendent treasure emperor. The tier of this edict is extremely high, as for the sake of purity, not a single follower is allowed. A natural suppression effect also exists with this edict against any quasi-insuperable, greater, or minor nomological edicts due to its higher rank, with complete nullification being achieved against the essence and abilities of greater and minor edicts, and only 20% effectiveness with the essence of quasi-insuperable edicts. When the flames of the resplendent treasure emperor descend, the destinies and fortunes of all those below it are temporarily absorbed, as reality itself will begin to conform towards the result that the holder of these flames seeks. As the architect of this bloodline edict, you are granted the abilities of and that can be utilized with the essence of reality in conjunction with the essence of the resplendent treasure emperor. With the flames of the resplendent treasure emperor, the glow of treasures surround you, as even realities can be sacrificed for loot. As the progenitor of the bloodline of the resplendent treasure emperor, you are granted 200 billion% to all parameters. 200 billion% to true defense, and 200 billion% to true annihilatory damage. All abilities that utilize the essence of the resplendent treasure emperor also have their resource requirement cut down by half, and your origin produces an extra 10 billion splendiferous universes daily. The details of the incandescent golden flames revealed themselves as the mere words alone were enough to burn one's eyes. Chapter 1431, A Reforged Ascendancy Halo. The Ascendancy Halo gave terrific boosts, but the flames of the resplendent Treasure Emperor surpassed the Halo's boost of forging splendiferous universes right away, as the number Noah obtained from it was 10 billion splendiferous universes passively forged daily. This meant that within 10 days, a cosmos would naturally form. A normal higher existence was only able to form a genuine cosmos after 3 years. And Noah could form his in less than 10 days without any outside help. This was just one of the perks of the flames of the resplendent Treasure Emperor, as uniquely, this was the first edict that Noah had come across that didn't allow its bloodline to be shared by others. It was too high and too elevated, as he would be the only one with this insuperable edict. This was shown by the ridiculous boosts it gave as the moment of edict's completion, Noah saw his ascendancy value jump to 68, it was 27 when he was in his fused Nyan form and while fused with the ascendancy halo, with this number reducing when he lost these forms. Yet after breaking through to the cosmic filament realm with tens of thousands of cosmos still being forged within his body, this number exceeded 25 with ease, as now after completing the flames of the resplendent Treasure Emperor, his ascendancy value had shot up to 68, and he saw it soon reaching 70 in real time as more and more cosmos were forged to augment his strength. One's realm gave them their base stats. The crazy amounts of percentages that Noah had been collecting this time, especially ones like the 250 billion% to all parameters from the flames of the resplendent Treasure Emperor. All of these percentages would continue to play a large role going forward, as the more cosmos Noah forged, the more base power he could augment with his percentages. In just days after achieving an ascendancy value of 1 and stepping into the ranks of the first firmament of ascendancy, he was now approaching the second firmament of ascendancy so long as he broke past a value of 100. That was how domineering his advancement was. This was how domineering his forged insuperable nomological edict was. Along with the nullification of edicts below it, the surprises that the resplendent Treasure Emperor held were many, as they majorly conformed around the 3 granted abilities, the first being Absolute Looter, a passive reality-altering ability that allows the resplendent Treasure Emperor to completely loot everything from his enemies, from their memories to DAS as now. Even completed bloodline edicts and their flames can be obtained. What is theirs? Is now yours. It was a simple and one of the shortest descriptions of an ultimate skill stemming from the flames of an edict, but it spoke of exactly what its oppressive effects were, as it granted something even the flames of apocalypse could not. Complete acquisition of the flames of edicts and their bloodlines. If Noah had absolute loot, when he defeated Cecilia, he wouldn't have needed to spend 800 cosmic resource points or the many other resource points he would not have to spend to complete the edicts he gained from her. Any edicts he obtained from fallen enemies from now on would be complete, as this was only one of the wonders of the resplendent Treasure Emperor. Lastly, there were resplendent treasure cache and reality looter. Resplendent treasure cache, 3/3 across one's lifetime. Many Nexus events occur that weave their destiny and take them to the paths they ultimately follow. The resplendent treasure cache is an ability that will become available during a Nexus event and can be utilized for a total of 3 times in your lifetime, each time against a single target. Its activation allows for the parameters of reality to be exceeded greatly, as the defeat of the selected enemy brings to fruition a resplendent treasure cache that contains a wide assortment of loot that is dictated by the momentary increase of 10 million% increased loot quantity and 1 million% increased loot rarity. These reality-altering effects can only be activated by immense reserves of the essence of reality and are only applicable against the single selected enemy, as the products one can obtain from the formed, resplendent treasure cache varies. Reality looter. Even realities do not escape your gaze as you seek their destruction for the purpose of looting. When activated before you destroy a reality, this ability is capable of granting a much less pristine form of a resplendent treasure cache that is labeled as a reality cache. This vault of loot holding random treasures that only await to be discovered. Everything was about loot. Resplendent treasure cache and reality looter were uniquely abilities that heavily focused on loot, with the first one only being capable of being used a total of 3 times across Noah's life as its effects. They were pure madness. Currently, Noah had a passive boost of 500,000% increased loot quantity and 50,000% increased loot rarity. The ability of resplendent treasure cache actually granted him 10,000,000% increased loot quantity and 1,000,000% increased loot rarity against a single enemy that when he defeated them. A resplendent treasure cache would be produced, a cache holding random treasures that even Noah had no idea about, and the latter ability of reality looter, using this same concept, as if Noah ever destroyed an entire reality, he could obtain something called a reality cache, Would cosmic treasures or primordial relics come out from these concepts that seemed like treasure boxes? Or something even more wondrous? The concepts were too unique and Noah had too many thoughts on them, but he could only wait to see what would come of it in the future, as for now that he had to finish preparing for what was coming. His focus shifted once more, as with the completion of 4 quasi-insuperable edicts and a single insuperable one, he now held a total of 11 completed edicts, as he just needed 4 more. His sharp eyes looked into his status sheet as he selected 4 greater edicts among the ones he gained from Cecilia: complete the greater edicts of Rosary, Deceiver, Refulgence, and Erosion, THRUM. 400 more cosmic resource points were spent, as Noah only had 800 left over, but with their usage, 4 brand new flames of edicts appeared, as they granted Noah a total of 15 completed edicts that he could now utilize the authority of the Sanguine Emperor to fuse their bloodlines and reforge his ascendancy halo completely into his own. Chapter 1432, A Reforged Ascendancy Halo. 2. Within the cosmic Holy Land, the figure of Hyperion could be seen as, with a gaze of slight disbelief, he watched as his own origin stepped onto the path of the cosmic filament realm with utter ease. A single wave of a certain being's hands had given him a single universal-sized crystal, as now he elevated himself onto a stage he wouldn't have thought possible if not for the passage of a significant number of years. All of this was made possible by a single being. As the 1000th cosmos formed within his origin, Hyperion gazed towards the titanous figure of Noah, as his emotions towards this existence were complex, but ultimately a single emotion won out of all of them. This emotion was admiration. At a certain point, anyone who had closely seen Noah's work could only stare in admiration, as they had to admit this being was just built different. Yet even amidst the admiration, abundant shock would always come, as while gazing towards his direction, Hyperion saw Noah's eyes open with a domineering light as his illusory ascendancy halo began to pulse with light. He didn't. Hyperion muttered under his breath as he watched with widening eyes as Noah's incomplete ascendancy halo pulsed with increasing frequency, as in the next second, an illustrious crimson light flashed as another section was added to this massive ring that was made of complex clusters of runic lines. In shock, an ender of reality watched as a being younger than it by millions of years went forward to complete their ascendancy halo, the means he used being known only to him, as it was a stellar sight to see nonetheless. BZZZT. With wild abandon and fervor, Noah called upon the flames of the Sanguine Emperor to fuse the bloodlines of the resplendent Treasure Emperor, Unbridled Emperor, Golden Emperor, Savannah, Vestige, all of the newly gained bloodlines, as in consequence, their flames were drawn into the incomplete halo. To this day, Noah did not know the full extent and use of this halo, as it was something he had little information about. The memories of Cecilia helping shed the light on its true usage, as it wasn't merely something to fuse with. Even the description he read before mentioned that its uses were still being quantified, with the details of the ascendancy halo ever changing in some aspects, as something like the number of passively forged splendiferous universes daily had already changed from the 1 billion Noah saw before to an even higher number. The halo was a collection of the flames of edict's unique authorities that provided reality-altering capabilities that one could open with the essence of reality. The connection of such flames into a halo should give a fantastical effect, far more than what Noah had found so far, and even more so for his halo, as it was the complete fusion of those edicts through their bloodlines. One after another, he observed his vast and expansive origin that contained the bloodlines fuse them serenely under the authority of the Sanguine Emperor, their flames joining to complete his ascendancy halo. As the crimson light it released only became more and more oppressive, a halo's strength relied on the edicts that made it, and nobody could deny the quality of Noah's edicts, as a single insuperable level edict and 8 quasi-insuperable nomological edicts were now dwelling at the base of this halo. Its power was still unranked, as after its completion, Noah could freely optimize it and fuse more edicts into it, while even removing lesser ones that didn't contribute much to its power. There were many grand plans for the future as Noah watched on calmly while the flames of edicts weaved into the unique halo of authority, the incomplete crimson ring gradually closing in on itself, as in the next moment the last piece of the puzzle came into place. Clang, as if a gate was closing, the metallic sound of an indomitable halo becoming complete resounded out as momentarily it released a blinding crimson light that turned the entire cosmic Holy Land red, and austere silence descended down as a complete halo pulsed around Noah calmly, spinning and releasing waves of crimson light as it caused an oppressive pressure to be felt all around. The authority of the reality overseer was mostly clustered around this halo at this moment. Hyperion's incomplete halo barely having any of this authority left, as one could see what the passive will of this reality had chosen. Noah himself stared closely at this mysterious halo as bursts of information entered his mind, his gaze going towards the number of his ascendancy value that was currently updated in real time on his status panel, seeing a beautiful 85 at this moment as he was ridiculously approaching the second firmament of ascendancy in such a ridiculously short period of time. The changes were many. He needed time to adjust to them and quantify them. His origin was also coming to settle down as the number of his forged cosmos approached 2 million, Noah having already begun on a second shard of a seed of reality as for this one. He didn't completely devour it, he absorbed it slowly and for a good reason, as only a small section of the fantastical crystal that looked like a piece of reality remained, Noah stopping his absorption at this time as he stared towards the direction of a bound champion of reality. This existence was still unconsciously bound by flames of quasi-insuperable edicts as Noah's close had his hands analyzing the origin and soul of Aegon, this process coming to a stop as Noah had obtained as much information as he needed on primordial epitaphs and how to forge his own system. If he had the required essence of reality right now, he would even forge it right away. But he barely had any of this unique resource, as the answer to all this was the figure of Aegon before him and the two existences currently waiting to see an injured figure of Cecilia for them to intercept. For this, Noah schemed and planned as he looked at the nearly used shard of a seed of reality as he smiled devilishly, a domain of apocalypse slowly erupting from him and covering a large portion of the cosmic Holy Land as the flames around the champion of reality began to be loosened. Chapter 1433, The Dwindling Flames of the Champion of Reality. At this moment in time, the consciousness of the champion of reality awoke as he found himself in a unique environment filled with the repulsive essence of pandemonium, BZZT. His cosmic origin rose in powerful waves as he prepared to counterattack against the figures of the ender of reality in Noah. But he found nobody around him as when his aura spread out, he found his senses being stopped millions of light years away as he seemed to be contained in a barrier. Just as he was about to erupt with his might and flames of edicts to confirm this location and how to break out of it, his mind became dazed when his awareness came across a shining crystal of immense grandeur just a million light years away. The crystal was barely the size of a world and seemed heavily reduced from its original size, but it contained within it the glimmer of cosmos as it seemed to be a portion of reality. This Aegon had never come across such a thing as his figure flashed towards it rapidly. His mind that was filled with wrath against those that schemed against him now focusing on this pristine treasure that his origin seemed to be calling out to with fervor, he came before it as it reflected before his eyes, unable to stop himself from laying his hands on it as the moment he did. His origin quivered in joy as it was telling him to devour the object before his eyes right away. To devour it and gain more power as the champion of reality actually felt an overabundance of unique essence within this crystal that reflected a shard of reality essence that would actually elevate him from the cosmic realm and onto the cosmic filament realm, THRUM. He didn't ask questions or wonder why such a prized treasure would be in the location he was seemingly imprisoned in. After having his origin and soul played with as the hands of others tainted him while studying his primordial epitaph, he just wanted power to punish them even before they were beaten black and blue by the primordial. So against his usual careful judgment, the champion of reality didn't even fully think about his current situation as he simply absorbed the laid out and nearly used up shard of a seed of reality. He and nobody else would imagine that a terrifying existence actually planted and let go of such a treasure freely. That all of this would be for a plot that only they could benefit from. Rumble, the wrathful champion didn't fully analyze everything as he truly saw his cosmos but a brand new one within milliseconds. A second cosmos being completed as a few hundred more began to bloom. Now I shall see who dares to disparage my authority. At the cosmic filament realm, can the ender of reality compare? Can that Osmont even reach my feet? As Aegon felt the profound power, his confidence, and might grew once more as just at this time, a calm voice echoed out as his surroundings brightened up. I can do more than just reach your feet, little champion. WAA, with his voice smashing down like a clap of thunder, Noah appeared not too far away from Aegon as he gazed at this being with eyes of pity, this being that held grand aspirations and destiny as he was a chosen being, a champion of reality. And yet right now, he lay in the palm of another being's hands as the bright flame of destiny that burned brightly around him had begun to dwindle, the illustrious flame of a chosen being that meant he would go extremely far and reach unimaginable heights began to flicker as the destiny of this being was the first to notice what was coming. His eyes gazed towards Noah as his newly forged origin that was now a few hundred cosmic filament cores thrummed with power. He wanted to rip this being before him apart, but at this moment, His heart inexplicably skipped a beat as he felt his destiny come to a halt. His eyes became confused as he didn't understand this feeling, and the next thing he saw was the calm face of Noah as he thrust out his palm. He didn't know that Noah had laid out the nearly used up shard of a seed of reality for him to utilize and break into the cosmic filament realm. Aegon didn't know that the primordial he depended on was already dead, as at this moment, Noah had merely reduced her champion to something he could raise and then benefit from as he utilized the boosts of his newly formed insuperable edict. He didn't know that he was given a treasure to elevate his realm just so that the resplendent treasure emperor could benefit from killing another existence from the cosmic filament realm. He didn't know the palm from Noah was too fast for the capabilities of a mere Aegon at this moment. The palm arrived the moment that Aegon saw it, as it was bathed in the black essence of apocalypse along with a glimmering golden essence of an insuperable nomological edict. It smashed down ruthlessly onto this being whose destiny cried out slowly, the burning flames of the champion of reality being snuffed out silently as there was nobody to even see it, no glory, no legions surrounding him, no grand battle. A lone death that he didn't even know was coming as in the next second, any defenses he had were shredded apart as he was eviscerated into nothingness. The dwindling flames of the champion of reality entirely vanished as thereafter, 7 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 0.7 shards of a seed of reality are obtained, 13 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 1.3 existential pearls are obtained, 300 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 30 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained, 300 billion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 300 cosmic resource points obtained, lines of loot after lines of loot descended before Noah's eyes as Aegon's edicts, Daos, bloodlines, and even his reserves of essence of reality were all looted by Noah. Chapter 1434, a single step ushers in a new era. Noah gazed at the golden prompts flowing down before his face as they included dozens of Daos, 8 nomological edicts, and the bloodlines of 5 of these edicts among many other things. His focus landed on the shards of reality as he summoned one with his hands, seeing a small glimmering star-like crystal appear as it held within it the multicolored essence of reality. Truly took everything from the defeated enemy, with Noah gaining the reserves of essence of reality from Aegon, as even with the amount he obtained, he could not yet even begin to forge his own primordial epitaph. With the death of the champion of reality, it was a significant milestone as Noah felt the minor nomological edict of Kismet and the quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the Dictum Emperor react vibrantly, his fortune and destiny rising in waves as he obtained everything the champion held. It was of great significance as he felt like it was the closing of a certain chapter, and he truly treated it like so as the being who could utilize, and, now, he had to finish his preparations and put together his power to face the 2 enemies lying in wait outside his reality, enemies that would open up the pathway to unfolding in unknown lands filled with adventure. Let's use up the rest of the shards of a seed of reality, shall we? Within the undisturbed domain, Noah waved his hands to cause the appearance of 4 shards and a 5th one that was barely complete, this 5th one being the reward he received from Aegon. Bzzzt, a will of darkness spread from him thereafter as the glimmering pieces of reality were devoured entirely. His origin once more turning into a battlefield as it raced to produce an additional 4.7 million cosmos, and Noah wasn't done as he commanded other loot to appear from his expansive space, his surroundings becoming filled with glimmering circular crystals that brimmed with swirling golden blood as these were the existential pearls. Without delay, he devoured these as well as boundless golden true blood surged within his body, golden flames even appearing as the vast blood within his body was being refined into something even purer. Waves of gold and sounds of thunder and lightning echoed out as it seemed like something was being forged in his body. His body emanated immense waves of heat as it seemed like a furnace was producing a fantastical treasure. His organs, musculature, and bones made of stellar cosmos breaking down at a cellular level as they were constantly reforged to be even more powerful the more his true blood was refined and the more cosmos that he forged. His base strength was constantly elevated as his ridiculous percentages in the billions expounded them ever higher. His ascendancy value rising as he shockingly approached a level Cecilia was working hard towards. He was racing towards the second firmament of ascendancy just days after entering the first. As his true body forged itself, one of his true sanguine clones was accompanying Adelaide in another area of this vast unique space he had brought out, and that could entirely change the blood of an existence into true blood and elevate them to the level of a higher existence. Adelaide looking towards him with love as she spoke lightly, "It shouldn't be too much longer now." She was holding on to her protruding belly as she spoke, Noah nodding towards her with a light smile as he replied while motioning to the pearl in his hands, "This should be the final ingredient. When you are ready, start absorbing it as the time you enter the stage of a higher existence and become reforged on a structural level. It should also be the time for the little guy to come out." As the dictum emperor and holder of the Edict of Kismet, Noah at least knew this much as he waited with great expectation for what was to come, many things around his life advancing in grand directions as he waited patiently for it all. Adelaide smiled while receiving the existential pearl, this fantastical scene of a shocking existence still developing within her body only being seen by her in Noah. Golden clouds of essence covered them while they continued to wait. Outside of the bounds of Noah's reality, a winged tiger with 10 pairs of terrifying wings that shone with auroras of blue and purple could be seen, the entire body of the winged tiger shimmering with the same color of lustrous fur as this existence currently had. Its universal-sized eye staring closely towards a certain reality, with vibrant cosmic filament cores within his body. This was the tyrant beast Pixis. There was another being close to him. This one just as powerful if not more, as his bloodline released a venomous black cloud passively that could melt apart any common cosmic realm existences and even poison weak cosmic filament rank existences, with an endlessly long slithering body with obsidian scales and 6 crimson eyes at its draconic head. The venomous cloud around its body was melting apart the nearby void of space as it spoke of its terror, the eyes of this existence blinking with a dangerous light as his archaic voice echoed out, "Must you be so on guard?" An injured primordial up against 2 beings at the peak of the first firmament of ascendancy. Even in the primordial battlefields, you weren't this careful. The voice was filled with malice and power as the might within it was palpable, the figure of Pixis not even turning around as his focus solidified even further while he replied, "Yakukold, I invited you for this due to your unique strength as a royal blight serpent dragon. We've lived for too long to grow arrogant over our power and not be careful. Against any enemy, we must strike with full force and strike to kill." Rumble, a voice filled with age and power stemmed out from Pixis as he continued, "We take her down and attribute her death within the reality she just left onto the poor ender or champion. We take our Gainsta and we quickly move on. Use your ultimate abilities right away if need be, as we cannot play around with primordials." Silence reigned before a snort could be heard, but it seemed an agreement was reached as the aura leaking from the blight serpent became even more oppressive, the dark clouds around its hidden body becoming tinged a dangerous green as even the boundaries between realities began to shake. They were waiting for something. And something was coming for them, as it was bound to be a wondrous meeting that would spark mayhem across realities. Chapter 1435, A Single Step Ushers in a New Era. 2 Terrifying enemies lay in wait outside of the reality as Noah knew this very well, his preparations in the cosmic Holy Land coming to a close as his eyes opened to cause the clamor of golden liquid essence around him to instantly disperse. These easy arcs of multicolored light danced over his body in a shocking fashion as his strength was palpable, his stellar-colored hair flowing freely as one could see a vast cluster of cosmos shining throughout his body. He was currently in his natural cosmic form as his body shone with awe-inspiring power, and there were close to 8 million cosmos currently pulsing with strength all over his body. All of his shards of a seed of reality were used up along with most of the existential pearls, his body now being capable of passively forging over 20 billion splendiferous universes daily. After one also accounted for the boosts from his ascendancy halo, the true strength and power of the halo was currently still being tested by him, as the uniqueness of bringing together so many flames of edicts was extremely terrifying. With Noah realizing the abilities from the individual flames being enhanced to crazy amounts when used through the ascendancy halo, there were many more things to test and quantify, and this was what the upcoming battle was for, as Noah had prepared sufficiently enough at this point in time. His left hand raised up as it held within it 2 golden books, one being from Kismet as it was reader's foresight and the other being from the dictum emperor as it was premium reader. These golden books contained within them immense information as Noah had perused them thoroughly, seeing what lay ahead for him in the future and what paths he could take, and which paths he could destroy. Pixis and the blight serpent dragon Yakukotal. You will be my slingshot into these vast realities. Rumble, Noah already knew their identities as he wasn't the least bit afraid, his own power right now being utterly terrifying as his current ascendancy value was sitting at 96, at the peak of the first firmament of ascendancy as he was knocking on the door of the second firmament, and this wasn't even his final form. His stellar eyes shone brightly as they gazed towards Hyperion. This ender of reality rising up at this moment as he held a cosmic filament of 1,000,000 cosmos, his eyes incredibly as he seemed ready for everything to come. Let's go. These EZT fantastical waves of light covered their bodies as moments later their two figures disappeared from the cosmic Holy Land. The plan between them was already communicated as they had no need for words as now, they only had to act, their reality was under no threat. The champion of reality was defeated along with his primordial. They could effectively close this chapter in their lives as they sought for something even greater. Hyperion sought his freedom as he was about to have it, and Noah. He sought loot, utter and magisterial loot. Their bodies shifted through the folds of space as they very quickly arrived near the boundary of their vast reality, this boundary being near or far depending on one's power. In any region within the reality, one could utilize a unique power to break open its boundary and appear outside of it. It could be a unique power like Eckhart had as the Great Usurper, or it could be through achieving the eyes of power like Ruination and the Primordial Eyes, or it could be through becoming a higher existence. With a few steps, Noah and Hyperion shot across the veils of space as they came close to the boundary, Hyperion turning around to gaze at the reality in a melancholic fashion as he didn't know if he would return after he stepped outside of it. As for Noah, his heart was already firm as he knew himself very well, proceeding forward as with a thin boundary line between him and the boundary between realities. He took a step forward, a single step, a step filled with conviction and confidence as it wasn't the first time Noah had stepped out of his reality to enter the boundary between realities. And yet this time when he stepped out, it was for a purpose as this step had immense significance. Whether he knew it or not, this single step was the beginning of untold chaos and mayhem. A mere existence cannot change the destinies nor cause waves in the vast infinite realities. A mere human being would make even less waves as they might even be lost in the ravages of time. Yet whether one considers it a coincidence or as a result of action, after a certain being took a single step. Many things occurred outside of their scope of knowledge and in grandiose locations they did not even know of, around the same time that Noah stepped outside of his reality to face enemies lying in wait. CRAZK, in an extremely far away location countless realities from him, a massive sound akin to a cataclysmic event of clusters of cosmos echoed out. It stemmed from cracks echoing out across a titanous body that was the size of dozens of cosmos, this body being pristinely unique as it seemed like a layer of stone was peeling from it and falling down. Crack. The cracks spread out faster and faster as a pair of luminous eyes the size of cosmos began to brighten up slowly, an archaic voice that had lived for countless eons reverberating out. Why did I wake? THRUM, the voice traveled out in waves as it reached billions of light years away, a cosmos just happening to be on the path of this voice as this cosmos fractured and turned to dust just from the mere sound waves. More and more cracks spread out as the luminous eyes of the ancient existence brightened up, his voice becoming clearer as they gazed at the unknown. Has destiny begun to flourish once more? Has the age of emperors arrived onto the firmaments once again? Rumble, the shocking voice came out in waves as a unique phenomenon occurred at the moment that a certain being took a single step. It was unknown if there was a connection, but the phenomenon that occurred was far from a single one as immense undercurrents weaved out with fervor. Chapter 1436, Changes. At this period of time, many phenomena occurred without rhyme or reason. Within another reality, in a vibrant primordial sea, a huge golden structure the size of a cosmos was enacted as it was reminiscent of a holy shrine with countless statues of different races surrounding it. Each of these statues held ferocious expressions filled with power as all of them had their hands raised to hold an expansive bronze bowl. At the very bottom of the statues, golden steps wound down from the shrine-looking structure as a single step was as vast as a universe, and there were currently two titanous beings walking calmly atop these steps while talking to each other. It was a man and a woman, their features being unique as the man had extremely long sharp ears and glimmering wings on his back, while the woman had dazzling 4 pairs of eyes and golden flames rising in waves for her hair. The sharp-eared man gazed towards this flame-haired woman with a calm gaze as he spoke teasingly. Just how many insuperable edicts are you trying to include in your next ascendancy halo, Cisbel? Even then, it might not be enough to reach the 6th firmament of ascendancy. His words seemed to be edging her on as she harumphed, continuing to walk up the vast steps as a light of confidence shone on her eyes while she replied, whether through edicts or other treasures. I'll do whatever it takes to not be the weakest one guarding this holy place. Her eyes were filled with conviction, the man nodding towards her resolve as just when he was about to continue talking, THRUM, their surroundings began to tremble and quake in a shocking manner. It wasn't their surroundings, but the golden steps they stood on that were attached to the cosmic-sized shrine. The man and woman raised their consciousness out as to their shock. They saw the countless golden statues holding onto the bronze bowl tremble as rivers of blood began to leak out from their stony eyes, the bowl they held also trembling as from it golden liquid began to bubble out and spill over. The pair of experts were shocked at the scene as their scalps tingled, multiple auras rising up from within the shrine at this time as a myriad of existences even more powerful than these two stepped out to look at this phenomenon. They varied in shapes and sizes as they were all of different races, but many came to cluster around a single powerful aura that was more powerful than anyone here, and this aura belonged to a hunched old man that walked out with a gray walking stick that seemed dismissed of all life, yet the body of this old man was shining with an iridescent stellar color as throughout his body, one could see an endlessly spanning reality, filled with countless cosmos. It was an illusory reality that caused all of the beings in the surroundings to gather towards this old man as they stared at the phenomenon of golden liquid overflowing from the bronze bowl and bathing the shrine a shimmering gold color, while the statues bled rivers of blood as they seemed to hold a foreboding feeling for what was to come. "Master, this is..." The woman with flames for hair was the only one able to raise her voice to ask as she noticed the gazes of many beings around her to be completely grim, and she didn't know what the phenomenon they were seeing meant as she sought answers from the hunched old man. His eyes seemed capable of seeing through the veils of everything as they shone with a cosmic light. His ancient voice coming out slowly as it resonated in the very hearts of those in the surroundings. "Destiny overflows as blood shall bathe the infinite realities." Rumble, blood shall bathe the infinite realities as destiny had begun to overflow. It was a shocking statement as the eyes of many beings turned even darker, the flame-haired woman not being able to help but ask another question. What could have triggered this phenomenon at this time after countless eons? In the eyes of the existence at the fifth firmament of ascendancy, a trace of fear could be seen as she thought of the possibilities of what was to come, the birth of something or someone. Or simply the weaving of destiny has deemed it so. If it is the former. We must find and destroy whatever has risen at the swiftest time possible. The body of the hunched old man glimmered with light as his eyes became exceedingly cold, his voice turning authoritative as he spoke out the next few words. "Stretch out across the vast realities. When you meet what we seek, you will naturally know. Strike without reservation and obliterate anything on your path. We must prevent the destruction of realities at such a cataclysmic scale." The other shrines should be seeing similar phenomenons as they will also send word, with many of us needing to be mobilized to face the perilous eons to come. The surroundings shook as the golden liquid overflowing from the bronze bowl reached the golden steps. But it wasn't alone, as mixed within it were rivers of crimson blood that made for an extremely contrasting scene. The hunched old man gazed at the golden and red mixture of liquid flowing between his feet as it went on to cover the whole shrine, making for a unique scene in the primordial sea of an enormous structure that was actually dripping red and gold. This type of phenomenon occurred within this shrine, and as the hunched old man mentioned, it occurred on many other shrines similar to it. Spread out across the infinite realities as those that guarded these shrines quickly relayed the message. The unique thing about the existences overseeing these shrines was something they all shared, even though they were of different races. Their bodies carried a regal glow of a certain bloodline that made them extremely special. It was the bloodline of primordials. Chapter 1437, the royal blight serpent dragon Yakyukol. Within an infinitesimal region in the endless boundaries between realities that held an infinite number of realities, the tyrant beast Pixis was watching a certain direction very closely as he waited to see a scene of an injured primordial flying out, his origin brimming with energy as he was full of focus and ready to lash out at any moment. Silent waves of destiny echoed out as just at this time. Waves of unstable power echoed out as the luminous eyes of Pixis sharpened, focusing on a newly appearing aura that was traversing across the boundary between realities at an extremely high speed. Of course, as experts at the peak of the first firmament of ascendancy, Pixis and the royal blight serpent dragon Yakyukol could easily see the rushing figure, with streaks of golden blood on her white dress and a torn veil that revealed a breathtaking face. It was the figure of Cecilia that they had been waiting for this whole time. Finally, BZZZT. Crackles of light surrounded Pixis as his vibrant pair of wings pulsed with immense light, two profound blue-tier ascendancy halos erupting from his body as they screamed of terror and regality. His body instantly turned illusory as he shot forward at such a high speed that would make him a mere blur of light to most beings in the first firmament of ascendancy. And he arrived before the distraught Cecilia in an instant as he could just make out her shocked expression that he had seen too many times. It was the expression of terror and coming death that the tyrant beast Pixis had seen too many times. His heart screaming in glee as his right claw thundered down with the support of two blue tier ascendancy halos, the claw manifesting wrathful white flames of edicts that coalesced to form an illusory claw of this ender of reality, the blood of a primordial. It was a unique delicacy that very few existences could claim to have tasted, with even fewer daring to go against this bloodline. But throughout history, there were always those that wanted to try. And enders of reality that had broken their restrictions and could move freely across realities. There was an enticing glow around primordials that they could not deny. The enormous figure of the winged tiger ender of reality shot down with an illusory claw made of white flames of edict, intent on heavily wounding the primordial before him in a manner that she could not even react to. The surrounding void itself trembled as at this highest and most crucial moment, the eyes of Pixis fluttered and were startled as he saw the terrified expression on the figure of Cecilia fading away. Immense coldness replaced her face soon after as a domineering aura erupted from him, an aura that came with a blinding crimson light. It was so fast and the two beings were so close that there was no time to react or make a move. The speed that Cecilia displayed being even more horrific than the speed Pixis showed earlier as the attack released was even faster. The crimson glow released shockingly came in contact with the illusory flames of edict as in the next instant the white flames were wiped out entirely as the red glow that had now manifested into a glimmering halo went forward to smash onto the body of Pixis. It was too fast. Even a being at the peak of the first firmament of ascendancy could not react, as even the faraway royal blight serpent dragon Yakuko only saw a brief flash of crimson light before a resounding explosion echoed out. Gaah. A winged tiger's limb flew as golden blood surged out like rivers. The terrifying crimson halo also smashing into its body as it actually cut apart the blue tier halos surrounding Pixis to smash into his body. A single crimson halo actually cut apart two blue ones. Could this even be done? Was it even a possibility? Golden blood overflowed as the expression of Pixis was twisted in pain and disbelief, leaving behind a genuine river of blood as he was knocked back. Bzzzt. His origin trembled painfully as he was dealt a heavy injury, and even more so he couldn't stop dazedly staring at his two halos that even now they had a smooth cut as they didn't connect anymore. Pixis. The bellow of the royal blight serpent dragon Yakuko shook him out of his stupor as when he stared forward and tried to wrap protective essence around him. He gazed up to see the figure of Cecilia changing to a devilishly handsome man that glimmered with the light of cosmos throughout his whole body, a crimson ascendancy halo surrounding him as this being wasn't even gazing at him at this moment. What Pixis saw was a mere ploy, a ploy that heavily injured an existence at the peak of the first firmament of ascendancy as thereafter. The eyes of this being actually dared to gaze elsewhere. He was actually gazing towards the direction of Yakuko as if Pixis was now insignificant. The mesmerizing voice of this existence ringing out as he turned into a blur of light towards the royal blight serpent dragon, heavily injured with his battle power heavily reduced. You can wear him out now, Hyperion. The moment his words finished, the figure of Hyperion appeared in utter grandeur as his trunk bellowed out a horn of madness and power, a half-filled ascendancy halo fusing into his body as he shot towards Pixis like a blazing pillar of light. Wear him down. These were the domineering words spoken out as when it came to finishing Pixis, this job would fall back to Noah himself. With his origin creaking in pain and his ascendancy halo literally cut, Pixis faced a wrathful ender of reality as the royal blight serpent dragon faced the oppressive pressure of a being who could somehow even injure ascendancy halos. The murky green clouds and shadows around Yakuko became ever denser as they lashed out poisonously. The imperious eyes of this serpent, the size of a cosmos, brightening up with immense power as wondrously three ascendancy halos released from it. Not a single one was white, two blue halos could be seen as the third and most powerful one. It was another color entirely. Chapter 1438, The Royal Blight Serpent Dragon Yakuko. 2. An ambush. The two beings at the peak of the first firmament of ascendancy were waiting to ambush a primordial as in turn, they actually faced an ambush themselves as the tyrant beast Pixis was heavily injured during the first strike. ROR. He bellowed out with anger as his origin and soul felt pain not just from his body, but more so from his two ascendancy halos that actually dimmed after shockingly being cut by a crimson halo. Yet Pixis didn't even get time to relax as the maddened figure of Hyperion surged out, his body taking the form of an even more fearsome draconic elephantine creature after fusing with his half-halo as his golden trunk smashed down towards the winged tiger, were both primordial beasts born for the same purpose. The golden trunk was built like metal as it was countered by Pixis's remaining claw, sparks flying out as the body of Hyperion became even more ferocious. Why would you scheme against me? Why speak of the higher purpose of primordial beasts not just ending a single reality and being capable of doing things on a grand scale? Why? Boom, with utter ferocity. Flames of edicts surged around Hyperion as he actually matched against this existence that had a much higher ascendancy value than him, but the impact that Pixis had received from Noah's single attack was too much, as he was currently only defending against Hyperion while trying to reconnect his two ascendancy halos. But in the midst of all of this, their surroundings changed color as a domain was instantly laid down, shimmering with the essence of a quasi-insuperable nomological edict. That was also backed up by an even more terrifying insuperable edict. Apocalypse brought down a domain as the golden essence of the resplendent treasure emperor reinforced it. A prison was laid down where nobody could leave as towers of Ragnarok began to rise. The situation around Pixis shockingly turning dire as the aura of an oppressive eldritch terrors began to bloom while the towers of Ragnarok released their passive attacks. This was the side of Pixis, the side where the royal blight serpent dragon Yakukol was. This side was much different, as this being was releasing a terrifying air of power while glaring at Noah's figure intensely, the enormous body of this serpent dragon being surrounded by three iridescent halos of light, two shone with a gorgeous blue color as there was actually a third, and it was a halo screaming of majesty and regality as beautifully it was a glorious purple color, white, blue, purple. This was the elevation in tiers of ascendancy halos, as for one to obtain a halo of the blue tier, they had to include multiple quasi-insuperable nomological edicts within it. For one to forge a purple tier ascendancy halo, an insuperable nomological edict had to be included, or one could achieve it through their own unique means. The murky and clouded body of the seemingly endless royal blight serpent dragon Yakukol was now revealed clearly as a fantastical blue and purple glow surrounded it, the greenish clouds of position stemming from its obsidian scales being ever present as wondrously. A green crown dripping of majesty appeared to rotate above the Yakukol, his serpentine crimson eyes locked in on Noah's figure as his archaic voice came out. You dare to have designs on royalty of the blight serpent dragon bloodline? What are you? Where is the primordial? The voice was akin to a king talking to his subjects, as even after witnessing the shocking attack that had nearly incapacitated Pixis, this royal blight serpent dragon was unfettered as his body only pulsed with greater levels of power. Noah stopped before this being as the ascendancy halo of catastrophe spun around him calmly, his gaze towards the serpent unique as he was actually the causal piece that would get him to his next location. You need not look for the primordial. I already killed and devoured her before coming to deal with you too. Shocking words left his mouth as the eyes of Yakukol shone with a sharp light. Impossible. A common existence like you would never dare to lay your hands on a primordial. Oh? Noah gazed at this creature before him with a smile as he replied calmly, if you dare to have designs on her, why can't I? Yes. What made Pixis and Yakukol confident in taking down a primordial and bypassing becoming marked ones? They already had a plan and method on who the blame would fall on, but it was still too bold of a thought for any higher existences to set their eyes on the blood of primordials. They were too feared in the vast realities, as their name alone carried tremendous weight. Naturally, those daring to look their way as prey had to have some standing and power. Yakukol's eyes became even more dangerous as his three ascendancy halos spun around him with even more power, his draconic serpentine head rising up with pride as he began gloriously, I am a prince of the royal blight serpent dragon bloodline, someone that, yes. Before Yakukol could even continue, Noah actually cut him off as he spoke in a calm but derisive tone, the first prince of the royal blight serpent dragons that control clusters of realities, their might expanding in recent eons as their most powerful or scaling the firmaments of ascendancy steadily. You are fairly young at 300 million years old, using the power and might of your unique bloodline to forge over 50 nomological edicts as in the past 1,000 years, you managed to forge your first insuperable edict that granted you access to the purple tier ascendancy halo you have now. Rumble, Noah's words were like claps of thunder as for the first time, the dominating might that Yakukol was releasing faltered as this being actually moved back, his eyes being filled with shock and wariness when he gazed at Noah's figure. Only a single thought was running through his mind at this moment, what the fuck, Chapter 1439 The Royal Blight Serpent Dragon Yakukol. 3. Information that nobody should know about the Royal Blight Serpent Dragon Yakukol was revealed by Noah as he caused shock and wariness to reverberate across the origin of this powerful being. How could Noah know? The memories of Cecilia were abundant and told him of the history and information about many races, bloodlines, and realities, as some of these memories naturally contained information on the bloodline of royal blight serpent dragons. But it didn't have anything about the identity of this being before Noah's eyes, nor about the edicts he had and when he had forged them. The answer was, of course, through the authority of the dictum emperor. Even more so, it was apt to say it was through the ascendancy halo of catastrophe rotating around Noah at this moment. He had quantified yet another one of just uses as he found that the ultimate skills given to him by the flames of the nomological edict could passively be activated. With the ascendancy halo, their cost being entirely minimal, especially if they required the essence of reality. The moment that Noah neared Pyxis and the royal blight serpent dragon Yakuko Lothar's viewpoint was activated as the status sheets of these powerful existences appeared before Noah's eyes. The status sheet of Pyxis was naturally interesting, but Yakuko thought that was something else entirely. Noah's figure floated forward as he perused through it while continuing to speak. You spent over 10 million years in the primordial battlefields to forge yourself, managing to gain something in the end as you forged your insuperable edict of the virulent poison emperor. Granting you essence that can poison even other concepts and nomological truths, much less existences. These words instantly caused the wariness in Yakuko's eyes to increase. His body showing hints of hesitation before the royal blood within him churned as he spoke out with power. You are one of those seers. Noah heard this term as he couldn't help but smile, being familiar with it now due to Cecilia's memories, as it was a term given to unique individuals across the vast realities that had the talent of forging nomological edicts that allowed them to peer into unknown truths and tear apart the veils of secrets. Such a task was extremely hard to do for most beings as it delved into the workings of destiny, and yet Noah had done it so easily. Coming across seers was extremely rare, as even if one managed to form an edict that could peer into the veils of secrecy, it would at most be a minor or greater edict, or at most at the quasi-insuperable level. To be considered a genuine seer, one needed to have forged an insuperable edict that allowed them to peer through the veils of secrecy. Defending against such beings from obtaining information about you was hard, as you needed an opposing edict of a similar concept to prevent them from seeing through you, or you had to have an edict of a higher level that, even if it wasn't one that a seer would have, its authority would still prevent others from piercing through one's veil of defenses. Yakuko had such an edict as he forged the insuperable edict of the virulent poison emperor, and the authority of this edict should have prevented a quasi-insuperable nomological edict that a seer had, as the only way this being bypassed him is if he held an edict of a seer at the insuperable level. This was why Yakuko turned careful, yet he was wrong, as Noah didn't have an insuperable edict that a powerful seer would have, but he did have the authority of another edict and an ascendancy halo that had not even been categorized. He layered the authority of the resplendent treasure emperor and the quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the dictum emperor as with his unique ascendancy halo of catastrophe. He tore across the protection of another being's insuperable edict and obtained all the information about them, a seer or not. It does not matter. I know all of this about you, and I dared to be here right now. What do you think that means, O royal blight serpent dragon prince? Rumble. With unmatched tyranny and dominance, Noah walked forward with his body brimming with boundless strength and power. Daring, the deep voice of the royal blight serpent dragon echoed out as his body began to glimmer with incandescent light, but one could see his oppressive might had lost to the being made of cosmos before his eyes. There were many stories about seers. Yakuko had his confidence shaken by such a being as an instant later. His three ascendancy halos shone and receded into his body as stupendously. He fused with all of them right away to enter his true form and battle with everything he had. The surroundings tumbled out of order as the enormous body of the coiling serpent dragon underwent a change, multiple pairs of wings sprouting from its scaly back as 8 more heads colored green and black protruded outwards. A sea of deadly poison bloomed around its body as anything that even came near would suffer, and this virulent green sea actually continued to expand wildly as it threatened to cover everything in the surroundings. It seemed like an ancient serpent dragon of the primal ages was being born on a vastly expanding sea. Even Pyxis and Hyperion from afar moving their battle even further not to come in contact with this sea. The new 9 heads of the royal blight serpent dragon Yakuko stared coldly towards Noah as they screamed of ferocity and regality. The virulent poison sea, backed up by my fusion of ascendancy halos, insuperable edict, and bloodline, will make it hard for peak first firmament existences to even stay within it for a few seconds. Much less come near me. Give up your foolish aims and no matter if you were a seer. Renewed confidence rose within Yakuko as he watched the sizzling green sea quickly cover the area that Noah was at. But this being actually did nothing as the sea washed over his body and covered him completely, yet the expected scene of pain and horror did not occur. The 9 heads of the royal blight serpent dragon squinted in a deadly fashion as they watched with extra eyes the figure of Noah simply raise his hands to play with the poisonous sea that would normally be melting the body and origin of any existence in the first firmament of ascendancy in a matter of seconds. Yet boundless life force seemed to emanate from the human within the virulent poison sea, as at this moment, an edict he forged not too long ago fully showed its oppressive might as it covered him head to toe. Noah had not been able to even display the full might of many of his quasi-insuperable edicts because the enemies simply weren't powerful enough to allow for it. Now, his body bloomed with green gold light as immense life force surged from him, as while a virulent poison sea forged from a fusion of 3 ascendancy halos, an insuperable edict, and a unique bloodline of a royal blight serpent dragon tried to break down his defenses. The domineering edict of Antediluvian rose up with vengeance. Antediluvian, the edict that granted him the bloodline of a primal titan and the abilities of unshaken, physique of a titan, primal authority, and antediluvian tree. This edict was not to be looked down upon by itself, as now that Noah had fused it into a stupendous ascendancy halo. Even a deadly attack that could melt peak first firmament experts dealt absolute no damage to him. Chapter 1440. Merely of the first firmament. An overabundance of life force surged within Noah's body, as even though a deadly virulent poison sea threatened to melt everything, his life force denied it. He floated within this sea calmly as his body shone with a green gold luster, the abilities under Antediluvian expressing themselves in a fantastical manner as it caused a carefree demeanor that caused Yakyakol to look towards Noah with an even more somber gaze. How can you so easily counter the deadly might of an insuperable nomological edict, WAA? The voice was booming as the royal blight serpent dragon that had now sprouted many pairs of wings and 8 extra heads shone with increasing luster, the sea around him becoming tinged even greener as this serpent dragon prince saw Noah coming towards him calmly unaffected. It's a concept I termed antediluvian, OM. A concept of age and life. Something that coincidentally opposes your own concept of poison and death, as I want to see today whether I can oppose it entirely. Noah wanted to test the extent of just how much his ascendancy halo elevated the edicts contained within it. He wanted to know whether the enhancement was enough for a quasi-insuperable nomological edict like Antediluvian to stand against the might of an insuperable nomological edict like the virulent poison emperor. Right now, he already withstood the poison sea that passively formed from this being. But what about when Yakyakoli utilized the skills within his edict that even borrowed the essence of reality? His eyes flashed with immense light as he wanted to let loose after stepping out of his reality, his voice coming out in waves as his body began to change. The quantification of the boosts of his ascendancy halo beginning at this moment in full force. Antediluvian tree. Rumble. The surrounding poisonous sea was brought to halt briefly, from the being forged with millions of cosmos, a glorious force of life that shimmered gold and green bloomed as an ancient tree took root within the boundary between realities. Its trunk was vaster than a cosmos as it seemingly stretched out endlessly, piercing through the boundary of the virulent poison sea as countless green gold branches sprouted out. These branches were extremely unique as at their ends, flowers bloomed as they sprouted clusters of vibrant cosmos. They twisted and turned in a shocking fashion as these countless trunks sprouting clusters of cosmos gave the blooming tree a terrifying sense of oldness and majesty. WAA, on the center of the trunk of the antediluvian tree itself, an ancient face that seemed to be looking down over everything formed, this face gazing towards Yakyakol with utter tyranny as it voiced out, "Fight, boom." The voice carried with it an eruption of life force as the virulent poison sea actually ran away from the surroundings of the ancient tree that could put Yggdrasil to shame, not even coming with a few light years distance with it, as the overpowering life force seemed like poison to the poison sea itself. If it neared, the viscous green color actually became lost as the sea began to turn clear. So how could it not be fearful? Ooh. The royal blight serpent dragon Yakyakol became utterly unreconciled at such a scene as his 9 heads bellowed out, his body that was fused with 3 ascendancy halos turning a deadly shade of green as his voice reverberated out, "The might of the blight serpent dragon cannot be overcome. Reality devouring virulent emperor." Noah's eyes brightened up as his primordial eye of the pioneer saw the activation of the essence of reality. An ultimate skill from an insuperable nomological edict was cast as the virulent poison sea surged with utter madness around Yakyakol. An illusory form of a terrifying 9-headed dragon serpent reinforced him as each head adorned a glimmering verdant crown. Their eyes filled with judgment and power as they opened their jaws to devour everything. The skill was termed reality devouring. Virulent Emperor, as it was an ultimate offensive skill of an insuperable nomological edict meant to devour realities. Any enemy within the first firmament of ascendancy facing it could do nothing but perish. The boundary between realities surged as it began to be drawn into the jaws of the virulent emperor, yet, unshaken. Rumble, a vast antediluvian tree stood within the virulent poison sea, a tree of great age as it could withstand the test of time, and it stood unshaken as such an ability was cast from a quasi-insuperable edict to withstand the ultimate skill of an insuperable one. The crimson halo around the antediluvian tree brightened as layers of green gold instantly covered the whole tree, intent for it to remain unshaken even under the threat of an ability that could devour realities. Bzzzt, the terrifying devouring force locked onto its targets as the surroundings cracked and splintered. But the antediluvian tree stood strong. The 9 heads of the reality-devouring virulent emperor turned deadly at such a scene as mana and essence of reality surged, their illusory forms becoming even more solidified as a deadly force erupted out. Crack, the layers of green gold called forth from unshaken began to crack and splinter. Bzzzt. The ascendancy halo of catastrophe hummed madly with power as it reinforced the singular aspect of antediluvian contained within it, actually succeeding in withstanding the might of an ultimate skill of an insuperable nomological edict with a quasi-insuperable one. But at this moment it was still about to be broken. The gap between the two tiers of edicts was too vast, as even though the ascendancy halo came close, it wasn't fully enough to bridge the gap. But this isn't its final form, Rumble. This wasn't the full extent of power of the ascendancy halo of catastrophe, as currently, it only held 15 fused flames of edicts, the number and limit that all ascendancy halos had. Let's break that number now. Fuse another bloodline into the ascendancy halo. The authority of the sanguine emperor surged. A greater nomological edict obtained from Aegon had its bloodline fused with another 15 as at this moment, a parameter was exceeded and a grand change occurred. Chapter 1441, merely of the first firmament. 2. A parameter of how many edicts could be in an ascendancy halo was exceeded as at this moment, 16 edicts were contained within the ascendancy halo of catastrophe, THRUM. The moment this occurred, the crimson halo of light released fantastical rays of glimmering light as bodaciously, one could see a band of a different color wrapping around a section of this entirely crimson ring. Pure gold and utterly glorious in color, ancient runic etchings of gold bloomed as they quickly formed into a golden strip that wrapped around a small section of the ascendancy halo, the pressure that this halo released thereafter increasing by a large extent. The cracks that were occurring on the body of the antediluvian tree stopped thereafter as the appearance of this golden light of great significance. The effects of the quasi-insuperable nomological edict of the antediluvian were raised to another level, as even against the terror of reality-altering abilities of an insuperable edict from an enemy, it was still unfettered. Good. The ancient voice of the antediluvian tree echoed out as it caused the roaring 9 serpent dragon heads to tremble. Thereafter, a second band of gold began to etch itself on the crimson ascendancy halo as a 17th edict was fused into it. The power and might of the halo increased in a palpable fashion as a third and a fourth band of golden etchings appeared even faster. The boundless power that caused the virulent poison sea to run away fearfully only increasing. When everything calmed, the situation had utterly changed as the antediluvian tree was surrounded by a crimson ring that was wrapped by 4 bands of gold light. His voice echoing out at such a time, a wave of gold-green light stretched out from him as vast as the raging sea. A boundless circular wave of gold and green released from the antediluvian tree as the authority of such an existence spread out madly. It covered the vast virulent poison sea as wherever it passed, the sea evaporated into nothingness as only the aura of abundant life force was left behind. The illusory form of the 9-headed reality-devouring virulent emperor was also evaporated under this primal authority. Bzzzt, the wave of gold-green light encompassed the glorious figure of the royal blight serpent dragon Yakukol. An instant later, as the body of this creature trembled, its obsidian-verdant scales instantly caving in as it felt like the deadliest poison was trying to burrow into his body. Yet this poison was filled with abundant life force as it erased the vast virulent poison sea and caused the surroundings to shine with a golden-green luster. The antediluvian tree at the center of it all, as it shone with utter awe of a cosmic tree from primordial times. The authority of a quasi-insuperable nomological edict had actually managed to reject the authority of an insuperable edict under the enhancement of the ascendancy halo that had broken through the limiter of 15. This was a stupendous finding as it held shocking consequences, and nobody was feeling them more than Yakukol at this moment. A trace of fear appeared within the eyes of the royal blight serpent dragon Yakukol as its body pulsed terrifyingly to resist the waves of abundant life force from burrowing into his body. This fear appeared because it knew the color gold and was terrified to see it on an ascendancy halo. He had seen such a colored halo very few times from the strongest existences of his race, and he didn't expect to see it now, even if it was 4 mere strips of it covering a portion of an ascendancy halo. White, blue, purple, and gold, these were the ranks of ascendancy halos. Why would such a color appear on this being's crimson halo? WAA, the titanous figure of the royal blight serpent dragon prince wavered and moved back. Its hesitation was palpable as the aged antediluvian tree saw this, a mocking voice echoing out from it. So this is what a mere peak first firmament expert amounts to. It is nothing much. Rumble. The moment the aged tree finished this, its countless branches and trunks surged as the antediluvian tree moved to tear apart and devour a serpent dragon, with cosmic clusters as the flower buds. The force of this ancient tree was stupendous as each branch held power that could heavily injure a first firmament expert at such a scene. The royal blight serpent dragon roared out madly as an instant later it turned around and ran. Escape. This terrifyingly powerful beast of a royal bloodline and unbeatable within the first firmament of ascendancy actually ran as it was extremely wise. Yakyukol had lived for over 300 million years as he had seen in his share of confounding and terrifying things. The existence behind it was one of them as without an ounce of high pride or arrogance, this prince turned tail and ran as the thought of escape had appeared the moment that gold bands began to shine on a certain crimson halo. The ancient antediluvian tree saw such a scene as its endless branches and trunks followed, nobody being able to see the devilish smile on the archaic face at the center of this tree. A fully established domain could have been placed around the area similar to the one that was around Pixis. Yet this serpent dragon prince didn't have such a domain established around it as it was able to shoot away across the boundary between realities easily. Naturally, there was a reason for this, with machinations only one being understood. The shocking scene of a cosmic-sized royal blight serpent dragon running away while an ancient antediluvian tree chased could be seen within the vast boundary between realities. The sight of a crimson halo with 4 golden bands around it was particularly prominent as it tore across all obstacles and was the source of the fear shown on the 9 heads of the royal blight serpent dragon whenever it turned around. Chapter 1442, Smashed Across Realities. Boom. In the domain of apocalypse containing Pixis and Hyperion, the more powerful ender of reality wasn't just facing Hyperion, but a horrific eldritch terror at the cosmic filament realm, as this was the realm that the master of the domain of apocalypse had achieved. It was an eldritch terror that was a circular mass as vast as cosmos, countless tentacles armed with obsidian lightning snaking around it as Pixis had his 3 remaining hands full while trying to also deal with a raging ender of reality. Where is the honor between those of our race? Boom. The golden trunk of Hyperion ruthlessly thrashed down against another wing of the winged tiger becoming torn as at such a juncture. Pixis gritted his teeth while looking at his 2 cut ascendancy halos that he could not yet fix nor currently fuse with. This was why his power continued to be limited. Whatever that terrifying being had done to be capable of cutting apart his ascendancy halos, it had damaged them so greatly that Pixis could not fuse with them until he spent a significant amount of time repairing them. So, that's another one of its uses. Rumble. From the empty throne of the domain of apocalypse, the figure of a devilishly handsome human being appeared as he quickly morphed into a star-shaped Tellus form with countless cold eyes. His appearance caused Pixis's heart to turn cold as he could remember the aura of this being anywhere. His eyes gazing towards the faraway battle where he had sensed 2 horrific auras battling to realize there was currently nobody there. Where was Yakyukotl? Had this being truly finished the royal blight serpent dragon prince? Pixis was too focused on his battle and enclosed in the domain of apocalypse to notice what occurred outside, and he now had the most terrifying combatant appear once more as the countless eyes of this being were looking at his cut-up halos with great interest, another feature of the ascendancy halo of catastrophe. It could actually bisect weaker halos and make a large majority of their functions unusable, and Pixis was the first one to have a test of this, as this ender of reality was truly unlucky. What is this? How could an ender that was just at the cosmic realm pair up with you and cause all of this? The maddened voice of Pixis echoed out as he was too unreconciled to have all his plans ruined, as it seemed like he was falling into the hands of others right now. How did it all turn out so differently? What could have caused such a shocking progression of events? Pixis wanted answers, as all he received, were countless rays of light released from the form of Tellus, each ray carrying with it flames of edicts as prominently. Golden rays carrying the might of an insuperable nomological edict surged forth maddeningly. There shall be no monologuing or speech from you. WAA, the domineering voice of the tyrannical emperor echoed out with utter coldness, just perish and serve your purpose as mere loot. The eyes of the regal ender of reality at the cosmic filament realm trembled with anger as its body surged with power, bellowing out madly as it faced the attacks of 3 different existences. The echoes of this battle didn't travel too far, as there would be nobody else to witness it, but another battle was stretching across the boundary between realities, as it would have fantastical reverberations. Boom, you cannot kill me. BOM, I am of the royal blight serpent dragon lineage. WAA, across the boundary between realities. A nine-headed serpent dragon was being chased as it occasionally tried to defend against endless branches that smashed onto its body and splintered apart its obsidian green scales. The regality and majesty of this being was being torn down little by little as when it saw that the vibrant figure of the antediluvian tree could not be lost, it even began to speak of its bloodline. My identity as the first prince is unique. If you kill me, you will face death soon after no matter what reality you hide in. When force didn't work, one resorted to threats, yet the existence that was threatened this time was not one that paid heed to such things as the archaic voice of the antediluvian tree echoed out while the crimson ascendancy halo around it brightened up fantastically. I knew of your identity when I first met you. Does it seem like I care? THRUM, countless branches holding blooming cosmos thundered down on all sides of the nine-headed serpent dragon as its heart trembled, reinforcing its body as it received a heavy attack. Boom. The figure of the royal blight serpent dragon was smashed into as golden blood finally erupted out, a large number of its scales shattered as its body was thrown back countless light years. Coincidentally, the titanous body shot towards a direction where the boundary of another reality could be seen. Yakuko smashing into this boundary as he was smashed into another reality directly. The figure of the antediluvian tree followed as its endless vines and branches extended into this reality. Noah coming across a crimson ruination sea with the bleeding figure of Yakuko entering his sights as he weaved out an attack once more, his primordial eye of the pioneer releasing a wave of light as the surrounding reality was affected, its boundary being visible once more as Noah's attack landed on Yakuko once more as, boom, the figure of the dragon serpent was then smashed back into the boundary between realities. Noah revealed authority, unmatched power in the first firmament of ascendancy that his two attacks smashed an existence into a reality and then outside of it within the span of milliseconds. GAH. Roars of the serpent dragon echoed out as golden blood flowed freely. Yakuko still trying to run as the multiple pairs of wings behind its back fluttered to exhaustion. The two of them were moving at such fast speeds and distances that they occasionally came across boundaries of other realities, with Noah's attacks smashing Yakuko into realities and outside of them in a shocking fashion as within seconds. This being had passed across over 3 different realities as his golden blood painted each of their ruination seas. Ruggedly breathing, Yakuko had long since stopped trying to reason with Noah as 5 heads remained out of the 9 from his fused ascendancy halo true form, his sharp eyes gazing at the surroundings for anything that could save him as they lit up with hope quickly as they saw a shimmering endless river of another reality, but unlike the ones that he was being smashed into and out of in the past, this was immensely bigger and shone with a different luster as it was a prime reality. Chapter 1443, Smashed Across Realities. 2. Within the boundary between realities, those experienced could quickly distinguish between emerging realities and prime realities. Emerging realities were newly born as they had little history and power, with most of them more often than not having existences below the cosmic realm and power, and they were considered lands to be protected from the naturally rising primordial beasts within realities, as those who had forged ascendancy halos could even obtain an authority as overseers to protect these realities and gain benefits of their own. Then there were prime realities, vast and shockingly old realities where existences had settled into for many eons. Powerful bloodline races resided in such prime realities as higher existences were abundant, with many prime realities falling in the hands of primordials as their influence was undoubtedly the most far-reaching. Within the countless prime realities, one could find entire clans or races of higher existences with powerhouses ranging from those in the first firmament of ascendancy to those in the 9th or even the truly top-tier prime realities that had the legendary figures within the realm of reality. Yakuko had been beaten blue and black as he lost track of exactly where their current position was. But so long as they entered a prime reality, those in the firmaments of ascendancy that protected the bounds of such a reality would be alerted as the being chasing him would not be able to do too much. Rumble. With this in mind, Yakuko bellowed out as he collected most of his power, even burning his essence of reality as his body turned into a streak of light towards this unknown prime reality. Behind Yakuko, the ancient face of Noah on the antediluvian tree smiled devilishly as he spoke out silently, "So this is where I am led to." He had relied on the nomological edict of the dictum emperor and resplendent treasure emperor that led him towards immense loot and treasure as it pointed for him to chase and follow Yakuko. At this moment, his authority as the resplendent treasure emperor was ringing out madly as he saw the prime realities, and whatever shocking society it held within it was what he was supposed to be led to as the royal blight serpent dragon. It had no uses anymore. Perish. he uttered softly as the blur of light that was Yakyakotl sank into the boundary of the prime reality, the beast facing more resistance with this boundary even though it passed through nonetheless, with Noah also crossing it an instant later as uniquely the crimson halo rotating around him disappeared. The boundary of a prime reality was crossed as Yakyakotl turned ecstatic, his battered body gazing around the surroundings to find not a primordial or ruination sea but instead a unique and austere environment that seemed to imitate a stellar space. A space that glimmered with gold specks of light as far in the distance. Structures vaster than most cosmos could be seen as they coalesced together into ancient cities. Towards the vast structures, the auras of countless powerhouses could be felt as Yakyakotl even felt the oppressive might of those in the second firmament of ascendancy and above gazed towards his direction. Happiness bloomed within it as it wanted to continue forward and seek aid, but it was shocked to find out that its body could no longer move at this moment. A red light overcame its eyes as unknowingly, a crimson ascendancy halo had somehow covered its body at the center as at this time. This halo began to constrict rapidly as it applied a terrifying force towards its origin and soul. A force of 19 fused flames of edicts as the authority of Apocalypse backed by the insuperable edict of the resplendent treasure emperor closed in, Yakyakotl watching in shock as his defenses were entirely ignored and shredded into nothingness as his edicts were entirely overpowered even though he had over 50, clang, as if a gate of death had closed in. The ascendancy halo of catastrophe targeted the origin and soul of Yakyakotl as it flashed with horrendous sharpness and might, a crimson glow overcoming everything in the surroundings as a moment later, the eyes of Yakyakotl still held their shock as they were dimming ever so slowly, the enormous body of this creature being cut in two as its origin and soul were severed first. The dimming eyes were barely able to turn to see the vast figure of the antediluvian tree shining with gold-green splendor, and also the identity of the existences within this prime realities as powerful auras had begun to shoot towards them the moment they appeared. Are you serious? This was the thought of Yakyakotl as he perished because he saw the forms of the beings shooting towards them and nearly laughed towards his death. It was because the existences showing up uniquely had an energy signature similar to the antediluvian tree that was chasing after him this whole time. Laughable, the plight and death of the royal blight serpent dragon prince Yakyakotl was laughable as he had such bad luck to enter a prime reality that wouldn't have even had any allies, but was instead filled with even more enemies. But he perished before he could see anything else as the moment his soul was vanquished. The shimmering green crown above the central head of this serpent dragon flashed. A unique spatial light covered this green crown as it teleported away instantly, its destination unknown as it only did this after the death of Yakyakotl. An explosive force then resounded thereafter as the lifeless body of a peak first firmament expert could be seen. And it was also then that multiple powerful auras descended to surround Noah and the body of Yakyakotl in a domineering fashion. Who dares to enter the domain of golden titans and act so boisterously? A booming voice thundered down as the figures surrounding Noah became clear, titanic in size and adorned in golden suits of armor. 12 humanoid-shaped existences that screamed of power could be seen as 8 were in the first firmament of ascendancy, 3 were in the second firmament, and a single titanic being wielding a large golden hammer on his back screamed of more power than anybody else here as from a mere guess. Noah had to say this was an existence at the third firmament of ascendancy. This being alone released such a terrifying pressure that even Noah could not focus on the prompts of loot washing over his eyes for the kill of Yakyakotl, his very origin feeling an oppressive force that screamed if he made the wrong move there was a possibility of being killed from this single existence that gazed down domineeringly. Yet Noah was unafraid even as his body trembled under pressure. This was because the prime reality that Yakyakotl had rushed into actually held a unique race and bloodline Noah was familiar with. Before his eyes, there were the titanic and regal existences of the bloodline of the primal titans. Chapter 1444, Prove Yourself a Titan. A fantastical scene played out in a wondrous prime reality that uniquely wasn't covered by endless stretches of ruination sea. The surroundings were filled with a unique space as glimmering golden stellar light sprinkled the vast space, making it seem like a land of pure fantasy as it brimmed of a unique essence Noah had not come across before. Yet at this moment, Noah was surrounded by 12 primal titans as these existences were utterly humongous and adorned in golden sets of armors and weapons as the most powerful one that made Noah feel the most threat was hoisting a golden hammer the size of a cosmos. They called themselves golden titans as they stared threateningly towards Noah's figure, with their gazes gradually turning into confusion as from the figure of Noah. They had a sense of familiarity. Who are you? The strongest primal titan wielding the golden hammer gazed at the dead figure of Yakyakotl as he spoke, his ancient voice filled with depth continuing thereafter. And why did you bring and kill a wretch of the royal blight serpent dragons on our doorstep? His latter words were said with distaste as Noah's vibrant face in the form of the antediluvian tree smiled, his reply coming out as a golden light began to cover him. I am of someone of the same race traversing across realities, and this snake was just something I came across that tried to take my life, so I took his instead. Trum, his vast cosmic-sized form of an antediluvian morphed as Noah fully allowed the bloodline of the primal titan that he obtained from the nomological edict of antediluvian to bloom within his origin. The endless branches receded as he took on a form of a titan, his features immaculate as he soon became an existence of similar stature and liking to those surrounding him as a unique glow began to surround him. Oh! The golden titans around him nodded as they finally saw why. They sensed a feeling of familiarity from this being, their faces easing as an existences beside the strongest golden titan that Noah was confident should be in the second firmament of ascendancy. Spoke. What balls you have on you, little guy. If I'm not wrong, the teleporting crown that flashed away with the death of this snake indicates he comes from the true royal bloodline of those blight serpent dragons, and all the information about you should have been sent back to certain prime realities as you've brought yourself endless troubles. The eyes of the nearby golden titans lost their hostility as Noah found many auras and gazes that were looking over here to also fade away. Smiling freely as he looked around the area while he replied, it's just the blight serpent dragon race. Whatever firmaments of ascendancy they send my way, they shall only become corpses under my feet. His blazing confidence made the golden titans around look at him in a new light as their defenses went down, but not the strongest golden titan there, who was looking at Noah carefully while letting out a harumph. You smell of the primal titan bloodline, but do you think you can merely appear here and possibly embroil us in a conflict by claiming you are? You have to prove your standing as a titan and as someone worthy for us to call a brother in arms. Oh? Noah gazed at the primal titan before him in a new light as he nodded. His voice coming out confidently as he asked, and how can I prove my standing as a primal titan? At such words, the terrific golden titans around Noah smiled at each other as they all gazed towards the most powerful one, who looked towards Noah as if he had caught a fish in his net, his ancient voice echoing out, of course, it is through forging. Rumble, forging, the singular aspect that primal titans even matched primordials at as they produced terrific weapons and armor. Whatever unique method you used to stumble onto our primal titan bloodline, you still have to gain a name and title to fully be considered a titan and what clan you will belong to. Waves of golden luster shone up and down the ancient titan's face as he spoke. A deep smile etched on his face as he held on tight to the golden hammer and raised it above the weapon, releasing a scintillating light that lit up the surroundings and showed even more of the ecstatic structures behind him. I am the golden flash monos of the golden titans, and I shall be the one to oversee you through one of the homes of the primal titans, the Isles of Gilded Forge. Rumble, the Isles of the Gilded Forge, that was the name of this prime reality where the golden titan clan of the primal titans dwelled. Noah entering into such a place spectacularly as he massacred a peak first firmament expert at its doors. Monos waved his hands as the other golden titans looked at Noah with hidden smiles while they flashed away. His voice echoing out, I suggest you collect that serpent and be ready to use its parts unless you have better materials. Since you will sorely need high-tier materials if you are to meet the basic condition to be accepted into the primal titan bloodline and granted a title, and that is to forge a quasi-primordial relic. His voice boisterously thundered down as it left behind no possibilities, his enormous figure turning around and heading towards the vast structures Noah could see that made existences the size of cosmos seem small and minuscule. Come. With a bellow, an existence more than likely in the third firmament of ascendancy led Noah deeper into the Isles of the Gilded Forge. Brand new lands opening themselves up before Noah as he waved his hands to collect the body of the royal blight serpent dragon prince and went forward with an expectant gaze and shining eyes that could see limitless possibilities. Chapter 1445, Prove Yourself a Titan. 2. His eyes could see limitless possibilities, and this was more so as the loot from Yakyukol was shown in golden prompts over his eyes generously at this moment. 440 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 44 shards of a seed of reality are obtained, 400 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 40 existential pearls are obtained. 900 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 90 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy obtained, 6 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 6,000 cosmic resource points obtained, an overabundance of shards of a seed of reality, existential pearls, edicts, bloodlines, and shards of reality that the more he collected, the sooner he could begin forging his system, as he would obtain more than enough essence of reality. Edicts that amounted to a ridiculous number of 50 that once he integrated them into his strength. His ascendancy value should shoot through the roof as he would be scaling the firmaments of ascendancy at a rate others only dreamed of. His heart was calm as his main body followed the titanic figure of the golden titan that was flying towards an incandescent civilization of primal titans as he delved into the Isles of the Gilded Forge to prove himself as a primal titan through nothing other than forging. Here would be where a certain cosmic treasure would face its chance to be elevated to even greater heights, inside Noah's reality. A true sanguine clone floated above the infinite empire as around it, an illusory crimson ascendancy halo of catastrophe could be seen releasing a gentle glow. Behind Noah, the figures of Halcyon, Barbados, Emperor Penguin, and many others could be seen as they gazed towards his clone with great expectations, seemingly waiting for something grand. Yet Noah's gaze was lost in thought at this moment as he glanced at the illusory halo that his clone could call upon the authority of this halo, truly giving him many surprises as it seemed there were always more. From the battle with Yakyukol, he affirmed that the ultimate skills of the edicts fused within it could be used at a much higher efficiency as their requirement of essence of reality and other resources was minimal. He also affirmed that with the ascendancy halo, he could overcome the authority of higher tiered edicts, especially when he surpassed the limit of 15 fused edicts. Then he could utilize the halo as the most offensive attacking tool, as it could leave his side and lock onto his enemies. If they did not have sufficient enough bloodlines or high-tiered edicts to protect themselves, they would only face death. This was his ascendancy halo. Among all of these things, he also tested and saw that with the authority of the Sanguine Emperor, he could fuse bloodline edicts in and also unfuse them out. And such a thing meant in the future, he could add and take away edicts from his ascendancy halo, as his goal was to have insuperable edicts or above occupying all the 30 slots of his ascendancy halos. The edicts that Noah obtained from his fallen enemies were an utterly fantastical concept, and he uniquely explored how he was granted ownership of such concepts and how it worked if an existence was a mere follower of an edict that another being forged. Even in this case, Noah was still granted the title of an architect of these concepts, as it meant when he came across enemies in the future, he could obtain authorities from the edicts of others freely. Even though they were elevated and combined from Daos, edicts were still concepts at the end of the day. And Noah was doing something ridiculous as he made himself another architect to concepts that already had their own architects. It was unruly and domineering, as Noah already had an extension of such an ability through his primordial eye of the pioneer, which allowed him to break down the concepts contained in the edicts of others and forge such edicts for himself as the architect. So one could say it was nothing new, and the ascendancy halo was merely a more direct and forceful method for it. With such a method, he could get his hands on many concepts of high-tiered edicts in the future, as the possibilities of him optimizing his ascendancy halos made him ecstatic from the mere thought alone. The future would not be long, as with him just gaining 50 new edicts from Yakyukol, he could already add the insuperable edict of the virulent poison emperor, along with the 12 quasi-insuperable nomological edicts that this being held, and with the death of Pixis, the mere thought caused the surroundings to tremble, as with an optimized ascendancy halo, the power that Noah could display was simply ridiculous. And with the inclusion of all of these completed edicts, a second ascendancy halo could be forged, as Noah's power was about to explode into the second firmament of ascendancy and rocket up higher. BZZZT, the idea of it alone caused his surroundings to shake as he calmed himself, gazing towards the Emperor Penguin and others that were watching him expectantly. The conflict within their reality had ended, but this did not mean their journey was over. Noah had to obtain and fuse the cosmos of multiple realities into his infinite empire as he continued to elevate this unique treasure, and his clones and people would be the spearheads that he sent to explore new realities while spreading the will of the tyrannical emperor. It is time for fealty to be pledged across the scale of realities. Rumble, his true sanguine clone, rose as his domineering words caused unseen destiny to tremble and weave out madly his plans vast and unknown, as while his main body had just delved into the prime reality known as the Isles of the Gilded Forge. His clones and people moved to spread their reach into other realities. Chapter 1446, The Isles of the Gilded Forge. Within the hands of Noah's true sanguine clone, 10 existential pearls floated calmly as they represented the birth of 10 higher existences. He gazed at the many beings that he had been with and met on his journey here, calling a few names to come to the forefront to receive an existential pearl to become higher existences. Among them were Barbados, the Emperor Penguin, Wolfkeeper, Cthulhu, and Halcyon, to name a few. With the elevation to higher existences first, they would be those that stood at the forefront of the explorations of realities to come and the collection of cosmos within them. his people still received a portion of his strength through the Tao of fealty is because of the low level of this concept. Having it become applicable to the extremely high realms Noah was achieving was becoming harder gradually. At this point in time, the might of a cosmic Tao could not alone act as the conduit for the strength of dozens of nomological edicts and even something as unique as an ascendancy halo. It was a situation that called for Noah to forge an edict with the concept and workings of fealty at the forefront, something that could seamlessly allow his people to still carry a portion of his strength. As barely a 50th of his power could now be exhibited through them due to the seemingly low level of fealty, but even that 50th of his power at this moment might be enough to combat champions at the cosmic realm from other realities. And Noah just had to forge something to smoothly allow the boosts of fealty to fully continue. This and more were occurring in the background as Noah watched the Emperor Penguin and 9 other beings absorb the existential pearls and be reforged into entirely different tiers of existences. While this occurred, Noah chose the targeted realities they would be delving in as for this. He had abundant memories from the death of a certain person about realities he could step into. After all, Cecilia's death had far-reaching repercussions that didn't just end at loot and the knowledge of her death possibly being known by those who know her. There were also the emerging realities she managed that were now without an overseer, as each of them had champions that would either have to pledge fealty to Noah or perish in the river of time. THRUM, in the ruination sea near the expanding infinite empire, 10 golden cocoons soon bloomed as wondrous auras of reforged beings stepped out of these cocoons. They all gazed towards Noah with thankfulness as at the forefront, a penguin shining in stellar gold cried out with fervor, "Raa! Ra!" Raa, cries that tried to get across many emotions, with Noah merely accepting them with a smile and waving his hands as while looking towards the 10 newly born higher existences and those behind them, he called out as more of his own clones bloomed around the true sanguine clone, "Let's go!" The coordinates were set onto multiple new realities as Noah's clones and subordinates would be the ones to step out and conquer the cosmos within multiple realities at a ridiculous rate of efficiency. Across the boundless realities, a green-purple crown shuttled across folds of realities as it crossed countless boundaries at speeds that would escape many existences in the lower firmaments of ascendancy. The shimmering crown finally arrived at its intended target as it delved into an enormous prime reality, shooting past incandescent layers of space as it delved deep into a haven-looking cluster of structures that spanned gigaparsecs all around and were far vaster than any cosmic cluster. This seemingly ancient cluster of structures had titanic statues of majestic-looking serpent dragons, the illusory crown shooting into one of the central statues of a large serpent dragon as it fused into it and released a blinding light and a droning sound that seemed to cry out in warning. Rumble. Soon after, terrifyingly powerful auras rose and arrived before the huge serpent dragon statue that the illusory crown had shot into, the fastest one being a cosmic-sized snake woman that had the lower body of a snake and upper body of a curvaceous human woman. Her eyes released deadly rays of light as her cosmic filaments trembled, her voice coming out with wrath and poison at this time. "My son has been killed." WAA, her voice boomed out over the vast fantastical city within this prime reality, her poisonous eyes gazing to her side where many more beings appeared as she voiced out with great rage once more as she touched the now shining serpent dragon statue that bathed her with a green light which sunk into her head and seemingly filled her with information. "Your son, the first Prince Yakyukol, has been butchered in the domain of the primal titans by a vile creature at the peak of the first firmament. Will you stand by idly this time as another one of your sons perish?" Boom! The words were too explosive as they revealed a hidden history and were targeted towards a middle-aged man in a humanoid form with eyes reminiscent of an ancient basilisk. Behind his humanoid figure, the massive image of an obsidian serpent dragon could be seen as around this illusory image. The glow of over 10 ascendancy halos could be seen as their colors were fantastical to say the least. The crimson eyes of this being released boundless power and calm as he gazed at the shimmering statue that one could see looked exactly the same as Yakyukol. His ancient voice echoing out thereafter, "For this I will seek justice. Even if I have to start a war with the primal titans." Rumble. The face of the poisonous snake woman who was the matriarch finally eased as her body began to buzz with immense battle intent, her eyes filled with pain as she continued to connect to the serpent dragon statue that carried the last set of memories for her son. The last things her son ever saw. Destiny weaved silently as experts of the royal blight serpent dragon bloodline came together to learn of the shocking news of the death of the first Prince Yakyukol. The great serpent dragon emperor was enraged as the serpent dragon matriarch was even more wrathful. A conflict bound to bloom as the result of it was yet to be known. Chapter 1447, The Isles of the Gilded Forge. 2. At the same time, Noah was getting introduced to a portion of the Isles of the Gilded Forge as the titanic figure of the Golden Flash Manos led him into the beginning of the tall golden structures that made existences the size of cosmos seem like mere ants. This place is known as the Isle of Gold, one of the many isles within the Isles of the Gilded Forge, as this can be considered the most bustling domain within this prime reality. Manos put his golden hammer away as he floated forward with his hands behind his back, Noah following behind curiously as he took in the intricacies of what he was seeing. He was proficient in understanding the structures of buildings and cities due to the architect feature of the infinite empire, but the structures he was seeing now were too grand and built uniquely that they gave him many ideas for designs. Most of the structures shone with a gilded color, as one could see castles as tall as skyscrapers, and buildings taking the shape of furnaces and forges laid out intricately across the city that was known as the Isle of Gold. Auras of countless beings could be felt within this city, as those in the firmaments of ascendancy made up a stark minority, with 95% of the auras Noah could sense being those at the universal filament realm and below. The last 5% included existences in the cosmic realm and the cosmic filament realm. Higher existences could only be felt in specific portions of the Isle of Gold. And this dot was just one of the Isles of the Gilded Forge. The scene of titans moving about freely and happily within the city could be seen as establishments that looked like restaurants were releasing profound smells, and areas that held the similitude of shops could be seen advertising huge weapons and items that shone with a fantastical glow of loot. Manos was leading Noah into the depths of the isle as they passed figures of powerful titans who bowed towards Manos and looked at Noah. Curiously, the two of them very quickly floating along a golden pathway that seemed to be built from translucent glass. The buildings were split into two sides of this translucent pathway as it led towards the tallest structure Noah could see in the Isle of Gold, an enormous furnace-shaped building lined up with many doors and hoisting the symbol of a golden hammer at its forefront. It was within this huge structure that Noah could sense powerful auras similar to Manos before him, as the voice of this being echoed out while they floated forward. Within our Isle of Gold, young promising titans always try to prove themselves, and we have them go through the trial of forging in the auric forge you see before you. As Manos spoke, a powerful aura similar to his flashed towards their direction as another golden titan in the third firmament of ascendancy came to float before them, the eyes of this being hardened with age and wisdom, as he seemed much older than Manos. He was adorned in a white robe with gold inscriptions, a pristine beard adorning his head, and his hair danced with fantastical golden flames. He seemed like a being constantly shining gold, as he was extremely unique to look at. Little Manos, why bring this straggler here? Even among pure-born primal titans, it's not easy to find common forgers, and finding exceptional ones is even harder. I know you seek talent, but do you really think you will find more talents from beings that merely stumbled into our bloodline? The aged golden titan was filled with wisdom as he spoke, Manos smiling lightly as he nodded his head in respect. Even though they were of the same stage of power, Elder Agonia, it's just by chance and intuition that I dragged this one along. We have new fledgling forgers trying to prove themselves today as well, right? This little thing will just join them and we can see if he is worthy of the primal titan bloodline. Noah looked on curiously as these beings spoke, his own mind being filled with many ideas. Even though he was going along with the flow right now, he followed Yakyukol because it was a path towards a glorious victory, and he followed Manos right now for the same reason. Within this prime reality known as the Isles of the Gilded Forge, the Isle of Gold he was currently in had a glorious path for him to follow and benefit from. Come then. Let us see if this one has anything to do with the path of forging. The one known as Elder Agonia spoke while beckoning them forward, their figures entering the enormous building that was the auric forge in front of them, as they were just some of the many beings entering this huge golden structure. The inside of it glimmered with an Aurelian light as Noah felt the heat and essence within this place intensify to a terrifying degree. The figures of titans standing before huge furnaces and carrying tools of blacksmiths being seen all around as they were busying themselves with their own work. Noah could see dozens of forges with stellar bodies brighter than many suns contained in furnaces releasing intense heat. Many titans smelting weapons and all sorts of items using the heat of these stellar bodies, as one could feel immense pride and hard work permeating throughout this auric forge. Noah followed the figures of Manos and Elder Agonia as they went towards the center of the auric forge, which held a circular raised platform with 10 exquisite forges releasing a splendorous glow. Many titans surrounding this elevated platform and discussing amongst themselves as they looked at 8 fledgling forgers waiting to show their skills on the platform. The 8 fledgling forgers already on the platform seemed like young primal titans with immense pride, 2 curvaceous female primal titans being seen among them as a large amount of the focus was placed on them. Little guy, take the 9th forge and let's see whether you truly have the standing of a titan. Then we can see about mediating with those vile serpent dragons if they come asking for you. The eyes of Manos released a powerful glow as he and Elder Agonia floated above the raised circular golden platform, Noah's figure finally entering the eyes of the many titans clustered around this place as questioning gazes began to fall in his direction. Who's this guy? Haven't seen him around at all before this. Someone that won the favor of Elder Manos again, trying to see if they are actually worthy forgers? Ha ha! Titans of immense power, all ranging in the first firmament of ascendancy and very few in the second firmament, were clustered in this area, their gazes and the gazes of the 8 fledgling forgers that were already on the raised platform turning to scrutinize Noah as he floated forward calmly. His mind was unfazed even with the many powerful experts all around, taking in the gaze of all these beings calmly, as when it came to the profession of forging, he held boundless confidence because of nothing else but his infinite empire. Chapter 1448, A Domineering Prodigy. Within the auric forge of the Isle of Gold, at the center of the auric forge, the 10 master furnaces that fledgling forgers were allowed to use only had a single one not being occupied today. The first 8 spots were filled by known golden titans, as the 9th was a new being that no others had seen before. He gazed at everyone with calm and serene as many gazes turned his way, the 8 fledgling forgers only glancing his way briefly before they refocused in front of their furnaces and got ready to forge. They could not spare a single glance to others when they had their own standing to worry about. Silence. Rumble, the voice of Manos echoed out at this moment as many gazes went up, watching the floating figures of a few other elders apart from Elder Manos and Elder Agonia, as these were distinguished beings who oversaw many things in the Isle of Gold. There were currently 6 elders floating above everyone else, an illusory white platform forming beneath their feet, as when others gazed towards them it was with respect and reverence. This was because to get the title of an elder amongst the entire bloodline of primal titans, one had to achieve the rank of a grandmaster forger, an existence that had the chance and capability to forge a primordial relic. Throughout the eons that they lived, grandmasters could produce 2 or 3 primordial relics in their lifetime, and such beings were treasured, as relics of such levels were powerful weapons for any bloodlines to utilize. Apart from this, it was also common for them to be capable of producing quasi-primordial relics if handling the right material, with those that were a rank below them actually being capable of forging cosmic and cosmic filament treasures. The ranks of forgers went from fledgling, master, and finally grandmaster. Masters were capable of forging stupendous cosmic and cosmic filament treasures, as all fledgling forgers aspired to reach this level. The single word from Grandmaster Manos caused everyone to settle down, as within the auric forge, only the sound of the burning stellar bodies releasing immense heat in countless furnaces could be heard, his ancient voice ringing out soon after. The trial of forging is a special one no matter the occasion, as we are able to welcome new fledgling forgers or even master forgers into our ranks. Our bloodline is that of seekers. Beings who search for the truth with our own hands and the things that we can forge with them. With this being said, let us watch the forgers below us with rapt attention, as even in their mistakes, there will be many things to learn. A golden layer of light descended onto the raised platform with the 10 master furnaces, covering it in a cylindrical fashion, as the immense heat released from the stellar bodies the size of cosmos within could no longer be felt. The 8 fledgling forgers knew the drill as they became utterly serious, beginning to take out materials that ranged from multicolored metals or incandescent crystals which shone with glorious colors of loot. This was something many titans were used to, and they watched the process with excited eyes as some spoke in hushed tones about the materials being used and what could come out from them. Forger Mena really went all out to use the crystallized dragon scales of a 4th firmament dragonfly that were up for an auction recently. She should be able to produce a powerful cosmic filament treasure with it. A majority of the discussions focused on one of the female titans called Mena, her eyes sharp as her hair burned with incandescent golden flames that would make one think she had a fiery attitude. But she was composed and graceful, as she was the fastest out of all the fledgling forgers there. If she had other special materials to add on top of this one, even a quasi-primordial relic isn't out of the question. The crowd slowly became abuzz with discussions on the forging process occurring on the raised platform, all of the fledgling forgers taking proper steps to smelt their materials before forging them into the shapes that they wanted before ultimately completing their process as they watched the birth of a new treasure. What's the new guy doing though? Quickly enough, many noticed how Noah's figure was merely gazing at the process that the fledgling forgers were going through. And he couldn't help but watch, as it was entirely different from how he utilized his blacksmith's forge to design weapons. What he saw now seemed to be actual blacksmithing and forging as materials were being melted and even poured into molds or being hammered, the fledgling forgers before him releasing a glorious air of ancient blacksmiths as it was a wondrous sight to see. But he could not use the same method as them as he had his own unique furnace he had to use. He released a devilish smile as he pulled on the strings of the tour connection he had with the infinite empire, calling upon one of the furnaces from his blacksmith's forge as he actually didn't bother using one of the so-called master furnaces on the elevated platform. High above him, the figure of Manos frowned as Elder Agonia spoke out slowly, "What's this little guy trying to do? He looks down upon master furnaces when he can barely be considered a fledgling forger?" A hint of displeasure could be seen on this Grandmaster's face as he and the few other Grandmasters in the sky saw a glimmer of spatial light before an incandescent golden furnace appeared to the right of one of the master furnaces. It was starkly different as the source of heat within this golden furnace seemed to be an endless glow of gold, standing out like a sore thumb when situated next to the black and red master furnaces. He brought his own furnace? Does he think the skill of a forger is dependent on such a thing? Derisive looks could be seen in the surroundings as others shook their heads and moved their eyes towards the 8 other fledgling forgers, but Noah paid no heed to this as with the feature of blacksmith's forge materialized before him, his origin thrummed with power as a fantastical crimson round cosmic treasure glowed out from his chest. It was something that had always stayed with him for many months now, being the cosmic treasure ruination that had helped him get where he was today. It was this treasure that was the initial conduit for Noah's infinite mana trait to be achieved. It was the authority of this treasure that bent universal and cosmic laws along with the consciousnesses of universes and cosmos that ultimately completed his first trait and the many more that followed. The bending of universal and cosmic rules could also be considered an alteration of reality, so Noah looked forward to the elevation of such a treasure from its current rank and what future uses it would achieve from here on out. The voice of ruination echoed out in Noah's mind as he nearly laughed, communicating with his blacksmith's forge as he let his will be known that at this time the elevation of a cosmic treasure would be carried out. Chapter 1449, A Domineering Prodigy. 2. The elevation of a cosmic treasure. It was a grand affair as many eyes instantly noticed the powerful object near the center of the summoned golden furnace, the heat causing it to shine a crimson gold light as even the grandmasters above raised their brows. He wishes to break down a completed cosmic treasure? Adding anything to it will just cause more impurities as he might even achieve a lesser result than what he currently has. A gruff voice apart from Manos and Elder Agonia echoed out as this time, it was a crimson-robed woman with flaming crimson hair much similar to fledgling forger Mena on the platform, her words causing Agonia and the others to nod as they shook their heads. The biggest thing we worry about is impurities when it comes to forging high-tier items. It's why we stick to finding a singular powerful material to forge a treasure with or those of the same element. Don't tell me this fledgling will bring out that corpse of serpent dragon too. Before Elder Agonia even finished his words, the cosmic-sized body of Yakiko that was cut in half appeared, drawing sharp breaths and interest from the surrounding watchers who now began to watch Noah as the grandmasters instead frowned in disappointment. Even Manos was frowning at this moment as he wondered if his intuition had been wrong. The fiery female grandmaster speaking again. He hasn't even broken up the body into meat, bones, and organs as trying to do anything with it at its state would introduce too many impurities. This is just. She shook her head as she stopped gazing at Noah, focusing her attention on the flame-haired woman who was one of her disciples as she was halfway done with forging her item. But Manos and Elder Agonia kept their eyes on Noah as they saw after the body of Yakiko. This being waved his hands once more as the cosmic-sized body of a creature stemming from the race of celestial vines appeared. They were worried about the impurities that would coke from the single body of a serpent dragon, and yet this being took out the body of another creature as materials as he wasn't done. Thereafter, the surroundings shook as the next things to be taken out by Noah were none other than 2 shimmering sharp golden circlets that came from Cecilia, terrifying weapons at the quasi-primordial relic level, as Noah had been able to stop them on their track with his bare hands. Even among quasi-primordial relic, these circlets had to be ranked fairly low as these offensive items didn't elevate Noah's power significantly, and this was why he hadn't used them at all as he only planned to break them down into materials to elevate ruination. The crowd became abuzz as they saw the quasi-primordial relics, the grandmasters above frowning the most as they were surprised to see items at this level brought as materials. This was because even masters would have a hard time breaking down already forged items at the level of quasi-primordial relics into forging materials, and it was mostly grandmasters that were confident in doing this as what the titan before them was trying to sow. It truly baffled them, yet, Noah paid no heed to the raucous gazes or surprise as he calmed down and focused on the scene before him. Ruination was ready as this treasure was designated as the main ingredient by the forge before him, a golden light shooting from the forge and into Noah's hands as he obtained an enormous hammer that matched his body, which was the size of a cosmos, with immense focus. He then raised the golden hammer towards the body of Yakyukol on his right, smashing into it. As a blinding golden light went on to cover the half-cut corpse of the serpent dragon, as an instant later, bzzzt, all the remaining heads of the serpent dragon instantly turned into specks of golden light as they were dematerialized and deconstructed into a unique form of energy that then went towards Ruination at the center of the furnace. Clang! The hammer within his hand swung down once more as the wings of the serpent dragon were deconstructed, next muscles, bones, and everything about them turning a raw source of essence that sunk into the spinning Ruination that was absorbing immense heat from the golden furnace. Noah did this naturally as with another few swings of the golden hammer, the enormous body of Yakyukol was broken down into specks of light that surged into treasure before him, his gaze then turning towards the body of the celestial vine as he proceeded to do the same. Clang! 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 The resonant sound of a hammer smashing down was the only thing resounding out at this moment, as inadvertently no other sound could be heard in the surroundings, no discussions, no sound of the other fledgling forgers working or smelting the items in their furnaces. Everything was utterly silent as all eyes were focused on the calm figure of Noah, who was deconstructing bodies of existences of the first firmament of ascendancy easily while reconstructing them into a unique source of essence that seamlessly flowed into Ruination, this treasure beginning to expand and become surrounding by a glowing light as a terrific aura began to pulse from it. Within seconds, the two bodies were entirely turned into the unique source of essence as thereafter, Noah turned his golden hammer towards one of the golden circlets as for the deconstruction of these. An illusory cosmic filament shone on his chest while even more power was released from him, even more forceful strikes thundering down as he used immense force, and soon after a portion of the quasi-primordial relic began to break down into golden lights as it was this shocking scene that finally got many of the watching beings from their stupor. Those with the strongest reactions were the grandmasters above, as their faces were flabbergasted and ashen, the essence within their bodies moving chaotically as if they had seen the most shocking thing in all realities. What? Boom! The booming voice of Elder Agonia nearly shattered the eardrums of those in the first firmament of ascendancy as his face was filled with shock. Being the first one to speak as all the other grandmasters began to breathe heavily, he wasn't the only one, as Manos was next to utter with a disbelieving expression, perfect deconstruction and reconstruction of essence and materials. This. Clang! Noah paid no attention to them as he continued to break down the quasi-primordial relics into particles of golden light that flowed into Ruination. For him, this was something simple, a strong feature of his infinite empire, but for others, the perfect deconstruction and reconstruction of essence and materials, a skill that far surpasses Grandmaster Forgers. Rumble, it was something profound that even they could not do. The booming words of Manos caused the surroundings to turn tumultuous as waves of shock cascaded through, the eyes of all Titans locking themselves onto Noah's figure at this moment as they witnessed the birth of something terrifying. Chapter 1450, A Peerless Forger. The perfect deconstruction and reconstruction of essence and materials, a realm that even Grandmaster Forgers could not achieve, but the being before their eyes was doing it smoothly as if it was nothing major. As they gazed towards such a scene in shock, Noah himself was utterly absorbed into what he was doing as he saw the cluster of materials and light that used to be Ruination pulse with power and awe, the light shaking unstably even as the last portion of the two golden circlets were turned into particles of golden light that fused into it. Bzzzt, the golden furnace released bursts of gold light as they showed a stupendous treasure was about to be born, but it still needed one more thing, the inclusion of the body of a celestial and a royal blight serpent dragon as materials on top of two quasi-primordial relics actually wasn't enough to saturate Ruination into its next state, and Noah's eyes shone brightly as he knew what was missing to complete everything. Stop playing around with the ender of reality. His thoughts were synchronized with his true sanguine clones as far from the prime reality that was the Isles of the Gilded Forge. There was a battle wrapping up in the boundary between realities. The distraught figure of a certain powerful tyrant beast Pixis could be seen with his body ragged and torn, his eyes still seeking answers to understand just what had gone wrong, but he received none. At this time, the laid-back figure of Noah's true sanguine clone in Tellus form released an incandescent light of an illusory crimson halo, this halo going to wrap over the body of the bloodied winged tiger as with snap.it constricted down with the authority of many flames of edicts as the body of Pixis was instantly cut in half. The eyes of the ender of reality still betrayed their disbelief as They perished with many questions, this existence not ever being able to understand how scheming against a single Hyperion could have caused all of this, suring, since this existence fell in a domain of apocalypse. His two ascendancy halos were ripped out from his body as they went on to undulate atop the Tower of Ragnarok, being refined into something that would further elevate Noah's own halo as the prompts of loot also cascaded down for Noah. 310 cosmic filament cores obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 31 shards of a seed of reality are obtained, 290 true blood pearls obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 29 existential pearls are obtained, 580 runic dowline enhancers obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 58 evolutionary runic lines of ascendancy are obtained, 4 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 4,000 cosmic resource points obtained. The glow of loot that Noah could never get tired of rained down over his eyes as among them. There was also another quasi-primordial relic that Pixis was carrying. As Noah looked over the loot, Hyperion gazed at the split body of Pixis with extreme somberness as unknown thoughts crossed his mind. The once prideful being that had expanded his horizons as an ender of reality had now perished, yet Hyperion couldn't find any special feeling while gazing at Pixis as he silently spoke out towards Noah at such a juncture. Do we now have enough essence of reality to carry out the forging of our systems? The two beings were still bound to forge their systems. And Hyperion asked Noah, who let out a calm smile while pulling out a few which stored the essence of reality from his defeated enemies. He had received multiple of such crystals from Pixis as well as another 9 quasi-insuperable nomological edicts under his belt. Noah very soon gaining the chance to only have quasi-insuperable and insuperable edicts as the only edicts that occupied his ascendancy halo once he removed all of the greater ones. Along with this, there was also the loot of existential pearls and shards of a seed of reality that Noah could use to refine his bloodline further and forge more cosmos. His power bound to skyrocket upwards as at this moment, he focused on what was at hand as the body of Pixis disappeared from the boundary between realities. His true sanguine clone nodded towards Hyperion while gazing towards the extremely far-away isles of the Gilded Forge. Soon, the system I seek to build will have even more strict requirements as I have to prepare some more. Many plans were in the picture as after Pixis was wiped out, his cut-up corpse wondrously appeared within the Isle of Gold, which was just one of the many isles within the Isles of the Gilded Forge, Noah using this as the last material to complete the elevation of ruination. As the moment the corpse came out, he hammered down and deconstructed it into glimmers of golden light. His golden furnace reached a crescendo of power and awe as it trembled from all the ingredients seamlessly fused together. The product within it becoming completed after the sacrifice of quasi-primordial relics and the bodies of 3 uniquely powerful higher existences at the first firmament of ascendancy. Blinding crimson golden light flashed. The gazes of weaker higher existences could not hold as only the grandmasters above witnessed the birth of a wondrous new treasure without missing a single detail, their eyes looking at Noah with a myriad of emotions as shock and disbelief pervaded most of their thoughts. They watched as from the gold furnace, the blinding gold light died down to reveal a treasure that released a radiant crimson gold light. It was in the shape of a golden cube the size of half a cosmos. Mysterious inscriptions and runic lines that shone with a crimson color being etched throughout this cube as it gave off an ancient feel of power and solitude. The aura it released was boundless as the sharp eyes of the grandmasters quickly evaluated and spoke out the result, a peak quasi-primordial relic. Wah!